Good morning, everybody. Good morning. So we had a couple targets to the upside here. First target's going to be 639. Then you're going to have another one right here at 641, 644, 647, and then of course 650. So again, these are all the targets to the upside here. First target is of course 639. But the downside is pretty much the same thing, right? Let's copy all this to the side here, put it below it. Once you do that, as you can see, the first level down here is 636, which is where we're going to buy the calls from. And then you're going to have these levels there. I'll put the price labels to the side here. So again, the first thing my brain is saying is quick little put play. We fall down to 636 unless the market just doesn't want to fall down no more. And then we're going to run up to 639, 640. Anywhere below 636, we're going to play the greater downside to 633. And then 630, ladies and gentlemen, nice and easy. So everything that's in purple is going to be your put levels. And then these right here are going to be your call levels. So of course, if you're going to buy a put, you would kind of want to buy a put at 639, just in case. Okay, we're looking at the calls now. I'm looking at a 642 call, as well as 641. I'm going to hop into a 641 call for now. Again, this is going to be a little dangerous. It's going to be a little pricey right now. IV is a little high. All right. We're not going to average down on this play either. So no averaging down. Just hop into a play since you're at 636 already. I want to see this jump up to 639. Let's just say we stay below 636. We'll start looking for more downside, specifically again to 633. And that's pretty much all. Now these boxes are your bigger boxes. These boxes, they come from 480. So it's your all-time low in terms of this year. Okay, now you're at the 116th point perfectly here. In terms of the bigger ranges, like the monthlies, I can show you guys that right now. Let me show you this chart first. This is the best one. Where are you? Like right here, you could say. Actually, we're gonna have to show you the new one. There you go. Okay, so this was one of your main diagonal charts, basically all the way back since May. Basically almost capturing the whole entire top portion of the trend here. And right now you're at the bottom of it. So it's going to be a very important... Give me 1 second. It's going to be a very important time for us to simply play the upside here on the 0 days. Tomorrow we're going to look for some 5-day, 10-day calls if you're at the same level or slightly above it. And in terms of more downside, we just got to wait for confirmation, right? So that's why right now the only thing we did do was calls, because we're looking for the mid picture, which is, you know, the move that's going to occur within the next 30 minutes to an hour, instead of the first 5 to 10 minute move. And then we'll wait for it to drop below 636. And then we'll continue to play puts around, let's just say, wait, who is this? Google Voice. Why is Google Voice trying to spam me? Why is Google trying to call me? Okay, so everybody's on the same picture? Everybody got the deal? In terms of the bigger charts, the monthly charts, you're at a perfect level for you to hold. Last week, during the week, we were telling everybody, wait for SPY to hit 636. And then we're going to start buying some calls at that point. However, since you fell down so quickly, basically around $10 overnight, we're not going to put too much capital into the calls, like for a 5-day. We're just going to put the 0-day options. And that's pretty much it. So again, the first idea I told everybody before the market opened, I was very clear, I was very loud. Told everybody puts first, little put play, then calls right after this. Nice bounce right back up. We'll fill about half of this gap to about 642. And then I'm thinking you might continue to fall down lower. But if you, let's just say the trends are not going to fall down lower tomorrow or throughout the week, today should be a very explosive day for the 0 days. So in theory, we should be perfect here. We shouldn't need to fix anything, average down, touch anything. We just gotta let it rock for now. The contracts are down $2, so we're still good. We put about $36 into that trade, I think. I have to double check. And in Snapchat, we're back to break even. Redwire, same thing. SPY calls, we got those. DJT, we're still waiting for that one. And then Unity. We also have Unity puts. How's Unity doing right now? Oh yeah, Intel. Intel is going to be another name that we're going to start buying into here. Good morning, everybody. Intel, you're at 23. I'm going to need you to drop right back down to somewhere over here, like 22, 21. And then we could play the upside going right back up. For Tesla, you're holding at 329, 328. For Mumu, as everybody can see, you hit the level that I wanted you to hit last week. You finally hit it this week. So the lesson with Mumu going into the next couple weeks here is going to be to buy a 2-week put. So boom, now we have more leverage in terms of an idea here. So going into this week, we'll probably get into another one of those plays. Target, we're still holding it since we bought it over here and then down here. Looks like it's holding a little bit better now. Also, yeah, remember you fell out the sky. Core weave. Looks like now you're starting to get some positive momentum after getting sold off. What else do we have here? Home Depot. I think Home Depot should be reporting soon, right? Oh no, they recently reported already, yeah. Got another 77 days on that one. We went over that one. Open Door. Waiting for this company to fall right back down to $2.54. Nice little wedge there. If you just continue to run up though, once you get above right around here, 526, we're going to play calls to 768. 768. Then you have Zillow getting sold off nicely here. Looks like you still fall down to somewhere over here, 74s, 70s. Airbnb is the same thing. They all kind of got stimulated at the same time, which is kind of funny. Again, this is what Snapchat looks like. It's still hovering around that 698 level in case anybody wants to buy into it next couple months here. Fantastic prices. Rumble, we're not going to be looking at that one, honestly. Then we have some of the energy companies, Enphase. This one drops so much, it's insane. Yeah, you fell all the way out the sky. You said let's look at SPY? Let's take a look at it. Go, 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 go. Let's look at it with the reversal chart. Actually, yeah, right here, yeah. There we go. So you're up 20% on the SPY. I think that's what you said. That's excellent. You said... Gotcha. Okay, so what are you waiting for, Louis, in terms of a goal? Like, what is your first target for the upside?
First trade, 45%. I'm about to sell it out, man. Take the first trade, man.
There we go. Excellent, Louis. You said you got to set up the Discord here in a bit. All your info is on the Patreon. Yep, that's correct. So you'll see how to connect everything there. Just make sure you connect your Discord to the to your Patreon account so that whenever the time comes, again, as long as you got some good profit, you got a good safety net, then we got a deal. If you don't, I would say don't sign up yet until you do have a good safety net. But again, once you do, yeah, everything's on the Patreon. You should be good there. Everybody else, remember the rule. There's a specific rule here. There's a certain way you must go about trading. And that rule specifically is every time you go up 20 to 30%, 40%, you instantly put your stop loss so you don't lose that gain. You always take the 20%. By the time of, you know, in a week's time, less than a month's time, you'll be able to see how to potentially sell out at 50% all the time, 100% all the time. But the first thing that matters is establishing a good baseline so that stuff is not all over the place, so that you're not having too many losses, so that, you know, the emotions are real controlled. So yeah, make sure you sell out, put your stop loss at 20%. Have at least, you know, 120% trades, because per day, that's about how much 20% trades you will have, is about 100 of them. So if you could just keep going back and forth with 20% trades, technically, you can make a lot more money than a person just getting 100%. It's going to be a lot more work, of course, but think about it. In theory, if it's going to be a lot more work for you to get 20%, like 100 of them per day, and you know, the next person is only getting 100% per day. What I want you to realize is the more trades you pull off here, the more experience you gain. So trading is a matter of experience. That's all it is. The more experience you have, the more knowledgeable you become, the easier the trades get, the more your instincts are refined, which allow you to actually successfully trade here. Because every single day is not going to be the same as the last, but it's going to be very similar. And that's where you need to let your instincts kind of take over, you know? Sounds weird, I know. There's no, you know, solid foundation besides having the technicals and all the charts done. That's pretty much the only foundation you can have. Like me having all these charts here. But in theory, does any of this matter? And the answer is not really no, because the information you'll be able to look at in terms of pulling flow is already good enough. Now, most people don't learn how to trade flow at all. And the reason why is because it's all pattern recognition. It's all candlestick recognition. So, you know, me looking at the chart like this, the simple fact that you opened up and gapped up right here, 642, which was the first important level, and then you literally just opened up at 636. It's kind of like a situation where everything just works out perfectly with one another, you know? And remember, last week we told everybody if the market wants to fall, you're most likely not going to hit 633 because you already hit it. So you probably hit a level above that a little bit, which is 636 or 640. And then we're going to buy some calls. We specifically did say 5-day calls. The reason why we're not doing that now is just because of how fast you fell. If I got to put $200 into this call and tomorrow goes down even lower, we're going to have to average down and deal with a whole mess. And yeah, I'd rather not right now. I'd rather we just take this nice and slow. See if it gets above the purple here. If it just falls below 635.30, we'll continue to play the downside because 636 was the main level for us to look for more downside, right? 636. It's kind of funny because if I chop up these charts here, I think they're missing something. If I chop up this chart here, yeah, you guys see that? 636 just perfectly matches up with the lower levels. That's how I got this box, by the way. I copied it from 613, slapped it right on top, and yeah, look, let me show you. Let me grab the big box. So this is the big box, as you can see. That's the range that I'm using, and all I did was just copy it on top. 679 is going to be the full port level. So that's when you're going to start hearing me scream at everybody to buy puts a couple months out. 679. 640 is a level that I wanted everybody to do it originally, honestly. But because it's barely higher than that last high of December, I kind of want people to just wait a little bit more. We're going to definitely get less entries than most other people on the market. However, if we just coordinate these entries a little bit better than everybody else, we're not going to have as much losses, which means even though we might not have as much wins as everybody else because of the way we're looking at the market, we're definitely going to have more profit because there's going to be less losses. Less, you know, opportunities for us to mess up, you could say. So again, 640 is one of those levels. That's why you keep looking at the market like this. You see how it keeps falling from this level, like here? 641, you fall. 646, you fall. 649, you fall. All the psychological points you were falling from. Now, the reason, again, this is occurring is because if you take these ranges from 2020, make sure everybody's watching this, please. This is very important. Again, this is going to change your life. If you take these boxes from 2020 to 2022, it was January of 2022 and then March of 2020. You copy that box on top like this. So watch this. I'm about to break everybody's brain. I like doing this at least once a week because it puts things into perspective as to how I'm actually predicting the market months ahead of time. So you take this box, you copy it right on top, and then look at this. So this box right here is the same size as this one. We agree, everybody? They're both the same size. Normally, the way I tell people to copy boxes, and I'll slow down right here in terms of my talking so you can understand me better. Sometimes I get too excited. But normally I tell people to copy it on top like that. But in this scenario, we did something different. Last year, before I did this, I put it here instead. I put it at the midpoint. Why? Because that was the new low right here. And it was also kind of funny how when the market fell out the sky, when you actually measured the COVID low and COVID high, when the market fell before it went up higher, it hit the halfway point. You guys know how sad I was because of this. Like right here, I made 3K to 100K, and then from here I was losing everything. Lost the car, lost the loans, lost my mind, lost everything here. And I wish I would have just known about these midpoints, because I would have saved myself all the headache. I would have just bought right here, and I would have been straight. I would have held it, probably sold it over here somewhere at one of these peaks, and that was pretty much it. That's all she wrote. Now, you know what's the funniest reality, right? Is that you guys see how I just copied it on top of itself, right? What high does this match up with? I'll move these boxes here so you can see it clearer. So again, everybody, what box does that match up with? Like the top of this one here. It matches up with 613, right? Isn't that weird? And then that's when Trump crashed the market. So why would he crash the market the same way the Fed crashed the market over here with interest rates? They did the same thing as he did. It's because they're setting this up for the bigger picture, right? Now, Trump made the market go from here to down here. And watch how crazy this is. Measure the top. Measure the bottom. It's this size, right? Well, if you take this box right here and you put it to 613, matter of fact, watch this. Just press Control Copy. I'm going to open up a whole new chart because I don't want you to be confused at all. I want everybody to see what I'm talking about. Let's go here to the 3 hour. Let's just paste. All right. So, again, let's go measure the other box one more time. That box was made from here to here. The market fell from here to here. If I put this right on top of where Trump crashed the market, everybody, voila, look at that. A perfect depiction and a perfect way for us to predict the future. Now that we know that we predicted the future and it's obvious that you could do that, how do you do it again? Of course, that's going to be everybody's question. Well, the way you do it again is just copy the box the same ways. Put it right there. See how it crashed the market? Just like how it did over here. Same trend from COVID is what you did this year, which means going into the future, you just use the same trend. And if you use the same trend, that level, drum roll please, 740. So the reason why I'm telling everybody to buy puts at 660, 670 is because 670s is the halfway point. That's the new one. So that's going to be the most important level right now. And then the 640s is going to be right down here. I'm sure you'll see. Like 639, 640. It's a couple dollars off right now because I didn't measure it perfectly. But yeah, it's around like 643, 640. That's why you keep falling from this level, just like how you did over here. Which means the next level we're going to have a lot of drops from is going to be 670. Then somewhere in between, like 710, 706, and then 730. Now, what was the put level last year? This was the put level right here. So this is the level where you're supposed to buy the damn puts. You got that? You got to buy the puts. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if you're looking for confirmation. I don't care what your neighbors say. I don't care what the news says. When you hit 730, 740, you're going to put at least $1,000 to $10,000 into the put side. That's what I want everybody here doing. Because then you're going to be able to predict this falling from 730 straight down to 670. That right there is good enough for you not to trade for the next year. If you could just get one of those good drops, it's over. So, patience, everybody, patience. Nobody plays the market how we do. Nobody plans as meticulously as we do. I'm telling you, it's impossible. For example, take a look at SPY. It's going pretty nice so far. So yeah, the peak we hit on these contracts was I think like 20%, 15%. I told you, we're going to just wait here. This should have no problem going in the money. We'll sell this for, I didn't tell you the price I was going to sell it for, so let me tell you that now. Let me take a look here. The price we're going to sell this contract for is going to be $140. So again, we paid $30. We're going to sell it for $140. We're then going to instantly hop into a put that's only going to be around $5, $10. Kind of following that bigger idea. Because remember, on this chart over here, I told everybody a couple seconds ago, you're automatically buying the put at this level. That's what you all need to recognize, is that every level you're automatically doing a certain thing. It's either puts or calls. For today, the scenario was calls 0 day because of how fast you fell. It wasn't 5 day yet because we're going to buy those tomorrow. You'll always get another opportunity, I'm telling you. Don't trip. Don't worry about it. You're always going to get another opportunity. We're just trying to make sure that, you know, whatever opportunity that we do get, we're making the right move. You know, with the calls, with the 0 days, with a 5 day. All right, everybody, we're up 60% here. You can go ahead and put your stop losses just in case you want to tap out. I'm still going to hold this because, like I said, I think this has the potential to go to 140. But you are up 50%, so why not put a stop loss, right? Why not? Now, again, everybody, the reason why I'm so fine with teaching you this stuff, think about it for a second. You think anybody on the internet is going to do what I just did right there with the boxes? The answer is no. Why? Because they're going to want to weasel you out of, every single dollar you have. So if I'm doing it, what is the purpose? The purpose is because I want you guys to teach your families. I want you guys to teach your children, because children are, they're going to understand a simple box. They can understand that. It's not rocket science. It's not some random ass strategy on the internet. It's not, just random blah, blah, blah. It's actually articulated. So make sure you guys teach as much people as possible. That's all I want from you guys. Just teach people. Change the world. Because this is enough to change everybody. 100%. Options are up 90% here. Make sure you change the world, everybody. I need your help. It can't just be me doing this. And if you want to be a teacher, just recognize it's going to be difficult, of course, but it's definitely going to be really fun. And that's the quickest way for you to get better in terms of being a trader, is to actually teach people. So, yeah. Go for a test run. In terms of these boxes here, it looks like you still have some more potential to the upside. We're not going to play back and forth yet, because right now you kind of want to just slow it down, Just take a second. Let it fill most of the gap here. Let it hit 640, 641. Then we'll start to dip our toes into the put side. Very cheap, of course. We'll put like $10 into it. And then from there, that's honestly it, everybody. So a little market recap for the first 30 minutes, first 20 minutes here. We were correct about the downside. Smashed it out the park. The market did, in fact, fall down to 636 perfectly, just like how we wanted it to. And then at that level, we bought a 0 day. So again, the put idea was correct. The market fell. So check. Then the market ran up. We're up 90%. 100% now, actually. So that's a check. And then when you hit this level up here, 642, we're going to get another put. Right now, anything can happen. So if you want, make sure you just put a nice little stop loss on your contract, please. So far, this is awesome. I'm getting pumped up right now. Don't make me get too excited. Let's see. What are charts you guys want to look at? Let's look at some more. Let's look at Nvidia. I forgot about Nvidia. Yeah, it bounced at that same level again. Look at that. Oh my goodness. 168 to 172. These options are definitely up. But then again, they're more expensive, right? Because today's Tuesday, so it wouldn't have been a bad idea to play this, truthfully. But yeah, it's just expensive, I think we had a better gain here with SPY. But then again, I know Nvidia contracts triple like there's no tomorrow, And you got earnings coming up. Remember, we're also long here on Euro. We threw in the whole entire account, full ported it. If we take a massive $5,000-$6,000 loss, it's going to sell us out at half, and we're going to lose about $6,000 here. So we're in for about 14. We're up about 2 right now. No, actually, no, we're up about only like 300, actually. Let me double check. Give me 1 second. I am up. I'm up 700 right now. So we're up $700. We're looking for the euro market just to run back to somewhere like right here, which should be enough to sell out for 2,000, which will bring our grand total to 16, 18, maybe 17,000. And then at that point, we're just going to take a step back. Again, I only enter with a bigger account whenever there's a large move like this. And all I'm doing is looking for just a little something. Just a little nibble. That's it. Momo is doing amazing. You fell to the exact level I wanted you to fall to a couple days ago. However, it's not getting more bullish right now. It's kind of like consolidating by that top end. But I could definitely see you falling down to 176 on Momo. Actually, look at this. You fell to 176 this morning. So yeah, you already completed the trend. Now you're back to the top. So we'll see if this breaks out a little bit. And if it does, we'll get some more puts around the top. 3 weeks out, 4 weeks out, and we'll see if we could play the next downtrend. Because remember, just like the SPY, if this is an important high, the 190s, because of the last time you hit it, what's going to occur here is, as you can all see, when you hit 204 in 2021, what can occur here is basically you could just get a bunch of ups and downs here. That's why you got a big down here, large down here, another large down here. The only thing you got to worry about is if the market wants to do something like this here. That's what I think the SPY is honestly going to do. I think the SPY is going to rip up like this. That's why tomorrow we kind of want to get the calls. I have a feeling now it's going to make a new high. So this thing should fly right past 644. This thing should just start touching the clouds here shortly, is what I'm thinking. But again, that idea might change up halfway. We got to just wait it out. Right now we're up 120%. Again, everybody, we're up 120% here. We're going to sell this contract out at 140, which is going to be, how much profit is that? That's 100%, 200%, like 250%, 240%, something like that. Remember, if you didn't take profit or if you had losses and this is not profit right now that you're playing with, you don't hold it. You only hold when you have profit. Since we still have a ton of profit from last week, we're just going to hold here for a second. If it turns out to be a loss, we'll break it down. And then we'll go from there. This is really exciting. Market's moving beautiful right now. And you're hitting the midpoint, so you could fall right back down to the orange line here. And then if you get above this yellow line, it's over. You're going to run right back to 640. And at that point, I might sell out. I might just tap out like right here. Because you're at 638. You haven't hit... Did you hit 639? I think you did, but like a couple... Yeah, you barely breached into it. But then again, you kind of hit 639.30. Right here is going to be 638.40. So about $1 of downside. We could still... fall down here. Now like another 50 cents. And then once you get above that yellow that it just wicked off of, usually it's like an elevator. It just goes right back to the top of the yellow. That's what we know this yellow line as. And then where is the green line? The green line is going to be right here at 645. So that's the main target. In terms of what my goal is personally for today, just so everybody can understand, this is my main target. This line right here that's green. Because if I take it and go like this to it, it's actually red. The reason why it's green is because I copied and pasted the lines on top of itself. But this line right here is actually red. And then this line down here is actually green. So let's say the market wants to be more bearish today. You're most likely going to fall right back down to 634 here, which is still higher than 633, so it's still pretty much where we wanted, truthfully. But yeah, that's going to be the only weird thing that can happen is a drop right back down to this line. And that's it. You could play some downside here. Let's see. Let's actually, you know what we do? Before we even check that, let me do one thing and one thing only, and that's copy these boxes here. Let's make sure we don't select nothing else, so pull this to the side. How's everybody's weekend? Everybody enjoy your day off? This makes me feel like a workaholic, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Because even on days where I'm not trading, it's like I can't stop looking. Like, yo, like yesterday, I didn't even tell you guys. We're up 160%. So I woke up, right, on Monday morning at 4 a.m. and I'm refreshing the chart like every 30 seconds. I'm like, yo, what is my chart doing? I'm trying to see if the market fell, if it gapped up. I'm trying to see what's going on. And I can't see nothing. And I knew the market was closed today. Or not today, but yesterday. But I was still trying to refresh it. And it took me like 30 minutes to notice. Not even 30 minutes, I'm lying. It took me like an hour. We're up 180% here. Let's take a look at what's going on short term. You said SPY's at Friday's halfway point. There we go. Okay, so now we could put this into a group here. Am I on the 5 minute? Yes, I am. Make sure when you're copying stuff, you're always on the same time frame that you made it on. It's the most important thing in the world. And make sure nobody's playing SPX. Let's put this right at the opening price. Boom. Reversal point. You almost hit number 4 already. Yeah, once we hit number 4, we might have to just get a cheap little put here. So everybody, you could put your stop losses and move them up because you could fall out the sky here because of reversal point number 4. Just be very careful. Very, very careful, everybody. Let's go ahead and send this post into the Discord. Excellent. How's everything else? Snapchat is doing pretty good. Redwire is break even still. DJT. Everything else is pretty much just flat here. Did you hit 640 yet? You did hit 640. So you hit 640.13 now. So you're almost at the top of the next yellow. You literally just went straight up to the midpoint. Now you're at the bottom of the yellow. So again, if more momentum gets applied here, we could jump right back up to this yellow. And then this orange. The orange is kind of like where I'm looking for. In terms of like the 0 days. If you bought a 5-day put or call down here and you were just like, screw it, I'm just going to hold this regardless of what happens. Sometimes people make that decision. It's not a dumb decision either. It's pretty smart because usually when you get a quick drop like that out the sky, you at least fill the halfway point in terms of the gap. So like if, let's just bring up Webull here. I swear to God, this thing better not ask me to update it. Every single time I close Webull, it asks me to update it again. Like it undoes the last update. It's just so annoying. Don't say it. Come on. All right, let's click SPY. Let's go to the 15 minute here. Let's go to the left. Then the next thing we're going to do is turn off extended hours. And there's your gap, everybody. So your gap, you filled almost a halfway. Oh my God. All right, let me just update this. Exit Webull to install. All right, now. All right, it crashed. Did it crash? What's... Okay, so it crashed instead of updating. All right, I guess that's my answer. Like, what? Why would you do that? By the way, everybody, look at this. Look how awesome this was. So this morning I did add circles. I'm not going to lie to you and say I didn't. I added 1, 2, and 3 circles. So the circles below this midpoint at 633, again, I just added these this morning. This green circle was here since last week. So it's pretty cool that that idea is perfectly working out. It was 180% in terms of a trade too. So what I'm going to start doing now is listing my idea from like the day before. We're going to leave it on the chart. And then every single time we trade it and we have a certain percentage, we're just going to put the highest percent we got. And we're going to attach it to that level. Just for future reference so everybody can tell. Because think about it for a second. If you put $1 million into the market, think about it. Imagine how much money you would have at this point just from simply you getting 200%. You don't even have to, say 180. But just look at, imagine this was 200%, right? With $1 million, I'm sure you all recognize that that is, like, that doesn't make sense. That you can make that much percent. $30 just instantly went to $100 each. And the reality is, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's why I tell people you don't got to put a lot of money into the market. Always put a little bit amount or a little bit of, you know, whatever amount you have, and you'll always trade better. You'll always hold it longer. You'll always not be scared. You're not going to be anxious. You're actually going to truly get a better trade. Like oftentimes I would start an account with $1,000 and then with 100. And every single time I would start with 1,000 and then I would start another account with 100. I would get that account to 1,000 within 3-4 days. And then with the $1,000 account, if that was my highest one at the time, it would be so slow and annoying. It would be almost feel impossible, honestly. And what I started recognizing was it was because that's the most emotion that's going to kind of get to your head, you know, is when you have your biggest account or when you're trading with your biggest account. It's going to cause the most emotions to swirl. So if I have a $100 account and I turn it to 300, but then on my $1,000 account, that thing drops to 500, you see what I'm saying? It causes psychological issues where then you start thinking that your idea was less than, or it was garbage, or it was bad, it wasn't correct. And most of the time, everybody has really good ideas. Even if you're a new beginner, you can clearly see patterns. So it's just about trusting it, you know. Just got to trust yourself. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. Trust yourself just like how we do every single day. Even if the trade doesn't go our way, we already have a backup plan. So it kind of makes it so that we're never really taking a loss, if you really think about it. Just because the backup plan. We might, like for instance, you might be down, like, let's just say Monday or today, right? For example, we lost $500. Because of that $500 loss today, let's just say if it happens, Tuesday or Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the explosion in terms of momentum is there. So you lost 500 on Tuesday, which means Wednesday and Thursday, just using a quarter of the money, $150, $200, you should be able to make that money back right away. Because there's a lesson that you would have learned from losing the 500. And whatever lesson that is going to be enough for you to actually grow your account twice as fast. No loss really counts as a loss. It's just a tiny little setback for you to go further. It just lunges you even, you know, way past your goals. Which is what happened to me in the beginning. I was getting into really bad trades when I first started options trading. But I would always average down at these fortunate times because I was patient. I wouldn't put all my money in at the same time, and it literally let me survive, you know? That's how you survive with this market. Just don't put it all in. All right, everybody, you get the point. We don't have to keep talking about it. For right now, let's go take a look at the Moomoo option. Let me load this up real quick. All right, let me see. Let's go check the yellow lines again. Where are you at? So again, you still haven't hit the orange line down here. I'm still waiting for that. And then once you hit the orange line, then we want to see this run right back up to the top of the yellow. You could also stop right here at 642, like right beneath the 200 moving average. Did Friday do a ghost touch? Friday did not do a ghost touch. When was the last time you did a ghost touch on the 5-minute? When you were at a low. Probably when you were at 633, I'm guessing. That's the only time that would be logical. Let's move to the right here. So the last time you did a ghost touch was right here. Yeah, right when you passed 633. It was only when you actually got above the 200 though. There was no ghost touch below it, right? Let me go to the left here. No, you touched it there. You touched it there. You touched it that day. This day was a ghost touch, but then you touched it at the end of the day. Touching it, touching it. So let's actually see something real quick. The last time you did a ghost touch, was it also on the uptrend? Yeah, it was right here. So the ghost touches, that literally could solve that issue that we're having with them in terms of guessing where they're going to be at. It looks like most of them happen to the uptrend. At least in a market like this where it's very overbought, right? Can you please stop dropping the dust? Every single time I sweep something, the bunny just, she's like a cat or something. She just goes up to it and knocks everything out of it. I might have to clean this. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, everybody. Let me just clean this real quick. I'm gonna leave you here real quick. Remember, the goals are the levels to the left side. If you want, I can actually give you this chart. This should be easier for everybody. All the levels on my screen are the levels that you're going to be buying for your strike prices. So whenever you're just like, all right, how does one know how to buy the right strike price? Like, where is that, you know, explained? Or how can you get that explanation and that conclusion from looking at the charts? All you got to do is look at these numbers here. So right now we have a 141 put, a 641 put. The reason why we have 641 is just due to the fact that if you look at 1/8, which is 636, your equal reaction is 643. So that means all we got to do is do half the move, which is, you know, from here to here. This was already 180%. Think about that. Which means from here to here is going to be about 250%, which is my goal. If it wants to keep running and it goes on top of 641 from here to 645, or let's just say we do it one level at a time. So if it goes to 641, we're up 250%. If it goes to 643, we're going to be up about 400 to 500%. 645 and above is going to be 1,000%. So that's how you would categorize your percentages. You're not going to get 1,000% every single day. However, you definitely could get a nice 200%, 100%, which is what we got. And yeah, like I said, you still haven't did a big move yet. This is still a little tiny move for the upside. I want to see something at least a little bit higher before I get some downside. If not, just let it drop, let it fall. Let it fall all the way down here to 634. And if it wants to do it today, screw it. We'll just buy a 5-day once you fall to that level. But I'm thinking you're going to do it tomorrow. So again, everybody, I'm thinking you're going to go a little bit lower tomorrow. You're going to hit somewhere near this area, if not a little bit higher. But the contracts are going to be near the same price, of course, for the 5 days. And then for today, I'm thinking you're going to fill half of the gap. What is half of the gap? I'll just show you here because we can't look at Webull right now. Keeps crashing for some reason. So half of the gap would be right here. That's going to be at 640.93, right next to 641. I'm thinking you'll go a little bit above it. And then after you do it, you're either going to fill the rest of the gap. If not, just continue to fall. Because remember, what happened the other day? The other day, you had a gap from here to here. You only filled a quarter. So you can say from right about right here. Actually, no, you filled the halfway point. So you got up to the halfway point, then you fell out the sky. Today, think about it. Is it going to be the same type of trend as Friday? And the answer is yes and no. Yes, because it could be the same thing but more explosive. Meaning, since you had a bigger drop, you fill half the gap. Then you have an even bigger drop straight right back down to 633, 631. And that would be kind of like the continuation of a bigger move. What if today is a V shape, right? What if today is going to be one of those middle days where you drop out the sky on Friday. Today you're performing the same exact trend as Friday. You know, the pre-market, how you run up, how you fall. However, the one thing that's different is that on Friday, you did not bounce up as much as we did today. So just because of the opening price and because you literally ran from here to here and we were correct about that higher uptrend, that tells me right there that, yes, the short-term trends are changing. So tomorrow is most likely going to be consolidation, which is why I'm telling everybody to wait for the 5 days. Because let's let the consolidation kill most value. And it's probably going to do something like this. It'll probably get to like 643 and then just go back and forth. Like that. Just do something real weird. And then we'll go higher on Thursday and Friday. Last Thursday was an uptrend, so this Thursday we're going to think it's going to be an uptrend. So it was down this Thursday and then right back up. Last week, Wednesday, was just straight up. So tomorrow, we are going to play calls off the gate because we're going to mimic last Wednesday. Last Tuesday was also a nice uptrend. Big drop out the sky. Little gap down. You open up below the gap. And then you start filling most of it. You fill the whole thing. And then I believe then you fill the other gap. So you fill 2 gaps in one day. That could be what it wants to do today. That would be so funny if it does that today. Think about that for a second. That's literally the same thing as over here. You created a gap up here. Fell down lower. Created another gap. Fell down lower. Then filled both of them the same day right here. If you do that today, yeah, that would be quite ridiculous. Because that means you're going to run up to 649 here. Could happen. I've seen it happen a couple times like that. Like, for example, it happened... Let me see if I could predict... What date was it? It was... I think October? It was October 30th last year. If not September 30th last year. Let's go check now. Let's see if we were correct. So October is right here. Yeah, so it was October. So towards the end of October, you hit 560s after you fell from the 580s. And we told everybody the market could potentially swing up very viciously. So on the first day, you had a really crazy swing up, right? You went from 568 straight up to 575. So that's $7 of upside. That right there is enough for a 100% trade on a 5-day. So if you bought a 5-day down here, instantly 100% right here. At that point, you're going to put your money into a 0-day. No more 5 days. No more puts, no more crazy calls, 5 days out. Just specifically puts that are 0 days. You play the puts right back down. Excellent profit. You fall down $5. You're up to 300% now. You notice the market opens up lower, which is a consistent pattern that it has before it goes higher. Has a low, has another low next to it, goes up higher. Has a low, has another low next to it, goes up higher. Has a low, has another low next to it, goes up higher. Has a low, has another low next to it, goes up higher. Same thing here, same thing here, same thing here, same thing here. Every single time it does the same thing. Same thing here. You have a crazy low, nice bounce. Then it goes a little bit lower, not that much lower, right? And then you bounce up higher. All these downtrends have the same exact phenomenon. So over here, that's all you have to realize is you have a low. Let's chill out for a second. Let's see what tomorrow's going to do. And then Thursday should have another low somewhere at the floor. And then who knows, maybe Friday and Monday next week we swing up viciously. And we kind of gap up. I could definitely see something like that happening. You're still stuck at that yellow line. You hit the orange line now though, so that's perfect. Let's zoom in here. I no longer need to show you the bigger chart. At least not for right now. So look how cool that is, everybody. This is why I love technical analysis. Because look at that. Perfectly wicked off the orange line that we were just talking about. And what did we say the market was going to do after you hit the orange line? It was going to go up higher to the next yellow. Hit this orange and then fall down to this yellow. And then potentially see if it wants to go up higher to 644. Sorry. We're way above that. It could still fall down to 634. I definitely think that. You could fall $5 straight down. So if we look at the puts for 644, just to have some insurance right now, how much would it cost? Some 634 puts. 634 puts are only $20 right now. In the morning, how much they cost? In the morning, these jumped up to $90. That's crazy. So those calls that we had this morning, you had a basically around the same. Was it the same percentage? Let me not say that yet. Six. Nah, actually, nah. It's not really the same percentage, because if you think about it, 15 times 2 equals 30 times 3, 45. If you double that, that means 6 times 6. So you got a 600% gain right there on the puts last night, and then on the calls, so far you got a 200% gain. Now, if the market runs up faster than last night, which is obviously possible, because it's during the day, what's going to happen to the valuations here is, for the call side, you're going to go up way more than you even went down. So let's say if you go to the halfway point, 641.50, 642, options would probably be up around 300 to 400% right there. And then by the time you hit number 7, by the 200 reversal point, options are going to be jumping to like 800-900%. Just because of that right there. That little switch up right here to the 200 and then slightly getting above it is going to cause a disruption in the momentum in terms of the buyers. It happens all the time. That's why most of the time you ever see me sell something at the 200 moving average, and then a couple seconds later you bounce up above it. Contracts go up like another 300% within like 2 seconds. It's because that's the target point. So whenever you have an option, the first thing you need to realize is, where is the market's target for that day? First thing you do is chop up the weekly boxes. You'll find what the targets are in terms of like the whole entire week. 640s, for example. That's the reason why you just ran up there in the morning and then you fell down perfectly. Perfectly wicked off of the... what point is this? I think it's a 1/4. Is that a 1/4 point? Yeah, it's a 1/4 point. So you perfectly hit the 1/4 point here. And then after you hit the 1/4 point, you fell down to the 1/16 point right here. As you can all see. Let me zoom in again. So 1/4, 1/16, which means equal reaction, ladies and gentlemen. If the market gets above 640.13, we now know that it's going to run to 641.82. And again, how do I know that? It's because of the reaction you're getting right now. So let's go measure it, just so everybody could be on the same page. So after you hit the 1/4, you fell straight down to this one, which means if you take that box and put it on top of the 1/4, matches up perfectly with that 1/16th line at 481.80. So we might take a second off here, let the market consolidate. Go look at some other names in the meantime. Mumu's holding. Intel, please crash. We're looking for a bunch of plays. Last week we went crazy on Intel. Just in the last month. Is this a month ago now? Let me see. Yeah, basically just in the last month, we had how many plays? We had a 600% play. Then we had a 400%. Then a 300%. Just from down here. And then right here we had another 200%. That's 4. Then we bought puts up here. That, I think we sold it for 260, 200%. That's 5. And then right back down we played the puts. That's 6. And then right down here we played the calls going right back up. That's 7 trades we literally did in the last month on Intel. All of them were perfect. Over 100 to 300%. With the highest one being the yearly ones that we bought for September. Because I bought $25 strike price contracts here for September 30th. And we pretty much sold them by the time you hit like somewhere over here. Somewhere by 24. And then we're still holding one more for 2027. And that contract's expiry, strike price, sorry. The strike price for that one is going to be right here. Where is it? 35. Yep. Which is the 1/4 point. Let me zoom out. Remember the boxes, ladies and gentlemen, the boxes. The boxes are so important, it's not even funny. So Intel really needs to run to 33. Like really bad. That's the midpoint. You have not been there for over a year now. So yeah, I'm thinking you're going to do something wild like this. You know, just keep swinging upwards. And the only way you would have the ability to make all this money here from this whole entire range is if you had a contract for the yearly. Because think about it. My contract for the yearly, I have no intention on selling it here. As we speak right now, even right now, we're still up around 90%. It might have actually dropped down to like 80 or something like that. Let me just check real quick so I can actually give you a truthful depiction as to what's going on here. Let's see. Intel, I'm up 74%. So yes, it did drop a little bit. 74% from down here when we bought it a month ago. If you fall right back down, you already know what I'm going to do. Just use the profit that I made from the other contracts because this one's already free. That's why, again, I don't intend on selling it at all unless you hit 33 or 37. And it expires in 2 years, so, you know, we have plenty of time. There's no rush. But while we're still holding that, we still want to get some other better plays and, you know, make more money on the short term. ME or Mesa Air Group. Yeah, I had to look at this one later. Tesla, what are you doing? Tesla's bouncing right back to the top of the trend. Just like how we drew here. You could start flowing downwards even more, and then you could start hitting 319. And it will probably play some calls going right back up at that point. Nvidia. This is not bad. Nvidia looks like there's another opportunity here. Unless the market's trying to swing down way lower. Let's see how much these Nvidia contracts are. Nvidia calls 185. Well, where's 185? 185 would be the top again. Logically, that's not the smartest thing to do. Logically, if you're trying to play a call right here for Nvidia, your strike price should be either for here, which is 172, here, 176, or here, 180. 185 is going to be, it's like basically you're saying, all right, I'm fine with losing my money here. And I'm not fine with losing my money here, even if I know that SPY could bounce up. No, we're not going to do it. We're going to wait for tomorrow. So yeah, all of our plays for Nvidia, Intel, and all these other companies is probably going to happen tomorrow. For now, let's just make sure we keep messing with SPY here and back and forth. Right back down to the 116th point. You did hit the orange line, yellow line. Then I think you hit the yellow line again. See, yeah, orange line, then back to the yellow. Now you're back to the orange. Still holding on top of it nicely. Contract values did drop out the sky here. Remember, take notes. Everybody should be behind their screens, you know, with a whole bunch of notes everywhere, papers all over the walls. This is excellent. Let's go to the 1 minute on these. These options were $500 on Friday. I'm thinking, yeah, you're going to run to probably, you might even run more viciously than I thought you would. Because think about it for a second. All those people who bought those contracts at $500, they're going to average down at 20. And they probably did already. So these contracts are already at 60 now. I definitely think you might just be explosive today. You might be even more explosive than I think. Because I like to have a certain level of, you know, what do you call it? Conservativeness, if you will. There's a certain level of conservatism, whatever. Whatever the word would be in this context. And that conservativeness needs to kind of originate from your weekly boxes. So like these boxes here, they're the reasons why we're playing so meticulously. And whenever we buy options, we tend to not go for the furthest one, but something near the high, but like one step below it. And it tends to be the safest thing to do because those contracts, since the strike price is a little far, you know, you just simply going up 2-3 strike prices, you're already up 100-200%. Especially when you bought something for 30. The next strike, so like you running up after you bought something for 30. Let's say the market only runs up, how much did we run up? We bought it like right here. I forgot where we bought it, like somewhere right here. 637. You ran up to 639, $2. And the contracts went to basically $100. So every strike price is like $30 to $40 of delta added to the contract. Delta is how much profit you have in this regard. So, for instance, you buy something at 30 here. It runs up $1, boom, you're instantly at 60, up 100%. It runs $2, boom, instantly up 200%. It runs $3, and that's pretty much how I know how to buy my contracts. is because I know how much the delta is going to naturally move, because it's pretty much the same usually every single time. It's not that different, really. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's not rocket science. It's like 30%, 40% every day. You don't got to look at it. You don't got to waste your time. You don't even got to think about what I just explained to you right there. Besides understanding the fact that these contracts move up the same amount every single time. So you literally can actually robotically trade depending on what levels you're buying from. Yeah, conservatism. There you go. But that's how you always have to be. You can't just be all wild and crazy and be like, all right, even though I know the SPY is going to run up to a new high soon, I can't just throw everything at it, you know? Because then when something weird and crazy happens and I can't average down, it's just like the end of the world. Versus, you know, if I have money to average down, technically I could never lose if you think about it. Because I could buy something for $100, buy 1,000 contracts at, you know, $5, bring my average down to $5, it jumps to $7, and I'm out for a profit. Just like that. It just requires more work, you know. But yes, it is possible for you to never take a loss. You just had to average down like crazy. So if you have a small account, recognize that you need to start with a smaller amount so that when you're averaging down, it's kind of a less of a multiple in terms of capital you're using. All right, everybody, I'm going to give you 5 minutes here. I need to go find some water real quick. Let's go see what chart I could leave you on. You said SPY call at $36. Excellent. Excellent, Louis. So I'm going to leave you to it. I want to see what you do. I got to have you guys make some decisions here. You guys already know the deal. I spoke about my idea and what I'm looking for. Now I want to see how you guys trade the short term. So again, I'm going to give you a couple minutes here to make some decisions. Whenever you guys get a chance, send me inside of the chat right now on the Discord what levels you're looking for the SPY for upside and downside. So you bought one at 36 and now you're right back at 55. Look at that. That's what I'm telling you guys. Take those percentages. By the time I sell my contract for 250%, you're going to have like 5 contracts that you're going to sell for like 60, and you're going to make 5 times the amount that I would. Of course, sometimes you buy and sell. Is it going to come back down? No. Sometimes it just keeps going up. But that's none of your concern. Who cares? You're not going to be like, oh my God, I should have held it. Or, oh my God, I should have did this. Don't keep saying I should have, because every single, day is going to be I should have. If you actually are just like, all right, screw it. This happened to me again. This happened to me like 30 times. That's it. No more. That can't happen to me again. How do I make a plan so that this doesn't happen? What am I doing wrong? Where am I buying? How much am I spending? Do I keep buying in the first 30 minutes of a day and then, I keep having a loss? If you are, then just wait an hour. Wait 30 minutes. Do I keep making money, let's just say in the beginning of the day, and then towards the end of the day I'm losing my profit every time? Then stop trading after 12. You need to be able to, step up to the plate for yourself here. So just think about it like that. That's how you always have to be. Now, in terms of everybody else that I had a conversation with, make sure you follow the rules, please. Remember, there are rules for a reason, not because I'm trying to be, controlling or anything like that. It's because I want to guide you properly and make sure you don't harm yourself. I think we all know we are our own greatest enemy. I say this every single day because it's the truth. You're always going to hurt yourself more than anybody else can. So, yeah, just try not to do that. Make sure that if you don't have the charts, if you don't have the technical analysis, such as my boxes on your screen, you are gambling, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are gambling, you're going to basically lose everything you're trading with right now if you're gambling. If you do have my charts and my boxes on the on the screen, which remember, we've taught this many times for free, on YouTube. But if you don't have this, you never went back to one of those videos where I taught it, just recognize, again, you're gambling. I'm trying to be real with you guys. I know some people are not going to like it. Some people don't care what I have to say. They just want to get easy, quick money. Trust me, I know. But that's not the community that I'm creating. So I want to be, you know, at the cusp of creating a community so intelligent that, you know, even my, let's just say a beginner trader from here could go against the top traders in the world. That's kind of what I want here. Because remember, I'm going to start holding these competitions soon. And they're going to be really fun in terms of trading competitions. We'll start with like 50K. Winner gets like $1 million or something. First person take it to like 500K wins. You get like a week of time limit. And then from there, who knows? There might be some giant competition that we could create in the future. $20 million, $30 million. That's my real goal for this. Every single night I have a dream of it. I want to become like a show runner. I want to create a whole entire new sector for the world for stocks. And yeah, because think about it. Even if the stock market's closed, I taught you guys how to trade Forex, futures. It does not matter. I'm sure you understand. I don't care if they make us trade corn or sunflower seeds. We could still do something with that. So yeah, that's the goal right now. We got to get everybody to that level. So have the boxes. Chop up the boxes. Have all the levels in between the boxes. Have your game plan before the market opens up for the upside and downside. So like for instance, today we opened up at 636. The first thing you should do is look at all the points $6 up. Look at all the points $6 down. Specifically write how you're going to intend on getting into those puts. Like for instance, for me, the way I told everybody to buy into the puts was short-term puts in the morning, then mid-size calls in the afternoon, and then after that, we're going to be looking for short-term puts once you run up to 642. We're just waiting for this to kill value. Our contracts are probably going to go negative here, which is all right. And then the next explosion, that's what we're looking for. For anybody else who keeps buying and selling the calls, just keep doing it. Back and forth, back and forth. You said what's up with sunflower seeds? So with futures, you can actually trade agriculture stocks. So I started breaking down the charts. Let me actually show you guys. What chart is it on? You have cocoa. You have, what else do you have? I forgot all of them. Agriculture. What is this? So this is sunflower seeds. I don't know what's going on with the chart. I think I maybe clicked the wrong ticker. I might have added the wrong one and deleted the right one. This is canola futures. And then you have this one here, which is, I think this is rainbow seeds. I have no idea what that is, but all-time low right now. And then you have this one here. What is this? Oh, wheat. Wheat is like one of the best ones to trade, honestly. Me looking at this chart here. But that's for wheat this year. Yeah, you don't have the whole entire wheat chart. I got to look at that one first. No, for the competition, there's going to be nobody that needs to paper trade. You're supposed to paper trade right now. And then within a week or two, you'll be able to, you know, precisely learn how you should trade with your real account. You never need to really force the trades, you know. So make sure right now everybody here should be paper trading at least 5 times, especially if you're here for more than an hour. You should be paper trading like 5 times a day, regardless of what you're doing with your real account, because it's the paper trades that allow you to have more experience, which allow you to become the better trader. Remember, you becoming a better trader is simply just due to the amount of times you trade. That's it. The amount of times you trade and how you break down those trades, how you actually meticulously plan for the next one. That's all you need to do. So, no, yeah, by the time I have these competitions out, I already have a whole entire, you know, building potentially where I could teach people. So that's my goal. And then once we do these competitions, of course, then we're going to have a lot more structure in terms of the community for helping people that are really stuck and really trapped in their life. For now, we're not going to obviously be able to do that. We got to make sure we have structure. Because just because I want to help people doesn't mean the people that are going to work for me want to help people. A lot of people like to hide their true intentions, and I know that. Trust me, I know that, everybody. So It's kind of like I want to set up everything for the future so that the community itself, and just because of one individual, nothing could be destroyed. That's my main goal. So yes, this is soybeans. This is micro soybeans. So I also added micro for stuff. That's another micro soybean. Why do I have two of them? Oh wait, this is soybean meal futures? What? Cocoa futures, and then you have cocoa futures as well. Corn futures. Corn futures is doing insane. Look at this. Whoever had these futures here, that's ridiculous. You literally just gapped up. I wonder if farmers actually... That's, you know what? That's crazy. We could literally do that. Wait a second. Because farmers don't make jack shit. They don't make no money at all. All the money a farmer makes is just from taxes. So like them buying heavy equipment, them buying, you know, their products and stuff like that, them selling it to the government. That's how a farm actually makes money. It's completely controlled. I wonder why, right? But yeah, they completely control the farms so that these people are suffering and they always need the government. And I think if we just simply have a channel on YouTube for maybe farmers, because they're very important. We all obviously know that. But if we could do something for them to help them out, I think this might be integral for the future if you really think about it. Because they're just going to keep buying up all the farmland because these people can't pay for it no more. Cough, cough. You guys know who I'm referring to. Nvidia's still dying? I had a feeling, yeah. I don't want to buy it still, though. I want this value to just completely lose itself. Even SPY. If SPY could just drop out the sky here, it would give us better 5 days, so I'm not even stressed about that. And nor should you be. Unless you're one of those individuals that put way too much capital in that trade that we got into this morning, but I don't think you're going to do that because, of course, we went over the rules before we actually got into that trade. We're still going to hold this. If it goes lower, we'll average down on it. And then from there, we'll see if we can get that nice little run up to 642. We're still looking for 300 to 400%, but since you're consolidating this much, it's probably going to wipe off like 60 to 100% off the table for us. And then if you fall down, we'll buy another one for around $15, which means our average would drop down to around 30. And then we'll run back up to $20, sell out for a loss, and then go from there. You might be confused right now, right? I was up 180%, and now I'm telling you I might have to sell out for a loss. And that, you know, the reason why I did that again is because we're looking for an important level. If it's not at that level, we don't want to sell. We listen to our rules. We listen to our plan. If it doesn't work out, we break it down after and we see what we could do better. If it works out, we'll still break it down, see what we could have done better. And that's exactly how you always become a better trader every single day. You got to force the problem sometimes. Because again, this was an easy trade. We got the percent. We knew we could have put our stop loss. We told everybody we're not going to do that though. We're going to wait for down here. If you need profit, put a stop loss. Since we don't need profit right now, we're looking for a bigger trend, a bigger gain. And I don't think we got to go over it any more than that. I think everybody's on the same page now. Stop losses are a beautiful thing. They are. I'm telling you, they are. Especially when you guys follow the trades that I'm getting into. Because you could just keep buying them and selling them, buying them and selling them. Which is pretty much what big money does, by the way. They just buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. They'll sell for like 2%, 5% profit. They're happy with that. Usually it's not the big whales that are actually holding for a long time. Those are like the cycle mid-sized whales, not the larger whales. It's like the people who have like 1 million to like 50 million or like 1 billion. Actually, not even 1 billion. It's mostly like up to like 50 million, 500 million. Those are the real cycles. Everybody who's over 1 billion, they tend to slow it down a little bit. It's all psychological, of course. This is getting exciting. Look at this. You had a crazy run up. It looked insanely bullish. You ran to number 3.5. Then you fell right back down to number 1 here. Now you're perfectly hovering on reversal point number 1. Let's look for more calls to see how much they cost now. Hopefully they drop down quicker than last week. The calls last week were being so annoying. See, now we're down 20%. Not bad, but I kind of want it to be down a little bit more. So let's give this market a second here. Still not at a proper point to average down, which makes sense. We still got some juice to this contract left. We bought it way below where you're at right now. So for Jada, remember, think about it like this. We talked last week. You told me you were going to talk to me on the weekend. You did tell me it was going to be a busy weekend. So I'm happy you actually said that because I paid attention to every word. Now, when that meeting didn't happen and we couldn't talk, you instantly had to set up another meeting. Because remember, I don't need to be doing this. I don't need to be helping nobody that's not in the Discord. That's not the rule here. The rule from day one is I can only help you if you're in the Discord. And as you can see, every single day I'm breaking those rules because I really want to help people. I just don't want people to take advantage. So just make sure you give me a time that we can speak. I'll set up your charts so you don't have to watch the YouTube videos because I don't want you to get confused. And you're going to be much better off setting up that meeting with me than you just watching a YouTube video. Because I'm giving you the opportunity to do that. I'm not giving everybody that. Thinking the 636.50 is going to happen soon. It could definitely happen as well. Because 636.50, I think that matches up with reversal point 1.5. Yes, it does. So it's right next to 1.5. Opening price is going to be very important. That's what you just fell down to right now. So again, you just erased the whole upside. You kind of did double the downside move right there. So if you erased it, let's think about this for a second. If you did a certain move, then you ran back to the origin. Then you did double that move to the upside. Then you fell back to the origin. Now we're kind of thinking it's going to do maybe triple the first move. Triple the first move would take you from the high of up here straight down to 635, 634. Again, Jada, you don't have to explain. I'm not trying to, pry into your personal life, regardless of the reason. If it was family, kids, you're sick, it doesn't really matter. That's how I work. It's just we got to automatically now fix a meeting. That's it. That's the first thing you should be thinking about. If it happens, it happens. I'm fine with that. I understand people, they go through stuff. But there's no excuses, No excuses, ladies and gentlemen, especially when I'm here every single day, 24/7 for you. Let's see the below 636. Yeah, you will swing down way lower to 634, which means we'll buy those contracts. We could buy another one for probably 15, hopefully. And then at that point, we'll average down. Let's see how much they cost right now. Okay, so it's dropping down a little bit more. That's perfect. Excellent. So now we're down $13, 40%. Remember, I want to be down at least 60 to 70% when I'm averaging down on a call. That's the first rule. You never average down before because the value could just quickly come right back to the market. Meaning if you just run up to a new high, you're going to be up 200% again. Just like that. Time is passing by pretty quick today. It's already 10:50. Wow. At 12 o'clock, that's when we're going to start getting into some 0 days, which are like $5, $10. For now, we're just going to hang on with this more expensive one. Of course. Let's do it, Jada. Sounds like a plan. Wait a second. Let me look at the consolidation zones. How are you listening to those right now? It should be this chart. Yeah, you're literally just right back at the bottom of the yellow. Alrighty. Nvidia's holding now. Market still looks like it's gonna hold here, everybody. I want to do something a little different here. I don't think I've ever done something like this. So we had that call. You went up that amount. Now you're down to here. So instead of averaging down on that call, I'm thinking we could buy a new one here because I'm looking at an Nvidia trend and it looks like things are still curving here on the short term, which means we could get a crazier explosion to the upside. So for Nvidia, we could pop up to 175, but then again, I think you already did that this morning. Yeah, for Nvidia, you already popped up. No, you didn't. You only hit 172. The 175s, they were at 90 in the morning. They went to 170. And then right now they're at 75. These are for September 5th. So again, they're just draining value right now for the call side. Tesla, still stuck at the top of the wedge. Unity. You know, Unity's the only company that made me upset. I'll be honest with you guys. Unity made me very upset. We had a plan for it to run up on top of a certain level, and we just completely forgot to buy. Yeah, we were going to buy it at 23 last time, and then you just exploded to 40. So we're trying to test the downtrend because we know it's going to obviously come back down here. It's very oversold, even at $40. This is a gaming company. Last time you hit, let's see, 21, then you ran to 50. Then you hit 13. Then you ran to 22, then you hit 28, back down to 15. Yeah, you can at least fall down to 23 again. I think so, at least for Unity. The question is how much time is this going to take to get down here? Because it really is holding. You might even have another high here on Unity. That's probably what it's going to do here. Go a little bit above 51, 52. And then at that point, I could see you fall right back down to 28. Potentially 23. I'm looking at this with no charts right now. So this is what I normally do. I'm just trying to track down the flow. And then we're going to look at it with the chart now. Okay, I have my idea now. Let's go here. Let's go up here. Okay, so we told everybody we bought puts here at 38. That was a nice put level. We also bought puts here at 27. That was also a nice put level. The next level to buy puts is going to be here at 43, then 46, and then right next to the last high, which is around like 50, 49. And then in terms of falling down to the low, you hit the top here, fell down to the quarter point, you hit this quarter point. So if you do fall, you could fall straight down to 31. And if we double this range, the parallel channel, which is part of last week's classes that we went over, right, everybody? You would fall straight down to one of these diagonal lines, which would probably be this one here, 26. Yeah, I see you holding at 26 here. A lot of support around there. And if you go through it, let it. Below 23, we play puts going straight down. These, so like you would just hold this. You would buy a put and you would literally just hold it. You wouldn't sell out at all unless it hits 20. Again, unless you need some profit, because then you could buy a put right at that arrow and just sell it out right here for a good profit. Multiple ways to go about playing this. You said what's the more expensive one? For what exactly? Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at the euro. Oh my god! Oh, I was gonna move up the stop loss. I completely forgot about it. Again, everybody, the $10,000 account we just sold out for $2,500. It pretty much perfectly sold out at the exact area. So everybody, please sell everything. Let me sell everything on my other accounts. It's not at the peak, but again, screw it. Who cares? 26 pips. Close. Let's go to the next account. So the 3-cent account is currently, ladies and gentlemen, at 5 cents already. That's awesome. So again, we started this account with 3 cents a couple days ago. You're already at 5. We're about to hit 6. On the 50-cent account, we're already at $1.50. We're going to take that account to $5, and then we'll be up 1,000%. And we're going to grow 5, 6 accounts at the same time, just in case we lose one of them. We'll have a bunch more accounts that we could use. That's my favorite way to honestly trade. Trade with multiple accounts at the same time. Each account has its own purpose. Some accounts I'm going to sell for 100%. Some of them I sell for just 20. Obviously, if I'm going to sell for 100%, I had to have a greater expiration. But since this is Forex, there's no expiration. So technically, that's not really a worry. The only thing that's a worry is the margin. So like, let's just say the market, let's just say you fell down to here. I would have lost $6,000 if you fell from here to here. Now, the reason I decided to buy here was because last time I bought a call for Euro, we put the whole entire 10K into the trade here. Actually, was it 12K? I think it was like 10K. So we put 10K into the trade here. Oh, no, yeah. We made that money over here. That was the put play. That's how we turned 10,000 to 1,200. 12,000. And then we didn't play none of this here. We bought a call right here at that circle. We were down 3,000. And then we sold out right here for 2,500. And because you hit the same level that I bought over here, that's the reason why I bought now. Just like with SPY, right? Like, for instance, SPY, we're thinking that if you don't hold the bottom here, tomorrow or Thursday, you're going to massively swing to the upside. And it kind of always looks like a bowl. Like, you know the bottom of a bowl, how it kind of looks like this here? Looks just like this. And then it goes right back up. That's exactly how markets flow. So if you're looking at the bowl right here, it would be kind of like this, right? So that means we could see this fall down and hold somewhere like around here, all along this line, like somewhere around here. And then once we see a hold here again, we can go long again, sell out a little bit lower than we sold out before, like somewhere here. And then you keep, compressing your own trend. Then it falls down again, you buy again, runs up to here, then you sell out right here. And then once you're done with those 3 options, or not options, but trades, at that point, it's kind of like you could take a step back now, let the trends do something crazy again. And then once they do something crazy, then you start to trade the market. Because this is a bigger account. For the smaller accounts, what I'm going to be doing here is just trading back and forth. So you go long here, short here, long here, short here, and you just keep going. Takes you a couple days to, double these accounts, but because we could trade at night, we're just going to be trading this all night tonight. Try to see if we could trade like at least 100 times today. Because it helps with experience, The more trades you get, the better of a trader you become. As long as you're actually taking notes. If you're just trading just to trade and there's no note taking, then yeah, you're just wasting your time pretty much. Not really, because I guess later on, within like a couple months, you could just... I guess so, yeah. It doesn't really matter if you don't do your notes right now. If it takes you a couple months, you'll just end up looking at whatever trades then, and then you'll see what you could have done better in the future, I guess. That's what I did pretty much. Like when I lost all my money in 2021, I didn't look at that account and why I lost that money till almost 2023. Think about that. I was being hard-headed for over a year. I didn't want to look at it. I was like, oh my God, I don't want to see the amount of money I could have made and what I could have bought and what I could have, went on vacation to. And It was just so stupid. It was like I was operating at level 100, and then it's like a brick hit my head, and I was operating at level 5 for like a year straight. Now, because I was operating at a lower level, it allowed me to actually see, the difference. Don't want to relive that trauma. Yeah, I'll be real with you guys. I know my brain, right? I know what I could do. And I also know that the reason why I took that loss and I lost all my money at the time was, it was my fault, of course, right? 100% it was my fault. But I didn't care no more. Really. When I had 100K, I didn't care because I was going to all these dealerships and I was trying to get a car and they were telling me, yo, bro, you got no credit. And I'm like, what are you talking about? My family, they put me on this car. They told me they put my name on this car. I've been paying for this car for over 2 years. They looked at the paperwork. They were like, yeah, your name is not on none of this paperwork. It's just your family's name. You got no credit at all. And I'm like, oh, that's funny. How about insurance? He checked it for me. Insurance as well. I was paying for insurance and it wasn't even under my name. And that's the reality of this world, That's what really made me learn my lesson is you can't even trust the people closest to you. So, yeah, it wasn't nice. It wasn't really fun to learn that. And at that point, I was just like, all right, so you guys are telling me that in order for me to get this car that costs 100K, I got to put in 90% down payment? And they were like, yeah, pretty much. We can't let you do anything else. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened to me. And that's the reason why I don't trust nobody. Because family did that to me. Did they intend to do that? I don't know. Were they trying to make me learn a hard lesson? I don't know. I don't know what the purpose of that was. But regardless, that's not right in my books. And yeah. So imagine me making all this money, me making 100K, and then me telling people that y'all trade for you. I made this person 3,000. I made this person 100. I made that person 10K. I made this person 500. I made that person 700. And I was trading for all of them. I was trading for every single person because nobody wanted to do the work. So I got to a level where it got to a point where like mentally I was just like, nah, yeah, I'm done with all these people. I'm good. I don't even want this money. And then I just pretty much lost it all. It's crazy. But that's how I am as a person. I'm very, very, I'm deep with everything. Because if there's no deepness or depthness to stuff, what's the purpose? I'm not trying to live a mundane life. I'm good. Some people like that. That's their thing. That's not my thing. I like everything fast paced. I like it crazy and chaotic. But at the same time, it has to be logical. It can't be unlogical, Gotta be logical. So yeah, everybody, trust nobody, no man or woman. It's simply a relationship you create. That's kind of what you need to have with people. Respect, not trust. Sorry about my little spiel right there. Sometimes I just gotta let everybody know. If you ever had a situation like that play out, you let me know. And I'll show you what I'm doing to kind of build everything right back. Because my credit score is pretty much, I don't care about credit, honestly. I'll be real with you guys. It's kind of hard-headed. That's the younger me showing itself. But I'm fine with showing that. I'm fine with that. But yeah, I just don't care about credit. But I'm trying to care because I know my family in the future is going to need it. I know what if, my wife or kid wants to get a car. Or even if I have all the money in the world, I still want to build his credit. And if I don't have credit, I can't build their credit, So it's kind of like a repeating cycle that's going to happen unless I fix it. So I kind of have to, Unfortunately. No, but culinary, again, we oftentimes have this conversation where it's kind of like looking at people and blatantly calling out what they're doing and blatantly saying how you should conceptualize people in terms of an idea, right? Like the trust and all that stuff. And it's not deep, honestly. Like the idea of it is deep, but the words being used are supposed to be simple because it's supposed to display the idea in terms of simplicity, you know? You don't trust nobody. It says it in the Bible. It says it in most religious texts. You don't trust no man or woman, point blank. In terms of trusting people to do the best thing and to... I forgot what you call that. It's like being in your job, right? That's what they used to tell me when I used to work at Starbucks. Like if a customer walks into the Starbucks and he brings me a coffee cup and he said, you know, I was here earlier, so I should get a free coffee. And I was at the register and I'm looking at him in the eyes and I'm just like, bro, you were not here earlier. I was the first person at the register today. You did not, order coffee. My manager pulled me to the side and she said, whenever they do that, you just think that they're telling you the truth. Just listen. Just do it. Keep it pushing. And then that's it. Was it right for me to do that? No. But is that how the world is built? Yes. The world is built on looking at people in a way where you're trying to always look for the best in them. And I understand that. I could get that. And I would say that kind of flipped the switch in my brain at that time. So like now I don't look at people and think that, oh my God, they're garbage people. They're all gonna, do me dirty. And no, of course, that's never the first thought in my mind. But the first thought in my mind is that, yeah, I will never trust another person ever again. 100%. You said you went from 0 credit score in 2022 and you're at 750 right now. Honestly, right now, if I'm being real with you guys, I think right now I'm at like 5 something. I was at like 4 something, but I cleared some of it. So right now I'm at like 5 something. I was at 700 in like January. And then because I just gave up on that stuff, it just went straight down to 400. And then it's kind of like equalizing a little bit. And again, it's not because of bad decisions. It's because of me not caring. I just don't care. I used to always make sure I never had a late payment. I used to always make sure I never, paid anything late, or I always paid it early. And yeah, personal reasons. That's all. Personal reasons. But again, that's not good enough to be a leader. I can't say that out loud and be like, I'm just doing that because of this. And then I'm going to sit here and act like I'm going to lead you to victory. That's not what a leader does. A leader has this, unstoppable flame that just takes on any challenge. And again, that's the goal this year. Fix up all of our mistakes. Make sure the next year we're at a better level and we got more potential. Make sure we build a big community full of intelligent individuals who are not trying to look at the short-term money. They want the depthness of life, And yeah. Meet, you said, that's the business I'm building from the ground up. No, yeah, I would love to learn if you have any information on credit. It's not a priority for me, just so you know. My priority is for you guys to actually hit 5,000 by my birthday. I care more about that than anything in the world. You said it's easy to tank the credit score? No, yeah, definitely. But it's also very easy to get it back up. 100%. That's 100%. So you were at 760 when you bought your home last year. You hit 615 and now you're back to 720. I don't like how they do that. Honestly, the whole credit system is absolutely garbage. All in a 3-year span? Now, yeah, see, that's wavy. But like I said, I don't like when I look at my credit and I apply for something and they give me a... What do they call that shit? They give you a mark for like 2 years or for like a year. I forgot what they call it, but I didn't know that. And I was getting marks for having credit cards. So because of that, they were making me 2-year hard inquiry. Yeah, there you go, the hard inquiry. Yeah, like that shit is so stupid to me. You're gonna make me wait 2 years for me to buy something I want? Nah. Nah. Even if I bought a house or I bought a car, you know what I mean? Like a hard pull, yeah. I don't like the idea of that. Always. That's correct, Chris. You always got to seek some type of growth or some type of change. SPY right now, slowly cradling right back down to the low. We're waiting for it to hit 634 so that we could buy a 5-day call. And then for the 0-day stuff, we're about to buy another one here. Why do you always move whenever I talk about you, SPY? We gotta like come up with like a code word for SPY. As soon as we look at it, it's just like, all right, I'm back up. The way you play these games this day is you plot out your cards like long-term plays, and you usually get back funds some ideas and then pay them off before you ever touch interest. Nah, 100%. That's 100% Meech. Like, of course, we all know about how businesses do it. Like, how do the rich always buy stuff nonstop without getting all these inquiries? Obviously, they take credit from their business accounts. Their business accounts have those inquiries, not their actual name. Now, I don't know how much they can have on those accounts, honestly. I haven't got that deep into it, but I know that they do put their hard inquiries on not their personal name. I don't think they ever do that on their name because it limits them, you know? After 325, 327, United Healthcare has a gap fill to 370. Yep. That's one of the next fills that we're trying to look for United. And then after it fills that gap, we're going to be getting some puts again for United. Warren Buffett bought it though. He screwed up everything for us. Pretty much for United Healthcare. If it wasn't for him, that thing definitely would have fell out the sky a little bit more. Or his company, whatever. Berkshire. Credit scores reflect your usefulness in the industry, not the degree of your fiscal. No, I know. It makes sense. It does make sense. But it's just like in America, the way they have the system in terms of credit is absolutely garbage. I was surprised I even got an Apple Card. You know that? That's one of the most surprising things that has ever happened. I got declined for a MasterCard, but I get approved for the Apple one, which is harder to get, I think. I'm pretty sure it's harder to get. That was like one of the positives that has happened. It's like right now I have, I think, 5 credit cards. I have Apple. I have 2 Bank of America credit cards. One for the business, one for mine. So that's 3. I have Discover. I don't have Capital One no more, yeah. So I only have 4 right now. Wait, do I have another one? I think I do have another one. No, I think I just have that. That's pretty much it. I'm trying to look for a nice bank in New York where they give business credit. Not business credit, business loans. Because what I'm planning on doing is I want to take out a loan for my business. For like my business, whatever the hell you call it, credit score or my business score. And I want to be able to take out a loan. I'm going to give them the interest on that loan. I want to see if I could come up with a system with the bank. I don't know if banks do this, but for most banks, they want you to pay your interest off over a year, 2 years, 5 years, because that's how they make their money. Now, if you could just come up with a plan with them where you're just like, all right, I'm supposed to have this loan for a year, 2 years. I'm supposed to pay it back in, 2 years, let's just say. I'm going to pay it back in 6 months. Or if anything, I'm going to pay it back off in a month. But here's the deal. Whatever interest you would have charged me over that course of 2 years, 3 years, I'll still pay it up front as well. So you guys make your money. And that's what I think that's how I want to approach the banks, is my plan. I don't know how that sounds. I don't know if it's going to be the best way to approach them, but I think when you approach them like that and you can at least speak to a higher up in the bank, you might be able to have them potentially fortify a contract for you, or maybe do something for you where you would still pay off that interest even if you pay it off early. And then at that point, you're basically best friends with that bank. Now they only gave you $10,000. You paid it off in 3 months. You threw it into a couple options, 5 months out, 4 months out. Within a month, like, you know what I would do with a loan? This is basically what I would do. If anybody ever takes out a loan and they're going to trade with it, you put in 8,000, like let's say if it's a 10K loan, you put the whole 8,000 into something long-term that you know is oversold, that you know is not going to go down no more. Now, how do you know something is not going to go down no more? News, events, and technicals. You merge them. It's going to be very hard. It's definitely going to make you anxious and emotional. But that's where the planning comes in. You put 8,000 into something. It could be stocks for that matter. It doesn't have to be options. Let's say that 8,000 drops to 7,500. You instantly sell everything, and you take a step back, go back to the drawing board. You should not be dropping down that much. The other 2,000, you're going to be using it for short-term trades, 5 days, 4 days. But you're not going to be throwing the whole thing in. If I have 2,000, I'm only going to be using around 200 max, 150 max, just in case I had to average down and I had to get myself out this hole. So that's how I would go about taking out any type of loans. You never trade with the whole amount. Because guess what I did before? I took out 10,000, and guess what I did? I lost 5,000 in a day. And then the next day ended up doing whatever I wanted to do. Lesson learned. All right, 6:36:48. I am going to have to take a step away from the screen here within like 30 minutes or an hour. I got to contact somebody. And then after that, we'll see what the market wants to do for the rest of the day here. You almost filled half the gap. And then, of course, you fell right back down. We bought another call at the bottom here. Posted that one to the Discord as well. Wait, did I post it here? Let me make sure I posted it. I did post it. Perfect. We posted that one already. You know what level we're going to average down on, which is a lot lower than here still. Actually, wait, we can average down here. Wait a second. Yeah, everybody, we can average down on the first call. So we're going to average down on the first SPY call here. This is perfect. So we got a second SPY call, which is 642 calls, just in case the market wants to run up higher. So now we have insurance for a higher high. We also have the same level that we wanted the market to hit, which is the 641 area. You ended up hitting 640. You're down to 636, which means you could fall to 634, which is where we're going to buy the 5-day call. We're going to spend about $100 on that one, $150. And what else are we going to do right now? Nothing else we're going to do, honestly. If it hits that yellow box right below us, we're going to buy the second option. For now, we're just going to put a limit. I'll tell you what price right now. Just give me 1 second. Do September. I think through September 10th. And then a couple seconds ago, how much this one ran up to? This one ran up to, this one's at 400 on Friday. And when you ran up to $60 this morning. That's not bad, from $17. So from 17 straight to 60. Then we bought another one at 10. And if you shift upwards, if it's a little bit lower, you're only going to go up to maybe like $20 here. If you run up to 638. If you run back up to the high, yeah, these contracts will be at around $70, $80. So we'll be up around like 700%, 800% on those. And then, again, we're not focusing on the downside right now, just due to the levels that you're at. We would like to see this get below 636 so that we can continue playing downside to 634, 633. That's the game plan here. So there is going to be a little no man's land in the center here. You should be at the halfway point now. Let me see. Yeah, perfectly at the halfway point. That's where you held this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's what we did on the bigger scale of things, because today was kind of a fast day. Right here in the morning, we told everybody puts. That's the first idea. Let the market fall to 636 from 637. Then you're going to get a call for it to run up to 640, 641. So the put idea was there. It worked out. Call idea was from down, not down here actually. It was from like right here, right in the middle. That's where we bought the calls. And then you swooped right back up to the high, up 180%. Then you fell down to the purple. We got another $10 option. And then our option became $10, so we averaged down on that one. And then down here, 635. Yeah, that's going to be where we're going to get the 5-day. So get ready, everybody. Let's actually go look at the 5-day contracts now. Actually, we can't because I can't bring up Webull. I might sign into my Thinkorswim account so I could just show you guys the prices there. Because Webull is just being weird. Let's try it one more time. Let's see if we can open up Webull and update it. Let's just go to the settings. Let's go down to here. Check for updates. Install now. Yes. Next. Install. And then if you fall down, yep, 633, 634. Anywhere below this, the market will be falling out the sky, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to be falling straight down to 626 if you get below 633. That's going to be the real put level, you could say. So even when we buy the 5-day contract, you still might go down lower. So how are we going to go against it to make sure we don't end up with a loss for tomorrow or for today? The way we're going to go about doing this is anywhere below here, once you hit this circle, point blank, we're getting a call. Anywhere below it, you're just going to hop into puts at dedicated times. So like 3 o'clock, 2:30, 2 o'clock. When you buy the 200 moving average, of course, tomorrow, because this still has to fall down massively. If you run up to the 200, that would be, that would be so funny. The gains are going to be out of this world. That would literally turn into like a 2,000% gain now for those contracts because we averaged down. Yeah, this is going to be insane. Just like how we wanted Friday to crash, you literally fell down to the level that we wanted you to fall down to. So the puts that we were buying last week for 636, we took a nice little loss on those. We're going to add it up in a few here. We just got to go back to the option, see how much we spent on it. So we took a nice little loss on those on Friday because we were holding them. You're up a good amount. You kind of, I think you doubled or tripled. I could be wrong, but I believe you doubled and tripled. I got to check the pictures. Like in the morning. But then it just didn't want to go down lower. You did not want to hit 636 or 640. And then if you look at it today, there you go. So for next week, what are we going to do differently? Just play bigger options a little bit further out. That's the only thing we can do, ladies and gentlemen. Because you only filled a quarter of the range, if we're being real, in terms of the gap. You didn't fill half of it yet. You almost filled half. You stopped at that 1/4 point. So next time you run up, you're definitely going to run up to 642.80 here. Right in the middle to fill 3/4 of it. And then you might fall again to the low. And then you're going to run up to the top. And then fill the rest of it. And then fall down again potentially to a new low. Going down a little bit lower. Because that's normally what you do for all the gaps. Like for instance, if I'm showing you this page here. Ladies and gentlemen, what does this say in terms of the bottom here? Take a picture if you can. Again, everybody should take a picture of this, please. When you have a gap, you tend to do 5 things. You'll drop and run to the start of the gap. And then to a new high, new low. What does that mean? That means, for instance, let's just say right here in the morning. You were right here. You would fall outside of it. So you would continue to fall. And then you would run back to the start. Before you go down even lower. So let me draw it out for you. It will be something like this. You go from here, fall down to here. You run up to here, and then you go down lower. So that's how gaps can kind of turn out. That's the only way it can go against you. Now, in terms of a gap fill, when you're filling the gap, how does it happen? You'll fill 1/4 of the gap, which is basically going from here to a little bit lower than where we went. Then you'll fall back down to the start. You'll go down a little bit lower. Then you're going to fill half of the gap. So you would do that. And then you would still go down a little bit lower. And then you fill 3/4 of the gap, which is basically like around here. And this time, you don't go lower. This time, the trends could switch up. It could change. But yes, if it's doing the same thing again, yes, you would go lower. Oh, what in the world was that? You would go lower. And after you go lower, then you would run to the top. And I know it's getting annoying. But yes, you would fill the rest of the gap and then still go lower. And once you go to like the middle of it, if not the bottom again, now you could break out. So there's like 5-6 trades here in terms of filling the gap. Some days you just fill the whole thing first try. You just go straight up to the top and then you fall down. But the one thing that's certain is that if you, let's just say you have a gap, right? And you focus on puts at the halfway point, just cheap ones. And then you focus on another put at the top, which is 646. You're going to condense the amount of trades that could go against you, you know? You bought a small 639 call. Excellent. Excellent. Just make sure it's only one. Don't average down yet. Just in case more value is going to be killed here. We'll just average into a new trade, honestly. At like 1 o'clock, we'll buy something new. And make all the losses free with just one trade. That's the benefit of only trading one contract at a time. We can always quickly make it back. Now, why are we trading one contract at a time? It's because, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the best way to learn how to become a consistent trader, you know? This is the best way, everybody. Got to go light. And then with the 5-day contracts, I'm sure you see it. Whenever we got into a 5-day contract, I usually get a lot of them. It's like 3 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them, 10 of them. Just depends on the price. You know what's crazy? I still haven't got water yet. Give me 1 second, everybody. Let me go grab some water real quick. I'm feeling parched. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the goalpost. This is goalpost number 1. Let me switch the screens. Actually, no, I don't have to switch it. It's right here. So if I move this line here, boom, red line, right? Now, since you came from the top of it, and you just came from the yellows, which is, of course, the midpoint, that means this red line, technically, in this scenario right now, just in this scenario, because you fell down on top of it, that's going to be a green line now. It's not actually going to be the red line. Before it was red because, of course, this is the bottom of the new lines that we copied on top. However, again, since you're falling from another set of lines back down to these, we would like to see you hold here. So this is where we're going to buy our 5-day option. Just got to give this another 5, 10, 15 minutes. The 5-day option that we're looking for is going to be... not actually 5 days, it's going to be 6-day. So again, it's going to be a 6-day call. And we're looking for a run up to 650 now. These calls are pretty cheap. They're only around $30. 6 days out. However, it's obviously going to be a bit of a run here for us to get back to 650. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to chop it up into 2 different plans. The first plan is going to be a 6-day contract. It's a little bit cheaper, like a 650, 655. And then we're going to go with a 10-day contract. And we're going to try to see if we can get something in the 640s for you to run right back. That's only about $6. Currently, they cost around $470, so they're a little pricey. Let's check the 9-day calls. The purpose of these is basically we want to claim at least a quarter of the next run up to the 1/8 point. So like basically if I go to this chart right here, real quick. Let's fix this here. Perfect. Let's zoom out for a second. I think that was that a new box? Why did I draw this box? Oh, that was from the market low, I'm assuming. Was it from the market low? Yeah, I'm not too sure why I drew this. It would be to here to here. So everybody, where you closed that on Friday, you just are doing an equal reaction right now. So if you hold here, it's all right. We got some cheap contracts already. If you want to do something more dramatic, right here, everybody, 633, 634, that's what we're looking for. And if you want to break out, of course, you have to get below 633, right? Because that's the halfway point. So technically, this whole entire week is still bullish ever since you hit it last time on the 20th. That's actually over a week now. It's about almost 2 weeks now, right? Because I think it was a Monday. No, Thursday, the Friday. The Monday was over here. Yeah, it was middle of the week. That's what it was. And then this is last Wednesday. Last Monday was a nice uptrend. And then a drop towards the end of the day. You went lower on Monday. And then on Tuesday, you started swinging up right back towards those highs. And then what did you do middle of Tuesday? The middle of Tuesday, you started... So you had some good downtrends. And then you kept running up towards the end of the day. Wednesday, you pretty much did the same thing as Tuesday. But you followed it with an even greater drop. But this was due to earnings, so we're not going to really count that. We can only count this drop right here, which is 645. So from Wednesday to Thursday, you only dropped a tiny bit. And then from Thursday to Friday, you had a new high. And right back down into a new low. So it's following that consistent idea that we made a couple months ago. It just keeps pretty much duplicating it throughout different times, different patterns. But the one thing that's for sure is, as long as you just keep drawing these weekly boxes, just like how we are right now. Like for instance, the new weekly box, if you're trying to look for more upside, would be a drop from here. You would take this box to the high. So let's turn on the magnet tool. Snap it right on top just like that. That's the current low. So the current midpoint now is 642.80. If you go down to 633, the midpoint's going to drop to about, let's see, it's probably going to drop to 641, if not 640, like 80. So you might drop around $2 in terms of the midpoint, just depending on where you drop here, because obviously if I go like this, as you can all see, that was actually almost perfect. Oh, never mind. No, it wasn't. It was 70 cents off. Close. But if you fall down below the line again, just a little bit below it, then that would actually be perfect. Actually, no, that would still need to go down a little bit lower, so I'm guessing like right there. Yeah, about right there. So that's how much you need to fall for you to then run right back up to the new midpoint. So this is how you predict the future now, right? It's because we obviously know how the markets react. We know that they always want to run to the midpoint. So if you could predict where the market would actually stop falling at, right? And the way you would predict that is just by measuring what you did above this line here, right? Then you take this box, put it right to the bottom of it for the equal reaction. And yeah, perfectly lines up with this line here, the midpoint, 633.15. But obviously, if you're going to hit the midpoint when you already hit it before, the problem is you might not run up no more. Does everybody understand that? Because you already hit this point over here. There's no need for you to hit 633 again, technically. So in theory, let's go back to number 4 on the reversal points. In theory, until you hit number 4 on the reversal points, right around this bottom range down here, that's when we're going to get into the calls. However, that's when the market's also going to be showing you that it wants to now change directions. So during the same moment in which a market is in the unknown, or you could say inside of no man's land, right? Which is where you're at right now. Whenever the market's in that type of a situation, like it's basically what no man's land means is both sides are confused. Both sides of the board are now starting to be worried. And that's not going to happen till you get below 633. So what occurs is if you can actually be the person that buys there when everybody's like, I don't know if I should buy, or let's just say they do buy. They buy the call side, but then they double back and they also buy the put side. They buy a straddle. You keep getting these arrangements of psychological warfare with everybody, and it just allows you to have the best prices. Because if the market holds at that point, because it's all a what if, right? It can hold above the line, which is where you're at right now. It can hold a little bit below the line, which is where you might fall to in a few here, which is where we're going to buy the 5-day call. That's the reason why we're not buying it right now, like right away, is because we want to literally buy this at the bottom of the trend, like at the absolute bottom, because you're probably going to consolidate there for a second. It's 12 o'clock, so it could be a fast move, you know. That's why I'm kind of watching this here. I'm just like, all right, the second it hits number 4, that's it, we're in. Remember, we're going to buy the cheap one first. That's going to be the rule. And then after we buy the cheap one, we'll wait around 30 minutes. We'll see if you start bouncing up to number 3, then you fall back down to number 4. Contract should still be at a cheap price at that point for the 10 days and for the 6 days. So, again, we're going to get the cheap one first, just to make sure we are priced in for the market to run back to that new high, which is our main idea right now. Is that, think about it, if Thursday made you fall from the top, and after you hit a new high, you then hit a new low, it's kind of funny. It always happens that way, you know? So you can automatically now start to create a mental image of what can happen next here. And in terms of what can happen next, is as easy as this, ladies and gentlemen. If you manage to fall from this very important point, which was 647, and you got as low as 635, which is currently the low, measure it again from that 647 point. Take this box, put it right on top. SPY can now run up to 659 now. So the same time it took you to fall down, which was only 1 day, 2 days, pretty much, within 2 days, you could be already at 660. So that's why I'm trying to explain that the 6-day contracts for 650, they are far, but they are not that far. They're not at the top of the range, which is all the way up here. We're simply playing for this to run to here, which is nothing. That's not even the new midpoint. It's around the quarter point, actually. So yeah, in theory, it is a large move. It is crazy. Sounds absolutely insane. But when you look at the technicals, just makes it sound right. Makes it look logical. You can actually break it down properly and give itself some type of a structure, like some type of a backbone. Because if there's no structure, if you're looking at just this right here, what do you even look for? Highs and lows, bits of consolidation, right? Like, what do you actually look for? There's so many different things you could look at. So that's why having, again, these charts is very important, because they require my brain to do less work, honestly. Okay, so let's take a look at these other companies. Let's put our order in for the 650. These should be worth around $30, $33. If you could just fall down just a tiny bit more. This morning they were at, what is this? So they went from $40 to $84 for the 650 calls. So $46 to $84. And then right now you're sitting at $30. $46. And you went to 80. And then right now you're sitting at 36. So yeah, you could probably definitely drop to 30 flat. So we could buy 2 of them for $30. And the goal is going to be to sell both of these for, like I said before, the ranges clearly state that within 2 days you could be right back at 660. So if that's the case, half of it's going to be from here to, how much is 660? That's $5. That's $25. What's half of $25? That's like $12.50. So $12.50. So the low is 634 right now, plus $12.50. That's going to equal 646, 647.40. If you drop down a little bit lower, it would actually equal like 647 flat. So 647 run up would cause these contracts to switch 1 strike, 2 strikes. So yeah, this contract could be worth around 120 to 240. That's how much these calls could be worth. And again, we're trying to think about the market in the future. Obviously, the trends look bearish, the trends look negative, the trends say one thing in terms of the short-term picture, but that's not what we're looking at right now. We're looking at the middle picture, which is like the last 5 days, the last 3 days, because that's what today is going to mostly go off of. It's kind of like an EMA, you know. EMAs, when you break down the actual construct of them, how it's made and how it's actually coded, it works on the most recent day. So like right now, according to today's price action, the EMAs are going to tie directly to that. And then in terms of yesterday's price action, instead of it now being the main thing, like let's say yesterday, as soon as you hit 12 o'clock or like the beginning of the day at 9:30, that day was like 50% important in terms of the EMAs. The day before it, which was of course Thursday, was like, you could say 25%. The day before that, which was Wednesday, I'm sure everybody here is going to be like, all right, is it going to be half of that? And the answer is yes. It would be around only 12%. So again, 50 plus 25, that's 75, plus 12, right? That's 87. And then the next day would, of course, get smaller. This day right here would be like 6, if not like 2 to 4%. And then you would just average into the rest of the trades, the trends here. So within like, you could say a 1 to 2, maybe a 3-week horizon is how the EMAs are looking at your 0-day price action. It could be a little higher than that as well. I think day number 1 is higher than 50%. I think like today would be like 60 to 70%. And then by the time it hits like 7 days out, the EMAs just don't care about that price action no more. Now for the moving average, it pays attention to the last 200 days equally. Not like the EMAs where it's a percentage per day, where like today is, obviously the highest percent. So that's why the EMAs are so important to short-term price action. It's because it's literally the quickest thing that moves with them. In terms of course, the averages, right? See you later, Mikey. Remember, everybody, post your notes whenever you get an opportunity here. We're going to be looking at some of those notes within the next 30 minutes to an hour here. We're just waiting for the SPY to make its move so that we're watching it. Just in case it happens too quickly. We don't want to miss it. All right, let's just watch it here. We have all of our insurance plays for the calls. So just in case the market just viciously runs up again today. And then Thursday, we're going to do the same thing. So Wednesday, we're going to try to play the consolidation. Like back and forth, back and forth. And then on Thursday, we're going to try to see if we can get some insurance plays. Just get them all over the place. Spend like $10 here. Have reversal 1. If it drops down to 2 on Monday, or not Monday, but on Thursday, we'll spend like $20, $30. If it drops to number 3, we'll spend like $60. If it drops to number 4 and 5, we'll spend like $120. And we'll average into the day in terms of the upside. Because like I said, if you're below the 200 moving average and you're this far below it, tomorrow is definitely going to be some type of consolidation. Because what happens every single time you get above the 200 moving average or you get near it? Now, this is the 15 minute, so we're not going to look at this one. Let's switch it to the 5 minute. And you'll see what I'm saying here in a second. It's kind of funny. It's like real funny, actually, when you think about it like this. It shouldn't work like this, but again, it still does work like this. All right, now you're freezing. Let's go ahead and refresh this. Okay. So we gotta go to the 5 minute. And then on the 5 minute, like I told you all before, you see how you like drop out the sky and now you're really far from it? Now at this point, from here to here, if you measure this, bring it from one of the lows to a high. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay, so like I was saying before, measure the 200 moving average at any one of these points. So like right here to right here, it's $2.60. If you keep bringing this down, look at right here to here. Right here to here, you have even a bigger drop straight down to here, which is $4. Keep bringing it down, and that looks to be like the biggest it's went beneath it. Take this, put it to the next day. If you take that, you would see that obviously this next day went a little bit further down. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to leave it there, copy it back to here, and duplicate it one more time. And again, it's not perfect, but I'm not looking for perfection with this right now. What I'm looking for is direction, not perfection. So once you hit the midpoint of this next box down here, it swings viciously and you do an equal reaction upon the 200 moving average move. Does everybody see that? So like look at right here in terms of the boxes. Look at where you stop falling and then look at where you stop running up. That right there is $6 of upside. It was just an equal reaction. So if you look at the next day and you take the same box, which is when it fell below the 200 moving average the most viciously, and you put this here, first thing you're going to start to realize is that it's not falling as much no more. Before the previous day, you had this big of a drop, which was $6.83. And now this next day, you're falling nowhere near that. In fact, you're just falling to the previous day's midpoint because that's how price action works. The last day is always the most important for the next day. So that means for today, the most important data is from Friday. That's how we're basically visualizing the market into the future, is because using Friday's data plus today equals tomorrow. Basically, that's how you want to look at it. All right, we're up 12% on the $4 account. This is going to be so funny. It's not going to be fair. Honestly, this is not going to be fair, but I thought about doing something real funny today. And it was, we're trying to see if we could time the bottom of that trend, just like last time over here when you were V-shaping like right back up, or U, like it's kind of like more like a U. And this time we're trying to get it even better. And I think we're doing a really good job. But the funny reality is today, because of that $4 account, if you swing to the upside here, that $4 account is going instantly to $250. So I'm just letting everybody know, if this market actually goes higher than the top of the day, this new account I just started is going to already be a quarter of the way to 1,000 from $4 in one day. Which means tomorrow we got to try to get the same gain. It's going to be a lot harder, obviously, because that's going to be like a 6,000% gain from here to up there. $4 all the way to $200, or like I'm thinking it's 200, not 250. That would be actually like only 3,000. I think 400. I got to do the math again, but so that's 3,400 for upside. I'm trying to think of options that are going to make me break my record. My record right now is 5,000% this year. 5,000, like 500%. We had that on the SPY in January. Towards the end of January, going in, was it going into February? No, it was January 26. Let's double check just to make sure. January 26 was when you had that big drop, right? Yes, January 26th, 27th, yeah. So that's when we had the 5,000% here. And last night, let me see something. Let me look at the puts from last night. Did they go up that much just because of that drop right there? Because if that's the case, then we could do that next time as insurance. Just throw in like $10. Let me see here. The 635 puts that expire today. On Friday, how much were they? On Friday, they were only $10? That's not bad, everybody. $10, and then you opened up at 150 today. So that's times 15. 1,500%. But think about it, everybody. Is that my record? Nope. Not even close. So how about this option? This one went from 10 to 100. That's even less. How about this one? Why were they all at 10? It's like everything was sitting at that same low. Alright, this is ridiculous. Why was everything at $10? I think it was consolidating so much it was probably just killing that value for the next day. That's so weird. See, this one was not $10. This one was $7. So yeah, you didn't even... Yeah. Even if we played the downside last night, we would have not broken our record. So we're trying to break it again, but I don't think we're going to need the same move. I don't think we are, because as I remember correctly, those options, they were at $20 when we first started buying into it, and we were buying them for Monday. We knew the market was going to potentially fall down to the midpoint, like right here, because you ran up way too viciously in January. So I told everybody, I was just like, all right, you're at the high. Let's just play for the midpoint. Let's do it one day out. If it doesn't work, we'll wait another couple days, and then we'll get a 7-day to like a 30-day. Because before you ran up, like right down here, everybody had a 30-day call. So everybody was insanely profitable by the time you hit here. So I was just like, all right, the safest thing we could do here is just claim profit and just literally throw in $20 to $25 into the downside. So it was working. You made a good amount of money, but I think you, for some reason, you lost it this day, if I remember correctly. Unless we bought it this day, that could have been the case as well. I gotta double check. I don't know if we bought it on Thursday or we bought it up here. It makes more sense if we bought it on Thursday and it was losing value the next day, as compared to us buying it here and then it losing value. Because that's not enough. Because think about it. From here all the way to here, that's like 10 hours. Because you have to include the pre-market and after hours. So you had to include this into the trend here, right? If you were buying a put here, by the time you hit here, it doesn't matter what 0 day you have, as long as it's actually... Let me see, how much did you move? 610 to 607? Not yet. All the 0 days, ever, from the opening price, they all went up. Because you could tell, if the market went down or above, like $4 to $5 from the opening price or around 4, all the options that opened that were 4 strikes out, which is like, you know, the always like the $10 contract I would have you guys buy, the $10 to $12 contract. That means that contract went up to at least 30 to 40% just by me looking at this minimum. Probably went up 100 to 200% towards the end of the day here. They always tend to do that. But the thing that I'm trying to explain to you right now is if I bought a put here after we just played a 30-day put, and I'm not trying to get another put right now. I just want to stay with this. The next day you opened up, and I think you hit 250, like $250, $260, but we sold it for around 220, 230. And yeah, then we just played a 5-day call. We sold it on Wednesday, somewhere around here. If not, we might have sold it on Tuesday. And then I think on Thursday we bought a put. Then Friday you went higher. We averaged down on that put. Fell down the same day. We sold the put by here. Kept one runner. Sold that one on Monday. All just because last week before that we played puts on Friday to Monday. So we literally just copied and pasted it. You guys know how I am with that. It's always a psychological thing the market does for some reason. And then this Friday as well, of course, you already know, we played the puts again. But we bought those puts this day right here. We bought 603 puts on like 606. And you ended up hitting 649. I think I was at the airport when I was selling this. Yeah, I was. Because I bought the puts on Thursday and I took my flight on Friday. Yeah. You know what's the most annoying thing was when I was on that trip? It's actually a positive that occurred, but all these trends were really garbage when I was on my trip. I came back by here. That was like, I was just on that trip for like that long right there. And yeah, the first day was absolutely terrible, Monday. And then Tuesday was better. And then you got that crazy drop out the sky, but I don't think I had you guys play anything here. I don't think I told you guys to do anything here. If anything, we probably played the consolidation back, you know, like back and forth. And then over here, going into Tuesday, from this Tuesday, it was mostly an uptrend. And then this Tuesday had a downtrend and then an uptrend, which was very similar to what day here? Let me see. Was this similar to another day up here? I would say since the trend started changing here, it's not going to be as similar to trends over here. So the way we could have traded that trend better, now that I'm thinking about it now, because I don't think I was trading like this when I was on that trip. But actually, no, I probably was. Because think about it. If we bought puts on Friday, we bought puts this Friday, and we bought puts here, we were definitely trading with that idea here. So if you look over here, Monday was down, then up, and then Tuesday went higher. So if we look over here, Monday was down. Okay, so Tuesday went higher. So you started shifting like right here already. That's how you could tell. Because look at this. And then look at this. And then now let's go to the one that happened beforehand. Monday you were dramatically running up. Monday you kind of ran up pre-market. Then over here you ran up during the day. Then the next time you didn't run up on Monday at all. You kept falling to Wednesday. So it's like these things you have to pay attention to because they tell you what's happening with the bigger picture. Like for instance, if last Monday and this Monday are not the same thing, it tells me last Tuesday and this Tuesday are not going to be the same thing. Meaning what happened last time the trends changed. So like, for instance, Friday here was red, right? So we thought that this Friday here was going to be red. Because we thought when we played puts here, this Friday was red. However, if you look, you know, a couple days prior to that, this Friday you're really green. So it's like these characteristics that you have to be able to sell, because if you keep going past that, eventually you're going to find another Friday where it was close to the peak, which I believe was, it was kind of basically this day. You started falling from here and then you kind of opened up right there, fell. But was it FOMC that we were next to? Let me see. Was it here? Thursday, Friday you ran up. So yeah, this Friday you ran up. And then after this, we'll look at the SPY's price action right now. I just kind of want to break this down a little bit more. Let's go take a look at the other account here. SPY options, 641, we're at 7 here. And then for the 642s, you're at 450. So we're still up on those. We're going to give it a second. All right, so what we're looking for and what we're trying to explain now is you had a red trend here, red trend here, red trend here. If you look at Monday, it was obviously running up into Wednesday or Tuesday. And then you fell down on Wednesday, and then you went up to Friday and then fell. Look over here. You ran up towards, again, Wednesday, Tuesday actually, and then you fell, and then Wednesday started running up much more higher. So right there, since you got that drop on Tuesday, what we should have said on this Monday here, and I'm not too sure if I said that, because we weren't recording anything live, I just had trades. I'm pretty sure it was really good trades, honestly. I think we were literally doing absolutely amazing here. I don't think we had really any losses, if I remember correctly. If anything, we might have taken a loss. Actually, no, we did take a loss. I remember. We had the $1,000 account, and it dropped to around, I think, 760. That was the loss around here. Because I remember we were up like 6,000% my first day of the trip. And then midway through it, I dropped to, I think, 1,000 and something, 2,000% I was up. Why did that happen? I can't really say. Because I don't think it was because of the spot. Oh, Tesla. It was Tesla. That's what it was. We lost we made 250 on Tesla, and we literally just lost it again, like right around the same time. That was like right before we came back from our trip. But yeah, this is going to be a learning lesson, because if I ever leave again, I got to make sure I break down what I did last time on that trip to make sure that we, you know, do like 100 times better this time. Let's go back to the short-term chart here. Did you fall to number 4 yet? Still not yet. You held at that same level we were referring to about an hour ago. Remember, we told everybody earlier when you hit the top of 639, 640, that the market could shift right back down to the same area it's at. And we're going to document this, because now I have a new plan here. You guys are going to like this. It's going to be insane, I'm telling you. It's like, imagine this. It's like you're in a safari right now, and you're behind like a caged door, and you're just driving through all the wildlife, trying to acknowledge how the wildlife treats each other, trying to acknowledge how the environment is, where's the food, where's the water, come up with potential reasons as to, you know, why this species is potentially having more issues than that species in terms of its environment. There's so many things that you can draw the conclusion to, you know? You could literally draw like a whole map as you're out there just watching everything occur around you. As long as you're not getting emotional. Once you start getting emotional, it's over. All that stuff goes out the window. There's no documenting, there's no planning. And it's kind of like, I don't blame you guys whenever you have that feeling occur. Because I remember when that thing used to happen to me every single day, you know, it was absolutely extreme to deal with, because nobody around me would be able to understand. So I understand when you guys feel like that, or if you feel frustrated and you don't want to do your notes, but just recognize it's kind of like the evil of the world making you have a loss and making you emotional, so you don't do your notes, so you can't go further. That's how I think of it. And nothing is going to tell me what to do. That's also how I think. Especially when I'm being ethical, logical. Because it's hard to build a foundation like that. One has to put a lot of time into that. Which I hope everybody here is doing, of course. Making sure you're having your own discords, filling it up with the information that I teach you, so that this information lives on forever. For you, of course. And then, you know, your families or whatever. Whoever. Doesn't really matter, I guess. But we're still waiting here. We'll give the market an opportunity. Are these options at $30? Maybe they're dropping a little bit lower now for the 6-day contracts. The 1 days are still pretty terrible. Definitely could make some money off of the 1 days here. I can see the trend switching up on those already. And how about the 2-day contracts? Let's click 637. In the morning, you ran from 300 to 515. Yeah, like that would have been an awesome play with a big account. Like a 2-day contract this morning. How about the 6-day contract? No, actually, 3-day. Let's look at the 3 days. For 6, this morning you open up at 637. You fell to 636. So let's say we got a 638 call 3 days out. This one went from 388 up to 570. That's not bad. That's a little bit over 50%, I believe, right? Yeah, it's about 50%, you could say. So the 2-day contracts, 3-day contracts, and the 1-day contracts went up about, the 1 days went up 100%. The 2 days went up about 60 to 70. And the 3 days only went up about 50. So that means the 7 days probably only went up around like 20 to 30%. Let's double check. So 645 call this morning was at, today is flying by. It's already 12:30. So 180 and then you went to 280 right there at the top. So 180, 280. That's for the 7-day. That's still pretty good, actually. That's like 40 to almost 50% as well. For these calls, you would have had to spend 150, right? You would have bought it for 180. You would have spent it. Actually, no, yeah. So you would have spent it. You would have bought it for 180, and you would have sold it for 280 days, for a 7-day call this morning. So even the 7-day calls get rapidly swung in the morning. I haven't been looking at that actually. How about the 14-day contracts in the morning? These cost 312 right now. But in the morning, how much they cost? I might just have you guys start trading these contracts. Same time we're trading the 0 days. That's what I'm thinking right now. 370 to 450. That's still a really good price. Because if you get 2 of them, 3 of them, you're easily selling this for 20%. Which is going to be, if I have $1,200, right? I would buy 3 of them, right? 369. Obviously, because it costs 360, you're not just going to be able to get 4 of them. So you would get 3 of them. I have $1,200. That's minus 900. Means I can't average down, of course, unless these contracts drop straight down from 300 to like $30 or $5. So that's going to be a kind of like a bloody week where you're just going to have to just be patient. Let it kill all the value. Especially when you can't average down. You do not average down at $50 or $100. You would only average down at like 30 or 15 or 5. So if we spend, again, 900, let's just say 1,000 with all the extra costs. Actually, it will be 1,100. So around 1,100. You would then sell this for, let's see, 450. So that's 90, 90, 90, 90, 180, 270. So that would be like around 20%, 25%, which is not a bad trade. That's pretty much what you want to be doing here. So yeah, I think what we should do here, it's all coming back to me now. I remember now. Because there was a time period where I was just trading 14-day contracts and 10-day contracts and 20-day contracts, and I wasn't trading any 0 days. And I'm realizing the momentum is still moving the same thing from 3 years ago. It's literally the same thing. The first move of the day moves the contracts the most. The next move of the day, as long as it's larger, will still move it up a little bit more. So like, for example, let's just say the beginning of the day you opened up at $60 and then you ran up to 120. Because you fell down lower, those contracts should be at $30 right now. Logically. They should not be at $60 or anywhere near that. Even as you're running up right now. Not until you get above that point and then get above like the 9 or 13. And then that momentum's going to start slipping back in. If that makes sense. So because you're a little bit lower, more theta has obviously killed the contract. Which means now you need a bigger move in order to go up the same amount. So, the most important thing you need to learn as a trader is that the second move is usually the last move of the day. Usually. It just depends on if this market has a lot of momentum inside of it right now. You're still not at 633, so it's not crashing. It's not falling out the sky yet. It started to fall out the sky. Just about, 2 days of you dropping, you already fell down pretty much. How much do you fall down now? $15. So that's about $7.50 each day. Of course, what you would be able to now do with this information is use the top and bottom to see how the market could, still fall out the sky. So like, let me show you how you would do that real quick. Let's go get a clean chart here. It looks like I already started to do it. So this is your current range from when you actually hit the top to the current bottom, right? It's a little bit lower actually, like right there. You would then take this box, put it right below it, and that's how far the market could drop here, which is kind of funny. Is right next to my other points. So yes, if the market does fall below our current low of the day, or actually no, you wouldn't use this today because you made it today. So you wouldn't use, you could still use it, but the bottom is technically not done yet until the day is over. Then I can actually use this box for tomorrow. Does that make sense? So like, for example, the only box that I could create here is this one and then duplicate it. That's the only thing I could use for today. And it is working out pretty nicely. Like right now you're at the 1/4 point. So if you do run up here, you could, you fell from this 1/4 point. So it is still doing equal reactions upon this box. So there is price action that's going off of it. Did my phone just die? Oh God. Give me 1 second. Let me turn this on. I remember that actually happened to me once. The market hit the level I was waiting for like 4 hours, 3 hours. It was before I was teaching, by the way. So I was waiting for this level the whole entire day. I was so sure it was going to hit this. I was listening to YouTuber trade. I had a couple people on at the same time. And I was just ignoring everybody. I was like, no, this is going to work. This is going to work. This is going to be what the market's doing. And it did it. But my phone died the same exact time I was trying to buy my contract because I started overthinking it. If I would have actually bought and pressed send at that moment, by the time my phone turned on, I would have sold for my account being double. So, because I used my whole entire account, that's what I was planning on doing because it was a far level. I was avoiding trading the whole entire day just so I could wait for that, the best level. And it's always harder to do that because you can't always predict that. That's like the hardest thing to predict. It is possible. Don't think it's not possible. It is actually possible to predict exactly where the market stops at every single day. It's just you gotta use a lot of charts and brain power, honestly. Like for instance, me looking at the low here, I know the market, wants to run back to 637. So that means if we fall to the fourth reversal point, the first option that I'm going to be buying is potentially for a 637 or 638 if it's more expensive. Because I know that's the most probable area for you to run back to. Because it does it every day. Take, for example, over here. Measure Friday. Go to the low down here. If you bring this box... Actually, let me just use this one. It's easier to use this one. So again, measure the top, measure the bottom, just like that. Bring it over. Look where the market hit by the end of the day. Go to this day over here. Go to the bottom. Go to the top. And as you could see, it did double the first move. So if you would have took this first move here and had this double to top, you can also double it as well. And it also gives you where the market's going to potentially run to. Just like over here, it kind of did the opposite. So you need to learn how to basically create boxes in a way where when you have a small move and you double it, that's basically the bigger move. It's either going to stop at the halfway point or the full point. But if you already have the big move first, right, you then would measure that and then look for the halfway point. These tend to be easier to deal with. These tend to be the harder things to predict. But I'm sure you all remember we actually predicted this running up the whole entire day here, which was last Thursday. So that was kind of cool. That was fun. We also did it over here as well. And then Tuesday we had, that crazy day. And then Monday was the annoying day last week. Kind of like the same thing like today. It's pretty good though. First drop was good. First uptrend was really good. It was 180%, which means the downtrend was most likely around 250, 300%. We're going to check that in a second when my phone turns on. But yeah. Now what we're doing is we're waiting for the market to just kill value till about 1 o'clock, where we could possibly see it hit reversal point number 4. Because remember, reversal points, what's the difference between this and all my other charts? Each trading style has its own level of importance. The reversal points basically depict where the market's going to want to run up that day. And the reason why is because it measures things with a baseline of a certain dollar amount, which is how much the SPY normally moves per day up and down before it starts to slow down for the rest of the day. Because that was my first one when I was trading, when I was 21. First thing my brain thought was, all right, if a market moves up and down, there has to be a certain amount that it normally does up and down every single day before it slows down. Because some days I see it's only moving $1.50. So if I was holding something far out, I would have lost all my money. This day, it does something crazy big, but I would have only gotten to a short contract there. I would have sold out early. So how do I actually know when to hold and when to, continue kind of doing something that's opposite of that, which is just holding for a short time, just scalping. So how do I know the difference between holding something a couple of days, few hours, or just a few minutes? And the first thing I would tell you is, of course, it just depends on your frame of, the structure. So for our frame, for our structure, it's based off of 0-day moves. So that same day. That's why this is the most important chart, because it contains the most information. Not even just information. It took me the most time to create, and it took me the most data to run through. Like I'm telling you guys, I had to go back to the beginning of time, and I had to go to the Weibo chart and look at it on the 15-minute, because Weibo allows you to look at. And by the way, this is the reason why I don't like TradingView charging you money for looking at historical data, is because Weibo allows you to go on the 15-minute and look at basically every single year. You just got to take your time scrolling. It takes a long time, I'm not going to lie to you, but with TradingView, I hate how they charge you for that. I don't think that's right, because it just makes it so that you can't see that trend on the 15-minute, which is the most important thing. That's the only way for you to actually build a trading style. So they actually limit the amount of data you could see on purpose, just so you don't get that smart, basically, unless you got money. That's how I feel when I see something like that. Maybe I'm just being dramatic though, right? Who knows? Who knows? I think TradingView, I think they also have a stock. By the end of the year, we'll see what we could do. If we could find somebody to code, so if anybody here knows anybody that codes, just let me know. Because I want to build a website better than TradingView and make it a quarter of the price. Because that right there is a good business too. Who wouldn't mind paying a quarter of the price for a really nice charting platform that has a really nice UI? I think nobody would mind. And that's how you're supposed to try to build businesses. I don't know. That's how I look at it. As long as it's right and you're killing a couple birds with one stone, I feel like you're on the right track, honestly. What is this? Why does Google keep blasting me with notifications? What is going on here? Did something happen to one of my accounts? Let me check something real quick. They keep calling me and texting me. Google, that's what I'm saying, like what? And it's not a scam account, it's the Google, whatever manager thing I have. Because I was going to use that one to give people my phone number, but then it just kept being ridiculous, like it wasn't working when the people on the Discord were calling me. So I just gave everybody my phone number. If SPY keeps running up, depending on how fast it runs up, I'm gonna run away from you guys. So you guys had to deal with the market by yourself. I'm just letting you know. So if it actually does not run up, if it's slow and it keeps falling down, I'll make sure I stay close by. If it starts running up viciously, I want to give you a problem to deal with so that you could become better as a whole. Now make sure every single time you make profit, the next time you put money back into the market, it's always going to be less. So if I made, let's just say on the first play, it was, I think, how much did I make? $70? That means the next time I traded, I would have only used around like $20 to $30. And then after that, let's say it didn't go my way, I would average down for around $5 to $10. Just like that. Just go cheaper every time. It always works. You said there was a Google hack recently, reported recently, and it comes through as Google notifications. You came across this news on yesterday, so check. Nah, yeah. I think I changed my password not too long ago, but if they had a recent breach, yeah. There has to be a way to control, like, to literally make an unstoppable, unhackable type of solution for these companies so people could stop having data breaches. There has to be a way. And I'm thinking it's going to be with the blockchain. To me, the only importance that the blockchain has ever established in terms of crypto is security. That's the only thing I see it as. It's one of the most secure things, you know, has ever been created. There's probably more secure things like those offline keys. I have no idea what they call them. Cold storages, whatever. Cold storage, hot storage. I don't even know who named it that, but no, yeah, those things. I guess that would still be on the crypto blockchain though, right? Wait, technically, would it be? I feel like we still got to research this. There's still a lot of information that's up in the air in terms of how we look at it. We've done a lot of research on this, but it's just annoying because every single time I go on YouTube to try to simplify information, try to find good videos, it's like everybody's trying to shove a crypto down your throat. Like they always unfairly talk about certain things. You could tell. Like, for example, let me give you guys an idea. Like, one of the reasons why I used to have a problem with watching YouTubers was because when I would watch these YouTubers, the one thing that they would always tell me, the one thing that they would always say, nonstop every single time, is what I say. So I say the same thing as them. And what do I say? The market could do anything it wants. It's random. I look both ways. Once I see everybody has heard that, then I tell them, or so you thought. How it actually works is complete direction every single step of the way. So if you ever hear a person on YouTube, and I know the first thing you're going to realize is, holy shit, that's literally about 95% of all YouTubers. That's the same thing they tell me. When I buy into an option or when I buy into a call or a put, the first thing they tell me is, you know, this could turn into zero. This could turn into nothing. Do you think that helps in terms of giving people a valid reason into getting into a contract? The answer is no. You got to have structure. So once I hear a person say they have no idea what to do, first thing I do is just turn them off. I give them another try a couple days later. If I still hear these same words being uttered, it's clearly false. They just basically are, what is the word again? I always forget this word. Self-projecting. There you go. A lot of people self-project when it comes to the stock market. And they always try to play both sides. Why do you think so much people play straddles? You know? Because they're trying to make it seem like they know what they're doing. If you play straddles and you only play straddles, you have no idea what you're doing. You might have a little bit of an idea. It's not a bad thing if you have no idea what you're doing. It's just to point it out so you can fix it. That's truly what's the most important thing here. And I guess these people are just too big, you know, in terms of their audience. They're never going to improve. They're just going to stay stuck there until, you know, somebody comes flying by like a meteor. And then they're going to be like, how in the world? But again, everybody, you could do the same thing. You could do it better. Just recognize you need to be confident. You need to have structure. You need to have all these charts done. And the last thing that you need to do is make sure you're always measuring the equal reactions. Because in terms of you going down lower, how do you know what level you're going to fall to? It's just equal reactions. Check the short term, check the medium term. So for example, let me show you. I'm going to tell you. Now let me show you. If the market fell down from 640 and you fell straight down to 634, the equal reaction upon the 1/4 line would just simply be from the 1/4 down to the bottom, duplicated on top. And as you can see, that is your new range. So let's delete the old one. So the new range is for you to actually now run up to 645, which can happen by tomorrow. So tomorrow's goal is 645, basically. If you go down lower and you hit 633, the equal reaction, of course, now is going to be the top, which is 647. However, here's the funniest thing. When you start going that far, at this point, you went from 1/4 to 1/2. Correct, everybody? So watch this. Watch the psychology here. Please pay close attention. If I zoom out and I look at the last time you hit 633, which is right here. If I zoom in like this and I grab a box from the last time you hit it and wherever you ran up to, and then I take that same box and I put it below that point, so copy and paste it like this. The box you get now is going to line up with all your future price action to how you could fall down. So that means the market can now fall down to 613, 616. Actually, what is this? 616. I don't know why I saw like 613 for a second. So now since you're breaking the 1/4 range and you're not just doing an equal reaction upon the move, which is to run to the 200 moving average, you're just still continuing to go down. What this means is that the bigger ranges now could possibly take over. Bigger ranges referring to you running up from 633 all the way back up to 649. And then from there, that's pretty much all, honestly. That's really it. That's August 20th. That's not even the whole range, which is down there. Which is actually kind of scary. Because that would mean that if you do an equal reaction upon that, the market can now fall down to here, which is 590. I kind of really don't want to go to those levels right now. That's going to be one of the most annoying areas to trade. Because think about it, the market's going to have some bit of progression to it. It's a progression system. So if it's a progression system, and the way the market progressed today was by hitting this low, the equal reaction is now this high. If the progression system kicks you down into a new low and you go below 633, that means all you got to do is look at the last time you hit 633 and ran to the top, put that below, copy it, and boom, now you have the bigger ranges. Of course, you're not done yet. You're not done just yet. Next thing you're going to do is go to the middle of that line, grab it, and then grab the first range you did above that day. So whatever the range was when you first held on this midpoint and you ran up to the top point, the equal reaction upon that area would be right below it like this. So you would pull it to the side. So if we do fall below 633, the first thing I would tell you all, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to play puts to 630. That's the safest area. Half of the range that you went through last time. And then we might have a runner for you to fall down to 627. Just in case the market wants to fall out the sky here. Just in case. So, but then again, like, the one thing I want you to understand is I just showed you how to do all that right there. For any person that's doing this, like starting off today, it's going to take you about 2 hours just to get this perfect for you to actually understand it. The only problem is you need to do this with 20, 30, 40 other charts And at that point, then you're going to be able to maintain consistency. Until then, you're not going to be consistent. You're just going to be waiting for me every time. So again, everybody just recognize that. Equal reactions is like, imagine there was like a list of like laws that you had to learn for the market. And there was like a list of, let's just say 10 laws, right? Like your bill of, yeah, just you could say, yeah, I guess you could say, like your 10 commandments, right? Bill of rights as well, right? That's what I was gonna say first. But I was like, would 10 commandments be a better way to say it? I guess we could just say Bill of Rights for now. But you know what I mean. We'll have like the 10 laws. And one of those laws, the first law, is equal reaction. That is the first law that everybody here must learn. You do it horizontally, you do it diagonally, you do it all sorts of ways. For example, diagonally, just to go over that for a second here, would be like last low to today's low to the high. Which means today, if the market really wants to run up, it could probably get stuck at the 1/4 point again, which is right up here. If it wants to run to the midpoint, it's going to run up to 646.92. So see how that matches up with the doubling of the equal reaction for today? The parallel channels just simply show you what levels could work with that. And then what you would do is look at the last time you hit 633. You ran up 2 quadrants to the midpoint. So that means if you hit 633 again, 2 quadrants, right? You would just measure it diagonally. So just copy this right back down like this. So again, let's just say you go below this line and you fall down to 624. The one thing I want you to recognize is that's what you did over here. Where you hit a certain low, you ran up to a certain high, and you're basically copying it to the bottom here. Does everybody get that? I think we're done explaining this. Diagonally is the same thing as horizontally. So again, you hit this, ran up 2 quadrants to the top. You hit here, you fall down 2 quadrants to the bottom. Equal reaction. And that is pretty much all, everybody. I think I'll just leave you with that information right there so I don't overstimulate anybody. The next thing we're going to go over very shortly here in the afternoon is going to be measuring the bigger ranges, because I really want every single one of you individuals here to really protect yourself going into the future. And unless you're making these bigger boxes just like this here, you're going to be literally in, just complete unknowingness and chaos. And I kind of don't want that to be the case, because now you're not going to be able to think logically. Is it day 1? What would you mean by day 1? Day 1 in terms of... Whenever people tell me that, I pretty much, the first thing I think of is just like a challenge. Like, are you referring to a challenge you might be on? Because if you are, we are on day 1 of the $4 challenge, which is a new one. Very, very cheap challenge. We're trying to play this a little bit unfair, so we're using our knowledge here as not really a handicap, but as a power tool. And right now we're already up 40%. So if the market runs back up to the top of the day, I will be up. I'll tell you right now, give me 1 second. If you run up to, let's just say 640 again, I'm going to be up over 1,000%. Might not happen, might happen. We'll see. We have insurance just in case. Let's see what everybody's talking about. You know someone who codes? He actually teaches it? Oh, hell yeah. Let me know. I want to see something, actually. I want to search this up. How much is TradingView worth privately? Oh my god. So TradingView is worth $3 billion. Following a Series C funding round in October 2021, the company has since raised an additional funding which may affected its value. So came from a Series C funding round in October 2021 who raised $300 million from investors like Tiber Global Management. Let's search up those people as well. Let's search up everybody here. Let's create a whole spider web. Tiger Management LLC. Who's this? Founded in 2001. Investor login. Our public equity business includes fundamentally oriented long focus strategies targeting investments in high quality public growth companies. Private equity. I'm sure you know what I'm doing with this. Because think about it. If there's a company that has a certain way of investing privately, in terms of like private market, I'm gonna now try to see if I can break that down. Because if I can't break that down, guess what happens? It's like following the breadcrumbs right back to where the bread was. You know? It's like following the tire marks, following the footprints in the snow. It's going to lead you back exactly to where you need to be, which is where it's leading them. So if we could use that in terms of our first footprint, because I want to start investing privately, but into the private sector. That's why I told everybody I want everybody to be around 5,000 to 10,000 by my birthday, is because SpaceX is going to have another private round, and I want every single person on this Discord to invest into SpaceX's private funding round. I don't know exactly what it is. Actually, the last time I checked it was a couple of months ago. Let's go check it right now. Let's actually go break that down so everybody knows. Let me search it up in my notes real quick. I wrote it here somewhere. What would I write it under the topic of? Let me think. Maybe SpaceX funding round? Nah, nothing pops up. Let me see. Let me scroll through. I have way too much notes here. On my phone, I have like... You guys want to hear something crazy? On my notes, I have around 5,000 notes on my phone. It's like getting way out of hand now. In January, I only had around like 1,800. As of... Okay, let me click this link first. Yeah, so they had one in 2024. That was the last one I missed. Yeah. That was the last one, December. That's so funny because around that same time, if I wasn't mentally just bouncing from thing to thing, I probably would have saw this. I don't even remember seeing it when it happened. I knew about it in October. So I knew about it, you could say like 2 to 3 months prior to December. There was already word of it. Right now, they're quiet. There's no word of nothing. I have a few Twitter accounts that I would basically... Actually, you know what I should do? I should send a whole entire section of or make a whole entire section of the knowledge Discord, the library we have. Because remember, we have two different Discords. When you join my main Discord, the one thing you had to do... I forgot to tell you this, actually, Louis and Danny. But if you go into the chat section, scroll up a little bit, and you're going to see the invite link for my other Discord, which is the knowledge Discord. That's the one that's going to have all the information. This Discord only has like 5% of the information, honestly. It barely has anything. It only has trading styles and trades, and that's pretty much it. Like my social stuff. The other one it's going to have everything. Well, I think this one, actually, no. This one, I turned on the knowledge category. Oh, I remember now. So I turned it on just in case if you guys didn't find the other thing. But I am going to turn it off again. It is going to be off in this Discord. Like wherever you see taxes and dividends and books, it's going to go to another Discord. Let me link it here. I'll put it into this chat. Clash of Clans. By the way, if anybody wants to make a Clash of Clans account, I know money is important. Listen, money is very important. I'm serious about it too. But if anybody ever has some off time and you would like to play a mobile game, they have these competitions where they basically compete for $1 million. And the next one's going to be in the summer of 2026. So if we can all play that, by the time that happens, I could teach everybody everything I know about this game. And we can all just compete for $1 million and just split it. I think it'll be fun. That's the type of stuff I want to do with you guys. It's just like challenges and things that require us to think outside the box, If you guys are down for that, of course. All the information is on the Discord, by the way. The regulatory. I hope they also change options trading. I swear, if they change options trading and they make it so that I don't need 25,000 for a margin account, it's over. It is absolutely over. That's the one reason why I hate cash accounts, because you can't use that capital again. But when you're above 25K, let me tell y'all, you're gonna feel like a machine at Chuck E. Cheese. That's what it's gonna feel like. You're gonna be buying everything. You'll buy this option, sell it for 20%. Buy that option, sell it for 5%. Buy that one, sell it for 30%. That's literally all I would do once I got above 25K. And it was the funniest thing in the world. Cause the only problem is when you one time I remember this still. One time I used the whole entire 20K. And I wasn't paying attention. I put a stop loss on, like minus 2,000, and I remember I got stopped out at that level. So I get back to 2K, or it's 2K loss. I get it back, but it takes me the whole entire day because I'm trading. Whenever I have a loss, the way I've learned how to get better as a trader is you don't just turn around and throw in the same amount of money into the market. That's the stupidest thing you could do. What you want to do is take a quarter of whatever you lost. So if you lost $1,000, take $250, split it up into 2 to 3 entrances. So like something that costs $80, and you want to sell it for around 160 to 200. Of course, the easy trend would be straight to 200, or if you buy it for 80, just sell it for 140, 120. That's pretty much what I do every time. I buy something for 80, I'm gone by 120, 130, because that's good enough. 50%, that's all you need, especially with a more expensive 0 day. That's how I learned how to make it more consistent. You just got to make sure you take less. As long as you take less every day, some days, of course, you're going to have some crazy explosive trends, but in terms of the terminology, in terms of law, right? Because we do have our own law here that we do create in the Discord in terms of trading. If I have 1,000, I only use 30% of my account for one trade max, which includes averaging down, which means if 30% of 1,000, right, is $300, my first trade can only be like $80 max, $100 max, because I only have $200 more dollars to use that I'm legally allowed to use that day without breaching contract, right? And that's how you got to think every single day. As long as you're thinking like that, your brain is going to kind of factor in the concepts in terms of just taking stuff quicker. And it's just going to start being a more consistent thing that you don't have to think about. These options are still up only 12 to 30% here. You don't need 25K on Robinhood for margin. So what I was referring to was not the margin exactly. My apologies. I might have worded that wrongly. What I meant was PDT restriction. So whenever you get PDT restricted, it's when you have less than 25K. For margin, I think you only need 2K for most applications. That's usually how they do it. Where is the other Discord? Not even I can find it right now. I think I passed it. Let me see. Clash of Clans. I think it's under that. My other... Oh, yeah. I posted it right here. Oh, wait. Options plus library. No, it's not here. Let me go down a little bit. Go lower. Go lower. John, that picture you sent looks like a rocket ship. What were you creating that day? Wait, I gotta reply to his comment here. What was he making? All right, let me scroll down a little bit more. Oh, I didn't post it there. I posted it inside the disclaimer section. Yeah, I posted it here. I was about to say, where the hell did it go? So I'm gonna forward it to the voice chat. I changed the name of the voice chat, by the way. I don't know if you guys like it. We're gonna leave it at Town Square for now. So again, it's in the chat. Everybody here could join for free. Just click the join button. And this is where all the information from this server is going to be transported to, because I need more space. And then I'm going to give you guys... I'll try to see if I could fit in like 20% of all the information, 30%. I won't be able to break down the whole entire stock market, because I do have a whole nother Discord for that, where it's like all the sectors with their own future report, like what do I think is going to be the biggest thing in bio, or the biggest thing in energy, or the biggest thing in space, or that's how we attack it. That right there is most of the information, by the way. That's right, probably like 30% of all my information. It's just me breaking down about 600 companies, 500 companies. It takes about 30 minutes per company. So it takes a lot of work. You got to go on like a spree one day and just do like 10 of them. Just have all your links set up. Because you got to track down Twitter accounts. You got to track down Indeed accounts. You got to track down LinkedIn accounts. You got to track down Twitters. You got to track down the CEOs, the board. It's a couple things you got to do. But once you do all that stuff, it's a lot easier to see how the forward... projection is going to turn out. Like, for example, Elon, right? He talks about these insane goals, right? And most of the time, every single person in the world is talking bad about, the goals that he sets for the cars in terms of production. It's not easy to produce a car, especially to have it mass produced, in a fraction of the time that one of the greatest car manufacturers that exists to this day produces their cars, Volkswagen and a couple of other names, right? The way they produce cars in terms of the speed is absolutely insane. They're a pebble compared to Tesla's production speed. So when I look at that, and then I look at the fact that he hasn't created the Roadster yet, or the semis are not out yet, besides for certain companies, it's all for a meticulous plan. It's all for a reason. But before that happens, it's all about the image of it. It's all about the idea, right? You got to have an idea before you actually create something. And that idea, he tends to have a very fast and very aggressive time limit to it. And the reason why is same thing I teach you guys here. You aim for the stars and you're going to reach the moon. As long as you aim for something absolutely above whatever goal you want to reach, that's how you're going to make it so that you reach your goal. You just got to aim higher than it. Doesn't have to be light years ahead, but just ahead is the idea. And yeah, he definitely aims like that. And his companies definitely, they do a lot of good work. But what do you see everybody talk about? he said 3 years, it's been 6 years. He said 3 years, it's been 5 years. Is it going to be 30 years? Is it going to be 15 years? And I know people, like, they always have something to say. I get it. But it's like, it's so crazy because like, if I tell myself in a year I want to get this done, it's going to set me up, like, on fire. You know what I mean? It's going to be really motivating. I might even have a new profound way of going about conducting myself and conducting the work that I handle. But yet, people still make fun of those qualities that a person needs to have in order for them to go far. Which is why the way this world is built is so psychologically, like, ridiculous. Like, it does not make psychological sense when you really think about it. It's like a person is saying two things at one time. They're saying up and down at the same time, which kind of makes sense. I mean, that's the law of equivalent exchange, right? The law of equal reaction, quantum physics and all that stuff. But when you're trying to talk as a person, you can't be saying two things at the same time, especially when you're texting, especially when you're, you know, displaying your knowledge, because then it just does not answer any questions. It leaves there to be space for you to have a safeguard. It's kind of like when you play tag, right? You always want to make sure you're around that base, so just in case someone starts chasing you, you could just always run back and you're going to be safe. That's the one problem that a lot of people have. They always try to make sure that they're going to be safe. And I would say that that's a smart thing to do. It's a logical thing to do in terms of, you know, I guess you just being situationally aware and being able to keep yourself alive. But it's so crazy. It's so weird. I even see it with, you know, parents very often. You have a parent screaming at a child, telling the child, you know, shut up. Don't do this. Don't do that. But they don't give a reason. They just say, shut up. Whatever I say goes. You don't do this. You don't do that. Eventually, when that child grows up, what is it going to do? Same thing. So it's kind of like that type of a thing where that parent is then going to say, oh, they're not abusing that child. They're not mentally screwing that child up. They're not traumatizing that child. But the reality is you're doing exactly just that. You're not giving logic. And now, yeah, I see that happen every single day, every single time. That's why I can't even watch YouTube videos no more. If it's a YouTube video about something I know, I can't watch it. Because the way people, like the way I look at stuff psychologically, I switch everything up, the whole entire, you know, situation. And it was the only reason why I was able to actually teach in the first place. It was by kind of looking at stuff with that psychological, you know, idea, I would say. That's pretty much it. It's just all psychology. I can't wait for us to start writing books here. Not just me, but everybody else. Because I'm lazy. I'm only going to do a certain amount of stuff in terms of the books. Watch me say that and watch me do something crazy, right? But honestly, I don't think I'm going to write too much books. I'm just going to write a couple books. And I want everybody else to kind of enjoy the process of that. I'll give you my information. It's just, I'm probably not going to write too many books. What do they call that? It's like a document. Is that like a documentary? Or is it a bio? I forgot what they call that thing. I remember my teachers had me do that when I was in high school. Autobiography? Is that what it is? Oh, by the way, Danny, before I forget, I don't know if you're in the background right now, but if you could make your way to the other Patreon and cancel, if you can cancel that for me, just in case next month I don't want them to charge you again because you're already on this server. So it's the Silo Trades Mini, so you don't have to look through all of them. And then, yeah. I'll also text you just in case you're not here. But my brain sometimes... It's like I'm sitting down and I look over to the side of the hill and my body is like 100 feet away from me. And I'm just like, where are you going? That's what it feels like sometimes. Yeah, that's a good analogy. I gotta make something like that for the story. All right, everybody. Give me about like 10-15 minutes. I gotta make an important call here. And then after I'm done with this, we'll see where the market's at. We'll see if it listened to our goals and hit, you know, hits like 643, 641. I was about to say hit 644, but that's a little too high for right now. It could run up to there. It'll be kind of funny if it does that. Just due to the fact that, again, you would want us to do it tomorrow and the next day. Which is so funny because you see how we didn't hit the target to get into the 5-day contract? It's kind of perfect, right? It's actually kind of funny. You hit near the target. In fact, that was close to the main target. But we're still not at the target yet for us to buy a 5-day. So yeah, if this market does come down tomorrow, looks like a really good setup for us to buy calls down here. Or whatever calls we buy today. Like let's just say we get the $30 contract for 6 days out. We could just average down on that one tomorrow. Just buy another one for like 20, 25. I kind of want to first start buying them at 20, 25, honestly. So yeah, we'll see if we could drop here again. Then we'll scoop one up for like 20, 25 for 640. Actually, no, 645s are a little expensive. We had to go with the 650s. Yeah. And what I hope happens here, if I'm being honest with everybody, I hope you viciously run up here so that tomorrow we can have another bigger downtrend. Because if you're very quick today, it tells me tomorrow is going to be at least half the speed of today. Today is basically going to be half the speed of yesterday. So if you measure Friday from the top of 930 to the absolute low, take that box. If you then take this box and put it to, you would first put it at the low. So like, let's just, you know how the market fell and hit a low this morning? If you were trying to measure where you could have sold the call at, you could use this box here. And then you see how you hit a high and then you started falling? Then you would take this box and now put it at the high. That's how you use the previous range from another day. And as you can see, you pretty much stopped perfectly at the bottom here before you started heading up higher. Potentially to the midpoint. And this is just Friday's price action. You're basically doing the same thing actually now that I'm thinking about it. Besides you running up first, you fell down first and you didn't run up. You ran up down there. Over here, you fell down a little bit, then ran up more. So yeah, they're a little they're not exactly the same, but they're kind of similar when you look at the actual size of the ranges. Kind of similar. You said, how do you cancel this subscription so it doesn't charge you next month? Okay, so what you would do is you would go to this Discord. Let me send it to you right now. So go to that Discord. I think it's with the same account you have now. So then once you go there, I think you just go to memberships. Actually, I don't remember what it looks like on the other end. But I'm pretty sure you just go into the membership that you have and then click the membership and then just cancel it. If that still doesn't work, just let me know and I'll... Worst comes... I don't want to do this because I don't know if it's going to affect anything in the future. Like just in case we might do more fun stuff here. But I'll just ban you pretty much. I could ban you. Worst comes to worst if we can't figure it out. You should be able to cancel it, though. I just have no idea. I don't know what it looks like on your end. Do I have any Patreons? I don't think I subscribe to anybody no more. I used to be subscribed to a bunch of Minecraft stuff for like mods and stuff like that. But I think I don't have them no more. Let me see. Let me go on this account and then go... Nah, yeah, I don't have nobody no more. Let me see if I can find you a YouTube video, Danny. Before we start talking about anything else here. Oh my god. Why was my phone's volume so loud? By the way, everybody, YouTube sent me something, and they told me that they're changing their ad preferences because people are starting to make 10-minute videos a little bit longer so that they could get what's called paid more. So if you ever watch a YouTube video and you watch that YouTube video and it's like 10 minutes and 10 seconds, 10 minutes and 30 seconds, the reason why they do that YouTuber does that because they're getting paid more. It's kind of like what they got to follow. So they just dropped it recently to 8 minutes now. Which means now people can actually... And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but that's the reason why people say some stupid stuff on their videos. Because they need to keep prolonging the video. So because they run out of stuff to say, they literally just fill it in with a bunch of nonsense that probably would have been wiser not to say. Me, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. I just keep talking. I'll hop from topic to topic to topic. All of it will be very important. I'm not saying that because I'm being biased. I know how that sounds. Trust me. I get it. Not being egotistical, not being narcissistic. I'm being true. And it's because I put a lot of time into this. So that's the reason why I say that. I'd be talking for like 30, 40 minutes. And before I even know it, I'm just like, yeah, people are not going to watch this video no more. It's too long. And then everybody else, I see it. They just literally be putting it to 10 minutes. 10 minutes and like 10 seconds. By the way, I will never put ads on my YouTube videos. I could make more money with marketing and partnerships as ever compared to my YouTube videos. The only time I would ever do that is if we start a community channel, or if I start another business where it needs that funding. Because like I said, everything has to be completely broken down at the core in terms of what a person wants. And what I want is structure. I want community. I want people to be able to eat, even if, they're going through some stuff. And if we can have a community channel that literally puts somebody into a position where, who knows, maybe somebody might be a camera person, maybe somebody might be a marketer, maybe, regardless of what it is, that's the goal here. All right, perfect, Danny. I was just about to send you that video. All right, so you're good there. What else are we looking for here? Just that upside. You're almost at the middle of the trend. Actually, no, you're at the middle if you measure the bottom of today. Yeah, you're at the middle right now, everybody. You just passed it. So anywhere above this point, the market is now really bullish today. So you could just start launching now. Remember, if it hits the high, I'm running away. I'm just letting you guys know. We'll sell our calls. I might keep one. I might not. I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to figure it out after. This is going to be your first test this week. What are you going to do here, ladies and gentlemen? What are you going to buy? Are you going to lose some money? Are you going to make some money? How's today going to turn out? Snapchat. Thank you, Snapchat. Looks like Snapchat's starting to act right here. Where are you at? $7 again. Yeah, so if you guys bought Snapchat this morning, you should be up a really good amount, honestly. Because I think I was down a couple dollars. So you should be up like 30%, 40%. For the SPY calls, we're still waiting for this thing to run up into the top. I think we went over everything already. The only thing we have not went over is Intel. I don't think I've explained to you where we're going to buy here. I hate how you're still holding on Intel. Just give it up. Fall out the sky. Same thing with Unity as well. And SMCI just got a bunch of bad news. Let's go take a look at it. Let's see if it's going to start destroying some value here. Oh my god, this mouse. Did I tell you guys I broke the mouse and then somehow I broke it back into place? I kept like jamming it because I was just like, alright, like why isn't it... It just keeps scrolling, like it doesn't stop scrolling. And eventually, like I think maybe it fell down and kind of got knocked out of its like socket or something. But I just pressed it hard and it just it just went right back in. Where the hell is SMCI? There it is. Alrighty. So for SMCI, you're not even close. We're going to buy this at 35 and then to 30. So 35 to 30, we're going to be buying into this play. And we're looking for another 700 to 1,000% gain. Just like we got somewhere over there. I forgot what the picture is. Wait, is he still here? I think I deleted it. Or did I just toss it to the corner? I think I deleted it, maybe. Let me see. Let me go to the bigger time frame. I like having the pictures here because it makes it easier for me to explain stuff. Because people could, clearly see the gain that we had that day. Yeah, I think I deleted it. It's all good. We have the picture on the Discord, if anything. Yeah, so we're waiting for that. Intel. It's at a terrible level to buy anything right now. If it runs up to 24.30, we could buy some puts here for this to fall down, but that might be a little dangerous because that's not near the wedge here. As you all can see, that white line, that's where I was waiting for Intel to hit so we could potentially buy something really cheap for the put side. This just looks like a potential breakout here. You get above this line for whatever reason, and you hold like that, you're going straight up to here, which is the next target. So that's the only thing I'm worried about right now. Is I would like to have more contracts before it does that, but I'm not comfortable with buying it at 24, especially when we just bought it at 19 not too long ago. I'm a little bit more comfortable buying it down here, honestly. Like $20.60, we could put like 10,000. That's gonna be the next best level. But like over here, anywhere else in between, I'm just only gonna be trading with $5, $5 to like $50, because every time we do that, goes up 1,300% or 300% to 1,000%. Let's just say the cheaper contracts are easier to go up quicker and more abundantly, of course. Snap is still running here. SPY we're still waiting for. How's the cheap account? The cheap account is now up 40%. So just from $4, I'm already at $6 already. And this is on the SPY, ladies and gentlemen. Just wait. Just watch how quickly this contract multiplies. It's going to be the funniest thing in the world. And again, if it falls, it falls, everybody. If it falls, it falls. It's all right. It's going to be some good information we learned. We have a crazy plan. It took us a couple days to come up with this plan. And then this morning, we kind of just fixed it up a little bit just because you fell out the sky. But the way you fell out the sky wasn't that much. You literally didn't do nothing. You just fell to the origin point of last week. And now you're holding and viciously running up like this. So if we measured the morning move, which is the red candle, of course, and then you measure it to the green, and then you put this at the bottom. I'll explain why in a second here. If you put this at the bottom, what you can basically see is the first move you'd had today. So if we do not get above 638.95, I can tell you for sure, you can probably actually go down lower today. If you get above 639, or let's just say 638.95, if you can get above that level, it now tells me the doors have now opened up for us to run to 643. So again, if you don't go this high, and you get below that midpoint, which is 636. So let me draw it out for you. You go to like right here, and then you basically do something like this. You're gonna fall much lower to a new low. On the contrary, if you run up here, and you run above that point, you can hold anywhere down here. You might even fall through it again. You might even get down here. Who knows? But then you definitely have now opened up doors for you to run up to here. So it's kind of like if this happens, then that happens. Or if this does not happen, then this will happen next, most likely. Like imagine visualizing that. Like close your eyes and try to visualize that. It's actually the coolest thing in the world. It's kind of like you could see something that doesn't exist. Like, you know what I mean? Like you could see the momentum in the market, but you really can't because there's no way that you can actually see it. And that's on purpose. Market makers do not want you to see momentum. They want it to smack you out of thin air, because then you have no idea what to do. Versus if you know exactly where the momentum is at, where these, it's kind of like, you know what momentum is kind of based off of more. If you want to actually search this up here, everybody, what is it called? It is called the bubbles. You guys know what I'm talking about, the bubbles. What website is that? The bubbles. It's on Thinkorswim has it, but I think there's another website that has it. Let me see. Think or I forgot how to spell there for a second. Thinkorswim. Bubbles. Let me see. Let's just go on YouTube. Thinkorswim Bubbles. I feel like the name is, it's like in my head somewhere. What is it? It's map. Oh, here he is. This is one of the best stock traders of our current day and age, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ross. But just be careful. If you're gonna watch him, your brain's gonna blow up. Thinkorswim. I don't know what this is called. Bubbles. It's like a bubble map. Bubble map. Book map. There you go. Book map. Bookmap live. Bookmap. It looks like this. So this is momentum here, everybody. You can try to find a couple YouTube channels. Usually they have Tesla and SPY and Nvidia. And these are where all the buyers are at. So you can see all the little buyers, all the big buyers. You can see all the big orders in terms of leaps and swings. You can see all the small term orders in terms of a 0 day. Everything is displayed here for you in different ways. This truly right here is momentum. I just don't think that there's any other thing in the world that has a free version of this. I think you have to pay for it on Thinkorswim, but I could be incorrect. I don't know if any other applications have this. We got to track it down though. If we could find this, I can guarantee you I could teach you guys how to trade with this, because I was trading with this due to Stock Market Live. If you guys ever watched him, Stock Market Live, which is, he's the guy who doesn't show his face. He's the guy who has the real estate stuff. Okay, you see how it makes that sound, right? Everybody heard that, right? It just makes like tick, 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 tick. Like it's like a weird sound effect. That right there is telling you that there's larger orders that are potentially coming in here. Something on the bigger term is happening. Like that, just like that. Yeah, look at all these orders up here now. They're trying to flood the top end here. And look at the bottom end. Are they pushing lower? It's like you're watching a game. I swear to God. It's the funniest thing in the world. But yeah, watch this for SPY. Go on YouTube Live. Search up people who are doing it for Tesla. And then find out how to do it yourself. And I'm telling you, you're going to start seeing some crazy concepts. Because think about it. If there's a bunch of people, if big money's buying stuff for up here, that's where you're going to buy. Most people, you know where they're going to buy? All the way up here, like way above where all the volume is and where all the buyers are at. And they're not going to know why their contracts doesn't make money unless something explains it to them later on. We're up 112% now, everybody. Which means on this account, we should be up to 14, which means this account. Let's go look at SPY here. SPY's hurling into space and time here, everybody. That's what I love. It looks like our ideas are perfectly work. If today work, I'm telling you, if today works out like this, that's it. We're done for the day. I'm gonna have to run away here shortly. I was also supposed to take that call, so just give me 1 second here. Let me finish up this call. So again, everybody, that's the reason why supply and demand zones are so important. It hit the yellow, bounce right back up to the next yellow. If it's trying to go higher, what it needs to do is follow the order of operation. It's we gotta give it a code name. We can name it the chips and guac order of operation. All right, how does that sound for a name? So in terms of the chips and guac order of operation, since you hit the quarter point, the next main level is to, of course, hit the quarter point again, just because SPY loves to be annoying. So that's one thing that it could do. Let's draw that and put it to the side. The next thing it could do is exactly what we wanted to do, which is swoop up to here, hit the midpoint, fall down to the quarter point, somewhere over here, and then hold and bounce up to this quarter point. And then what I wanted to do is destroy all of these shorts. Take them out! We're up 150% here. Excellent. So again, we're gonna probably sell this for like 500 to 1,000%. So just recognize that. We called it out ahead of time. We planned for this beforehand. So that when it does happen, it's kind of like not like a shocker. It should be kind of like you already knew. You know what I mean? You already knew what was gonna happen. Because then at that point, you're automatically your brain's gonna be dialed in to then know how to play the puts. Because like I said, I'm not gonna tell you guys how to play the puts, even though I just drew this here and I should. You didn't see nothing. You didn't see nothing. I wasn't supposed to draw that. I forgot. See, this is why I need to run away. All right, I'm gonna run away now. It looks like the market might make a new high. Remember, if you get below this area, yes, you can fall. I agree with you. And if you're going to fall down to the 1/8 point. So pay attention to these levels on the side here, everybody. I'll leave this chart on. And you know what I'll do? I'll do you a service here. As long as it doesn't look too bad. I'll throw on the reversal chart for you guys. Just because I'm nice. Control copy. Let's go back to this chart. Paste it. All right, there you go, everybody. Now, there should, in theory, be no reason why you guys have a problem here. If you do, perfect. Then we can track it down, figure it out, solve it for tomorrow, and then you'll be good. So remember, having a problem is a good thing. Having profit is also a good thing as well, I guess. They're both good things. What is this here? This is for double that range. Just delete this. We don't need that. I don't want to confuse nobody. That's the daily range, which means, let's say today gets all chaotic and crazy. You would double today's daily range from the bottom to that first high, which means today could still run up to 645 if it really wants to. But that would probably be like a 3 p.m. move, which means these contracts would be getting destroyed till like 3 o'clock. So we might have to stop out somewhere around here. These contracts are break even now. So the first calls we got, they were up 180%, where we were looking for 250%. So again, we went to 80%. We were looking for 250. You fell right back down. Then you were down 60%. We bought a second one. Now you're basically back to break even, just a few dollars below it. So for that one, our average is now $20. And I want to see this run up to 641, which would mean 150 divided by 2, 75. 150, 150. 75, 75, actually, no, yeah, 75. So 60, 60, that'd be 120. So yeah, if you hit the same high, but then you go like a little bit higher than it, you know what I mean, like a tiny bit higher, these contracts are going to be worth $70 for the 641s. If you go to 643, these contracts are going to be up to $200 or $290. So yeah, this is gonna be ridiculous here. This is the big money here. This is what the whales want, and we're just kind of like catching a ride right behind them. Makes me think of like a bus or something, like you're bus hopping. This is exactly what we're doing here. There you go, book maps. Keep making that noise. There we go. Yeah, it looks like you're just dominating the top end. There's definitely people buying into the shorter end towards the bottom. But just pay attention to just this right here, the flow. Like what numbers it tends to stay around, how it flips and switches down to here, drops out the sky like that. That right there, that's very important, just like that. Because then you keep watching it, Right there, now you should have a low on SPY in terms of momentum. So everything is going to start killing itself here. Killing itself, maybe that's the wrong way to say it. That might be the bad way to say it. Our contracts are up 160%. Value is just maintaining itself. The momentum is not dying off. You hit the 1/8 point. What box is this? What box is this? July 31st to August 1st. Now you're trapped in that range and you're hitting that 1/8 point. Which means if you fall down here, what did you hit earlier? You hit the 1/4 point. And then you fell down, which means the equal reaction would in fact be to here, 641. So I can see why you would stop at 641.50. It might just do half the move today and then continue half the move tomorrow. Hopefully no. Hopefully tomorrow's consolidation. I just want this to break out, hit a crazy high. It's a little bit more wishful. Wishful thinking is what I'm referring to. Which is basically stating that it might not happen. Truly, you might not get up to 645 today. However, we're looking for a bigger run-up due to the fact that when you look at the greater scale of things, you hit 633 again, and when you fell down to this low, you were barely higher than it, or barely higher than that low, but you were higher than it. So, in theory, now you have an opportunity for this to actually run up to a new high. So it's like, imagine it like this. As soon as you hit this 1/4 point down here and you got really close to 633, it was like the tables turned. Think of it like that. Like the tables completely shifted. And now they're looking for this up here. That's the one thing I've learned while trading for the last couple years. Is that's what they, like that's the last pattern when it comes to markets running up higher. However, like I told everybody already, the one thing we're looking for right now is not for you to just hang around the same area, which is down here. We're looking for you to be up here. And then tomorrow, we want to fall down from up here to down here, which is the 1/8 point. And then Wednesday, we want to, run on top of 641, consolidate around 644 to 638, somewhere around here. And then Thursday, we want to start swinging up to that new high. Friday, we want to fall again, just like how we did this week. That's our first idea. So it's kind of funny because remember, September is, usually the worst month in stock trading history. Usually. But it's been my one edge the last 3 years. Because in September, I just look for the best upside. Because you make the most money there. Because there's so many players playing the downside and trying to reposition going into the winter. So yeah, it tends to be the best time to play calls. On the 15 minute, it looks like you're still consolidating right on the 1/8 point. I guess I'll just take it to the 5 minute here. You're slowing down though, so this is now killing momentum. So again, we were up 160%. That account is now up only 120%. I think we even hit 200%. I could be wrong though. Actually, no, I think it was like 180, 190. 200% would have been $12. I think we're right underneath $12 each right now. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah. I kind of want to get into another euro trade. Let's go check the euro market real quick. Let's see what's going on here. That jump from this morning was absurd. That thing was crazy. You're literally right back at the bottom. There's no way. We're about to get into the same trade again. Intel, stop running up, please. Moo? Don't fall. We don't have no plays for you yet. We're going to buy some a little bit later this week. Microsoft. Nobody's watching you. Yeah, look at this. Euro USD is right back at that same level. I'm not going to use $10,000 yet. But I might buy it on my cheap account here. And then if it runs up to like here, just sell out. So yeah, let's go buy it on a cheap account. If we fall down here, we'll use the whole entire $16,000 account. It was just $10,000 a couple days ago. And we'll try to see if we can turn it into... I mean, if we just hold from here to here, you should be up like 3,000, I think. 3,000, 2,500, somewhere around there. Like right around here. So you would fall here and then bounce up to here. Now, if you go below this, how do I measure it? Just like this. Grab a box. Grab the top. Just like that, everybody. The euro literally did what the SPY does every single time. You went from the top to bottom. You had a certain range. And then look where today hit. Where we basically stopped out. It was the halfway point. And now you fell down to the quarter point. So now is a good area to buy, but you could still go a little bit lower than it before you actually go up higher and complete the move. So, yes, let's go buy it on our cheap accounts. This is the perfect time. Let's see if we could turn this $1.40 into $10 by the end of the week. And then by the end of September, who knows? Imagine we turn a 3-cent account into $1 million this month. I don't know what's the time limit it would take. Right now, my idea is it would probably take a person, even if you're a very skilled trader, if you're trading 5-10 times a day, it would probably still take you at least, because to get out of 3 cents is the most annoying thing in the world. You have to wait for weekly moves, like the big moves. And if the market's not doing a big move, you got to just get a bunch of small moves, like back and forth, back and forth. And what's going to happen is sometimes you're just going to get stuck and trapped. That's normally what happens with Euro. When you're repeatedly playing both sides at the same time, is you get stuck very often. And then the thing would just disappear into another area code and come back to yours a couple days later. We got to make sure we don't do that. All right, what is all this noise? Yeah, this thing. It sounds like Pac-Man. Looks like we got SPY fighting back here. What is everybody's idea? Where's the market going to stop if it continues running up? What is your game plan? Or what levels are you going to play puts at? I'll answer that question now. Same thing with everybody on YouTube. Everybody that's watching me loud and clear, please take the time to step to the side. If you're working, I understand. But if you're not working, just go ahead and go into the chat and type in exactly, first, what level you think the market's going to run to. And then second, where's the next level you're going to buy puts at? Because all the levels are on my screen. So what is your goal for the puts? And then what level are you going to sell it at if you want to take it a step further? If you do that every single day for a month straight, I promise every single one of you, not a single one of you will ever need me again. Just don't forget me, all right? When you get big, just don't. I'm just playing. Nah, but yeah, at that point, you won't really need me at that level of experience. You'll be able to. In fact, I will be holding you back. That's why, for example, some of the individuals on our Discord who started trading futures, I'm very happy that they started trading the futures because they're making 5 to 10 times the amount that they would normally make. But it's only because they have the experience now. And now they need to worry about less trends and less stuff going their way and less problems. And they're still making a good killing off of it. Like literally enough for you to, make 60,000 a month. Especially if you're making 1,500 a day, 1,400 a day. Imagine that. Because that's how much you're normally making with futures off of just a tiny move. Like 1,500, 1,400. Not with MES. You would need a bigger move. But if you're trading like ES, the dangerous one, you know? All right, everybody. Give me just a moment. I keep prolonging some stuff. Make sure everybody inside the chat posts their notes. For everybody who's in the Discord, take a look at how Prime posted his. Remember, you guys can go off of each other. For the most part, I pretty much taught every single person on the Discord. So if you guys want to use each other's ideas, it's actually the smartest thing to do. For instance, using Prime's idea and building off of it. Or using my idea and building off of it. Or using pretty much anybody else that sends their idea into the notes channel or into the voice chat. Same thing. I trust that you guys will make some good decisions. Welcome back, John. How are we doing over there? John, I was going to ask you, have you ever heard of Matterport? Matterport was a company that got delisted. I don't know why. I got to research it. But it was a company that used to take pictures of the interior space of an apartment, building, or house. And you would, within seconds after you set up the camera at different entry points, and you basically get enough pictures for the whole house, you can make a 3D replica within 30 minutes. So it requires like less work, less cost, you could say. You don't gotta charge people to get all this data and measure everything and give you the blueprints. You could literally have your own blueprints and throw it into a CAD software so that you can have the interior be developed in terms of interior spaces, right? In terms of walls, in terms of where the kitchen, in terms of everything. You can just play with everything. And I wanted to see if you knew of any applications like that. Because when I was younger, the first job I ever wanted to have was being an architect. That was the first job I ever wanted, like really wanted. But then when I saw how much math you were going to need, I was just like, yeah, maybe no. I was like, yeah, maybe not. But honestly, I might get into it now. Because I like developing stuff. Just building in general. My idea is I want to learn how to create cities very similar to Dubai and a couple other places, like in China, where everything is prefabbed. So a whole city can go up within the course of a month. Plumbing, sewage, everything. Schools, police stations. Like imagine that within a month. No, yeah, John, that's funny how you mentioned that. That's how I've been getting my anime done. That's why it's actually going to be possible for me to almost complete the whole entire anime by myself without giving up. You know how much I would have had to pay for somebody to actually draw my anime? In America, I would have had to pay around $50,000 a year for him or her. And to complete the whole show in terms of like information, I would have basically taken, they would have costed me probably around like $500,000 for them to finish the chapters. So I'm probably gonna have to not pay $500,000. I'm probably gonna have to pay like $300K because I'm gonna do most of it, like the most important things. At least something to get the show off the ground so that I can create like a clothing line for the show and create like memorabilia, create items, toys maybe for kids, and then maybe see if that can pay for everything else. I haven't worked out those numbers yet, but in terms of like clothing and that type of money, the only numbers I worked out really were from movies, like movie sales. That's the only thing I could really range it with, at least as of right now. So since I created the LLC not so long ago for the anime company, what we're gonna do is now start to just apply more stuff to it, fix up the website. I gotta add a phone number for it. I don't have a phone number yet for it. And no, yeah, but yeah, John, I've been just using 3D applications. Like I have a 3D. You guys ever seen this? Look at this. This is what I got. Oh wait, yeah. So I got this right here. If everybody wants to watch this. So I'm using this for like facial expressions, for hand movement, for pretty much everything. And it allows me to do it by myself. And since I'm not a big company, I actually press this here. Let me make sure it doesn't show my information. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so look at this. Normally it costs around $6,000. When I paid, it was actually cheaper than this. When I paid, it was only $2,400. So I think they actually bumped the prices up here, because yeah, this was not at 5,000, 6,000 last time. It was only at like 4,000. Plus the sale breaks it down to like low 2,000s. And then with this, what you're basically able to do is, let me see if I can show you. How do you go to the home page again? Where's the video they used to have here? Let me see. Where is it? There you go. So look. I don't want to hear you. We'll go back to the spy right now. I just really want to show you guys this. So look at how easy. I can't express this to you guys. This would take months of animation. This would take months of rigging, months of learning every single aspect of a program to be able to do it this fluidly. And if you can have that as the starting file, yes, it might be a little jiggy here and there. It might be just a little off in terms of the rig. But if you can start with that and you can fix it and just put a little bit of finishing touches, all I gotta do is have 5 people with this on. 1 day of recording, I can have a whole episode that takes a whole entire studio with 50 workers, and we can complete that within 1 day. Like, this is the future of animation. A multi-trillion, multi-billion-dollar empire. And yeah, if you guys ever want to do this, let me know. I'll get a couple extra suits, and just in case anybody comes to New York, I'll give you the suit just so you can use it for that day, and we'll go recording. Honestly, you don't need an empty space or an empty room. It would help. It would be easier, of course, for the environment, for the lighting. But you could do stuff outside. That's kind of what I wanted to do. I wanted to have, because like, imagine if I was on a green screen, and, or you know what? Imagine if you can have environments built with green screens in mind, where like, there's this one guy who would walk around on Instagram, and he used to create like funny videos, and he used to just have a giant green screen on his backpack. So like everything behind him literally was just a green screen. It was the funniest thing. So you could do that. But the way I would, want to record this is with different environments. So like I would be using the body, and I would be rigging the body. So I would be recording the actual movements and all the different motions. And then I would have another additional device called I think it's a DJI drone. So this is the most expensive thing of this process here. DJI. I think it cost around, let me see how much it cost. I think it cost around 20,000 for the DJI drone, camera drones. Let's see. DJI, was it Inspire? Yeah, so as you all can see, this right here is basically how much this camera costs. It's one of the best drones in the absolute world. Like this drone, you could literally set up coordinates so that it records by itself without you having to use it. So you could literally go on the field by yourself and have this recorded, and basically go to different environments, different areas of the scenery within certain seconds, certain times, and you could follow it, almost as if it's like a director organizing everything behind you. And yeah, I'm going to use this to record the whole entire environment. Then I'm going to throw that environment into a 3D application. I'm going to steal that one section and then merge it with the actual storyline. That's how I'm basically going about this. That's what I've been doing with Blender. So I need to record it 2 separate ways so I can get the environment in one, through one thing, and then get the person through another thing. So yeah, that's kind of how I'm going about this. That would basically create the perfect environment. I hate how shows are using too much CGI. Like I started watching an anime. I don't know if you guys want to watch this anime. You guys should watch Kaiju number 8. Yo, the other day on Sunday, I started it at like 11 or like 10 at night, and I finished it at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I finished the whole entire show one night. It was like 2 seasons. And I'm not gonna lie, that was a refreshing thing to see. Because the anime I was watching were anime that were made in, 2015, 2010. They had humor, they had comedy to it, but it was not like this. Like this comedy is like, it's like not too much. You know what I mean? They don't make it childish. But I think it is a PG-14 or PG-16 show. Actually, it shouldn't be. That thing should be PG, like 18, I think. See people's heads getting ripped off. But, yeah, it's a really good show. Really, really good show. In case you want to watch that, John. You price someone that does this as side hustles? What do you mean? Yeah, so what you could do is when you record with certain applications, if you have the video feed. Oh no, you were telling me I could do that. Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm doing basically, John. You're basically telling me that I could do it, yeah. So that's the plan. That's the plan. That's how I'm going to try to see if I could do my anime without spending millions. You say the KB is... Nah, yeah. It's really nice. I never had a drone before. I probably wouldn't get that drone at first. Obviously, I'm going to crash that thing. But I would get like a 300... I want to get like a $200 drone. I was thinking about it recently. Especially for the winter. Because I always wanted to have like a car in the snow and do like winter shots with like a camera. Especially when it's like fresh snow, like white powder. Before the city starts making everything look like a swamp area. It's crazy. New York a couple years ago, we would get so much snow. I don't think we've ever had a snowstorm in like years. Which I'm pretty sure everybody knows what that means. There's 2 reasons. 2 things that could mean. And it's kind of funny how we're going from topic to topic, but hear me out for a second. I do actually think that there's going to be a natural disaster soon. And I do feel like it's going to... I'm telling you guys, it's going to rip apart the whole East Coast. Because they are not fixing the grid. I think they want the grid to be destroyed. Is by the the way it looks right now. So yeah. Like the other day, you had just a little bit of water in New York. And it flooded more than I've ever seen it flood before. Which is not a good thing, because if we had the same floods that we had before, yeah, people are going to be pretty much swimming in half the state. I think it's going to happen probably either next year. I thought it was going to happen last year. But then the winter, It's like everything is happening, you know, just a little bit sooner with the seasons. And again, the reason why that's happening is because of the oscillation with the Earth. It oscillates from cold to hot every few thousand years. So like during the medieval times, it was isolating in the colder regions. And then now we're kind of like in a warming period. That word triggered a spy drop. I'm just listening for the bubbles. Just like that. You said 370? For what exactly? For the spy drop? Yes. So for spy to tank, the spy will be hitting in the next 2 years. The spy will be falling down to 340. They might even dance around the 320s. So once we hit 660, 680, like around that area, most likely 670. That's probably the main level I'm going to start buying my first contract. We're going to get contracts 1,000 days out. The only problem is right now those contracts are 800 days. So I kind of want to have something a little bit further than that. Let me go take a look actually. Spy. Let's see, did they add new 1,000-day contracts yet? Not yet. I'm wondering when they're gonna add this back to the board. I wonder when they added $800. Actually, I could check. Let me see. When did they add the $800 or the 800-day out options? They added it in January 3rd. So I don't think we're gonna get another 800-day out opportunity. It's scary how much they control everything with the options. Like, it's really scary, I'm telling ya. There's a reason why they don't have 1,500-day out options. They don't want you to. They don't want you to have the opportunity to get rewarded like that. So I don't think we could play options. I think we're going to have to just play stocks. We're going to have to buy like 20,000 shorts of SPY. Just throw everything into that instead. If not, we could play the SQQs, but still, I want that time. Because I know it can happen between 2 to 3 years from now. And the only reason why is because from 2020 to 2024, you mimic the trend. You're pretty much copying it right now. So if that confirmed the idea that you copied, because you ran up to the same high, fell down to the same midpoint, ran up to another high, if you literally run to 740, the next thing you're supposed to do is not actually stop at 740. You should be breaking that trend and doing something different. If you hold again, what that means is that the next 2 years is going to be just like 2022 and 2023, or 2025 and 2026. It's going to be just like that again. But it all depends. All depends how low we go. If we do hit 340 within the next 2 years, SPY will probably be at $1,000 within the next 4 years. That's what I would say. 1,100, 1,000, like 200. Which means ES is probably going to be at around... ES would probably be at... That's crazy. That's wild, actually, to think about that. Because think about it. For ES... Wow, that is wild to think about. Nobody's going to be able to trade ES no more when you get to that point. But then again, they still are, because they'll just... How would they do that? Because ES is going to cost around 12,000, which means you need times 4, which means you're going to need around 12, 24, 36, $48,000 just to buy one of them. Right now, you need about 24,000, 26,000. So it's literally going to be half, I guess. Yeah, that's all it would be. You would just be able to buy less in terms of quantity. I don't think they're going to try to even it out in any way. And then the Nasdaq and the Dow is probably same exact situation with them. which means the micros. I'm wondering if the micros are gonna start being the main thing that everybody trades instead of the just the regular E-minis. Because you have E-mini micros, you have E-minis, and then that's pretty much it, I believe. Yeah, E-minis and E-mini micro. E-mini micro means even smaller. And then you have the ES. But that doesn't... ES counts as... Let me see. What? What is that video again? That thing just popped into my head. It's like the little kid. he's talking to his grandfather. Was it that one? I forgot what it was. But the grandfather, he's just like, that's too damn bad. I don't know why that just popped into my head. I gotta find it now. Give me 1 second. I found it.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that shit's so funny. No way, that was from Hose? It wasn't from that movie. Was that the same movie? Hose, I don't know if y'all watched that. It was like with the kid named Zero. I think that was that his name? That's crazy. This show was made in 2003. I forgot what the point of that story was. That's from Hose, right? That's crazy. No wonder I remember it. Nah, that's wild. I think that's one of the first movies I ever watched. Nah, yeah, one of the girls digging. Yep, yep. What was the purpose of that movie? What was it? Let me see. Let me search it up. I'm like, why would they just dig in holes? I actually don't remember. Ah, he's secretly searching for buried treasure. I'm not gonna lie, I miss when they had good movies. When people were actually excited to go to the movie theater. Isn't it sad? Wait, I want to see something real quick. I want to see something. Before I even say this. Avengers. No, it's not Avengers. It's, what is it? Fantastic Four? No, what was it? 5? Fantastic Four. Fantastic Five. I don't even know what it's called. Fantastic Five. Fantastic Four. What's it called? Fantastic Four. The recent one that they just made. First Steps. It's called First Steps. Fantastic Four. First Steps. First Steps. Production cost $200 million. You gotta be joking me. Oh my goodness. God bless these people. Let me search something else now. I don't even know what Kaiju number 8. I don't even know how to spell that. Kaiju number 8. Kaiju number 8. Anime. Production, not company, but cost. Cost. Okay, so 85,000 per episode. Let me see. So for the first season, let me see how much did they pay for this per episode. So let's just add up the most expensive price, 110,000 for each episode times. I think there's 20 episodes in total. Let me see how much episodes are there in total. Season 2 will have 11 episodes, so 11 times 12. Oh wait, so they're gonna have more episodes, so I'm not done with it yet. Okay, so that's that's a good thing. 23, so 110,000 times 23 equals 2.5 million, right? So it costs 2.5 million just for them to do 2 seasons, which is how much it's gonna cost me for mine. Basically around the same thing. Probably gonna cost me a little bit cheaper because I'm not gonna do it the same way they do it. I'm not selling my rights to nobody, so that's gonna be another burden. But what I'm trying to explain here is this right here felt just like Fantastic Four when I watched it. The way the story progresses, the way things occur in you know, throughout the show, it's very not similar, it's different, but you get a nice feel for the similarities. They spent 2.5 million on this, and in my opinion, it's better than this. And they spent 200 million on this. This is what I'm saying. Like these, I don't even know what they're doing. I don't know who these writers are or what they're using, what directors. But yeah, this is terrible. Like there has to be a change here soon. And think about it, if we could, step in and make a change, we could make these movies for 20 million at least, and people will still get paid a crazy amount. Because not even actors get a good amount. They still get, they get a decent amount. Let me not say they don't get a good amount. They got a bunch of contracts, a bunch of different things, production on their side. It's not revolving around the movie itself, but just different aspects, of course, of marketing. Let me see, what is this? Electric State? That looks like a good movie right there. Will cost around 320 million to produce. Oh my god. Why? CGI does not cost that much. CGI makes stuff cheaper. That's what I'm saying. And if you paid attention, you know what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to make it seem like the CGI that they have now costs more than the CGI they had then. And they're ending up making more money for less production on their end. I mean, obviously, we all know where this money's going. It's obviously going in some people's pockets. And that's the reason why. It's like only a few select people actually receive most of this money. Yeah, that's crazy. Alright, let's get back to the dynamic here of today. SPY is literally doing exactly what we talked about, right? Ran a little bit above it. Fell right before you hit the high. Falling down to the halfway point of the day, of course. But it's retaining its bullishness because it's above the midpoint. Meaning, depending on how fast this gets, at 3 o'clock, if we simply run to 640, we're basically already in the money on one of the options. If we run to 642, we are now in the money with both options. So let's see. I think it's going to launch up here at the end of the day. And then tomorrow, or once it hits, this top end somewhere over here, we could play some one night out puts very cheap. It's based on a short story. Now, yeah, they always usually mess up the stories. That's why you can't really watch, like when people watch anime, you can't really watch it in English. Because if you watch it in English, the humor, the translations, people are very lazy. So, and, a lot of the times, they tend to just make their own translation for it. They'll use different words. They'll forget that word. They'll mix up this word. Because I'll be watching them side by side. I'll hear them say the English word, and then I'm reading the English subtitles from Japan. And it's literally like two different conversations. But it keeps like linking up. So it's like the same conversation, but it keeps going off on its own path, and then coming back, and then going off on its own path, and it just makes things confusing. Because then you could miss important, parts about the story. Because the idea of a story is to get you hooked into it. To kind of suck you in. Which makes you, do research. After that movie's done, you want to search up some extra, stuff on YouTube. You want to watch some reactions about how people felt about this and that. Because you're trying to get an additional, I don't know. It's the fun part of storytelling, I would say. The community-driven aspects. Like Easter eggs and stuff like that. Lost TV shows had the best podcasts. Yeah. That's the funniest part, yeah. Right? The actual podcasting place will have a better community and end up having a better atmosphere than the actual show itself. I was gonna say for my show, and if anybody wants to steal this, you could try to steal it. You could try to do the same thing if you're creating a show right now. It's a very separate idea. You don't really normally see shows like this. There has been a game created like this, I believe, but I could be wrong. I might be wrong. I'm not too sure. But basically, the way the show is going to progress is every single season that you watch from me, in terms of this first anime, every season will give the ending its own end. So you can go from the first season to the second season. You can go from the third season to the sixth season. You can go from season 9 back to season 2, back to season, 7, back to season 10, back to number 2. Somebody has to find the correct layout. But the way the story goes from beginning to end will be, of course, the primary layout. But then there's a secret, hidden way that the story's going to progress. Give me 1 second. This thing sounds like a damn machine gun. I don't know if you guys can hear the YouTube. Why does that remind me of that Snake game? Y'all remember when those games were coming out? Like Snake IO? I think that's what they were calling them. I forgot how long ago was that. When was that? I feel like that was when I was like 18, 19. That's crazy. Yeah, that's wild. 2016? There's no way 9 years just passed by that fast. Yeah, that's crazy. 2016. Nah, yeah, I could have sworn I was playing that on the computer in school and I got in trouble for that. Yeah, one time we used to have this one health class, and we used to finish the work very quickly because it was just health stuff. So it was like searching up like diseases and stuff like that, and we would always finish the work like mad quick. So everybody in the classroom, I showed them basically how to get a free version of Minecraft so that everybody could play together. When we got the free version, so what we would do is, if you make your browser really small, like really small, like for instance, watch my screen right here. Like, imagine this was the Minecraft browser. We would all just do this right here. So, yeah, we would all be playing like this, like in the corner like this, and anytime the teacher would come around, everybody would just click their screen and it disappears, like it goes off the screen generally. So I remember one time I got caught, and she got so mad. I remember she sent me out the room, and I had to wait there for the whole entire period. She told me to think about my mistake. Nah, yeah, that was funny. That was a long time ago. I think she was the reason why I didn't get high honor roll too, because I was trying to get out that school, and I had spoken to the superintendent, and he had told me that if I can actually get my grades up, he'll consider switching me, even though they never do that here. especially because I'm so old in terms of like my grade at the time. I was in 11th grade, or I was in 10th going to 11th, but it was in 10th grade year. So he was like, he normally can't do that unless it's like safety reasons. But if I, show him the grades, he'll make the switch and he'll make the call. And I remember I was trying to get high honor roll so bad, and because of that one situation with Minecraft, I think she gave me like a 92, or no, it was an 89. It was like right underneath the honor roll, the high honor roll list, because everything has to be, I think, like 90 and above. So I had like basically like a 90, a 95, 94 in every other class, and just health I had, not even in gym. Because for health in that health, like the health class in gym, it would be like some days would be gym, and then some days would be her class, like the health class. So I don't know why they ever did it like that. Like A and B days, I don't know if you guys ever had that in your schools. This brings back so many memories. I think I was playing this at that time. I think I got in trouble for this game too. The snake game as well. I forgot how I used to do that, by the way. There used to be a way to breach the school's internet connection so that you could go to like any website. I just forgot how I did it. I don't remember. I think it was it that DuckDuckGo thing? That was like 4th grade, 5th grade. There was something else. Somebody from my high school showed me. Anyways, let's get back to the present here. I'm sorry. No, Lost, I heard that was a really good show. I don't think I ever watched it, though. But is it the story that first created... Because I think one of these stories created Battle Royale first. I actually want to search that up. Let me actually ask ChatGPT. Who was the first country who created that? Let me see. Who created the first... Who is the first country? Okay, so let's see. That's actually crazy. What? They were doing this in Aztec traditions? So first it was the Romans. Actually, no, I think Aztec... the Aztec Empire... I forgot, honestly. What was the Aztec Empire? It was way before the Romans, I'm pretty sure. So it's probably Aztecs first, then Romans, then the Japanese. A free-for-all duel? Imagine that, like 20 people with, with swords. Yo, that's crazy. That is insane. Yeah. So fictional. The Battle Royale comes from Japan. Japanese author wrote the novel Battle Royale about a government forcing a class of students onto an island where they must fight until one survives. It's kind of crazy because these are my favorite games to play. Like H1Z1, and then you had whatever the other one was that came after it. I forgot what it's called. Oh yeah, Player Grounds Battle Royale. That was the one that came after H1Z1. And then you had Fortnite that took the spotlight. And they were just really good with marketing. And I think right now you have like Warzone with Call of Duty. Fortnite's pretty much terrible. Nobody plays it no more. So I'm trying to think. There's probably going to be another creator of a Battle Royale game. And if they're a publicly traded company, I'm telling you guys, we're buying into it. Just depending on who the creators are. Because these Battle Royale games, like I've seen it happen in person. The way they take a community from one game to another, and then now this one game is like a ghost land, is insane. And, it's obviously a good way to invest. I wish I was investing into gaming around the time when I was actually paying attention to this stuff. Oh yeah, and then early game prototypes. So Minecraft was the first game that did it. I remember that when they first did that. I remember watching that. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. It sounds kind of stupid, I know. You're probably like, what? Minecraft and Hunger Games. But not yet. So basically, it's like 20 people. They start with nothing. And you have the whole map. And you got to use the map and everything you find. Like traps and stuff. And you have to be the winner. I don't think they ever did it for money or for large, like, trophies and stuff like that. But then Arma 3, yeah. And then Paddle... It's crazy how they don't mention H1Z1. That's crazy. Everybody hates that game. It was like a zombie game that was also it's kind of similar to Arma, I think. Not Arma. What was it? DayZ? Was it DayZ? Not DayZ. I think it was DayZ, yeah. Or actually no, Arma might be no, DayZ was similar. So DayZ and H1Z1, they were basically like battle royale games with people. But I think DayZ, I think that's different though. I don't think it's a battle royale game. I don't remember it being one. But it just had zombies inside, and like you would have like online players, and it would just be like zombies just running around, and you got to worry about basically both of them. In H1Z1, it was supposed to be the same thing, I think, but I don't think they did it, because H1Z1 is a zombie game. Like it's not a battle royale game. But then they turned it into a battle royale game, I think. In like 2014, 2013. I used to be addicted to that thing when I was in school. No, it was 2014 and 2015. Yeah, I would be in school, and I would be watching this on my phone, like literally the whole entire time. That's why I had terrible grades my first 2 years of high school, because I was just watching people basically play games all day. It was because of H1Z1. That thing was so addicting, it's not even funny. Because they were the first people who added proximity chat into a video game. Like where you can talk and somebody next to you can hear you. And if you were really far away, they couldn't hear you. So yeah, it was the funniest thing in the world. Because literally, I would just watch these streamers play it. And then I would just try to go against them every single time. Yeah, there's a lot of battle royale anime. Let me tell y'all. Like I think Future Diaries was one of the first ones that was like everybody was talking about. Like you have Future Diaries, you have Hunter x Hunter had some parts of a battle royale in it, right? Like the testing. What else had battle royale in it for an anime? Yo, there was this sick anime that I watched. It was disgusting. I don't know why I was watching that when I was like 15. And it was terrible. Like everybody had a phone, and basically what would happen is you have to give yourself handicaps if you boost your skills too hard. I don't think I ever heard of that game. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't think I ever heard of that. I could be wrong though. Nah, but that other anime that I was talking about, I forgot what it was called, but nah, yeah, it was oddly disturbing. It was like these people went to visit a town, and upon them visiting this town, like they get trapped there. And every single time they walk around or go to a different area, they start hallucinating, and they drive themselves crazy until they basically kill somebody else who's in the village with them, or kill themselves in like a crazy manner. There was also a show, I think it was called that reminds me of this other sick show. I forgot what it's called, but it was basically every episode was just like 1,000 Ways to Die style. Like these characters would just oddly die in weird ways. You missed H1 but went straight on pub? You went stupid on pub. Oh, nah, yeah. On H1, let me tell y'all, I don't know if I have it recorded. I think my computer was really bad at the time, so it couldn't really record stuff. But for H1Z1, nah, yeah, I forgot what ranking it was. I think it was diamond, which basically, in order to get diamond, you need to have 10 games that you won in the last 3 months. Wait a second. I might be able to find my... They have a website for this. H1Z1. Let me see if I can find this. You might be able to see my stats. There was a website for it. H1Z1 stats. Let me search up. Can I search up my name? I forgot how you do this. Wait, let me see something real quick. Let me open up Steam real quick. I want to show you guys something. This is how bad it got. I can show you how much hours I have on this game. Watch this. I'm not proud of this. Especially when I tell you how fast I had this time. Let me see, where is it? By the way, for Spy, currently as we speak, you're at the opening price. You just erased all the moves of today, everybody. Whiplashing back and forth. The next thing I would like to see is you run up to 641, 643. We're going to give this another hour. It's only 2:30 right now. Let me open it up over here. I guess I'll just open it up here. Why is it already open? No wonder my computer's moving so slow. H1Z1 Battle Royale. So the last time I played this was 2020. That's crazy. Let me see, what is this? That's somebody else. I thought that was my video for a second. Where's my hours? Playtime, there you go. Look at my playtime right there. 1,194 hours. You know how fast I hit that? I hit that within a course of, I think it was like just a month. So just me playing this game for not even a month, because I think this is actually a month's time. I think it was over the course of 3 months, 6 months. It was under a year I got this. And again, 1,100 hours, like 190 hours, is almost equivalent to, I think, a whole month. How much hours are in a month? 740 hours. Oh my god. Yeah, that's really bad. I was literally living and breathing this pretty much. Yeah. That's crazy. So as you could tell, I always just put insane time into stuff for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's because of the gaming stuff when I was younger. That's probably what it is. I just get hooked into something. Like when I used to play zombies, like Call of Duty, I swear I would be there for 20 hours, 30 hours straight because you can't pause it. So you would literally have to keep going for 30 hours or go to sleep, have somebody watch you, and then wake up after 2 hours and then let them have a nap. Yeah, it was the oddest thing in the world. Vikash, what's going on over there? I'm looking to that game. Because honestly, I want some fun games. Because now that the Discord is a little bit more simplified, I feel like I just need to not take a foot off the gas. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you know I don't do that for nobody or for nothing. The foot is not coming off the gas anytime soon. But I would like to have more games that I could play with you guys, you know? Because it is fun. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It is fun. Especially when you got a good group of people that's funny. Just wait till you see me play a game. I mean, you could probably watch my old videos if you search up my old channels. If you guys ever find them. But nah, yeah, I'd be going... yeah, I'd be going crazy. It's like a whole new level of fun, honestly. I feel like everybody needs a little something something, a little spark. I remember specifically though, like I would not want to ever play games until I actually had like my situation finalized in terms of me trading. So like the last couple years, everything would just be boring for me. Because like if it's not trading, if it's not making this better and being more repetitive and being more consistent, then it's just like everything else is mundane and boring in life, even traveling. I don't know if you guys ever experienced that. Oh my goodness, you played WoW for 10 years? Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot of individuals who play like RuneScape and stuff like that, and like they still play it. We got kids to feed. No, you could play the games with the kids. The kids would love to play it with you. Cause think about it. Even if you go out and you like your kids to see the outside world, that's completely fine. You could have one day of the week where everybody's inside, or one day of the month where it's kind of like game night. I remember I loved that when I was a kid. Absolutely. Oh, okay. I see what you mean now. No, of course. I know that, right? That's obviously logical. I'm telling you, once we get you to quit your job, after you have a hefty safety net, right? Because you can't just have a safety net, you got to have a hefty safety net. But once we do that, no, yeah, you'll have plenty of time. That's what I want for everybody right now, to give you the time before it's too late. Everybody deserves to have that time. Because especially me, like if I had all the time in the world, because let's be honest, like I'm at my age and I'm so free. I could literally go anywhere. I could buy anything I want. No, not anything I want, not yet. Let's be real. But realistically, if I keep trading, yes, I could buy anything I want. And if that's the case, it's kind of like we got to get everybody else on the same page. Because it only feels right once we do that. Because then, now you merge everybody else's greatness with your greatness. Everybody's enjoyment with your enjoyment. And it's just like a whole different level of enjoyment. Can't really explain it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the goal. You said, what was that? So earlier today, I told everybody, like around...
Hey, no, not to you. I'm saying that the candle.
Yeah.
I just got SPX and it went up like 280 to 70% in like 20 seconds.
Yep, I see it. You paid 150 and it instantly went to 600. 270%, just like that, everybody. Excellent, Vikash. You caught that at the perfect time. That was beautiful. That right there was beautiful. Did you sell out?
Yeah, I did. Because one big down SPX, it's gone. Then even if it comes up slowly, it will lose value. This time it's like, I've seen those as well. So yeah, I sold out.
And then look at that. Those contracts go right back to $100, and you could literally buy it for free now.
Exactly, yeah. It's so addicting. I mean, even though it's so degenerating, like if it goes against you, like it just dies. But last, like a $5 contract for SPX in 2 hours might go to like 20 cents, and then it might just awake again, depending on what happens. It's insane.
So the trick here is with those, right? Like for instance, I bought some $4 contracts down here. As soon as you hit number 3, those $4 contracts, they ended up going to 200% or 180% right here, and then right now, they're up around 80%. If you continue to go up higher, let's just say to 640 or the other yellow line, these will be at around 200 to like 300%. So in terms of just like short-term movement, what you often will find is with SPX, it oftentimes moves the same way as SPY. Like they literally are the same thing. The only difference is that momentum hits SPY a little bit slower than SPX in terms of contract values. It's kind of like a slowed down version of it.
You get bigger gain as well as it loses value also quickly. It goes slowly. So.
No, yeah, exactly. So the trick here is buying at a really good low point, just like right here, after you lost all that value, pretty much right back down to the opening price. Literally, you just reset right back down, and then you zip right back up to reversal point number 2, and then now you fell down to number 1.5. If you get below that, you're gonna fall down to the opening price. Actually, not even the opening price. You'll fall down to the orange line. You could hold on top of this right now. If we look at the staircasing that it's been doing all day, from down here to here to here. If you hold on top of the orange, that could be another entry for the SPX option board, but just be careful, everybody.
The one I sold at $5.70, now it's
Yeah.
at $3.80.
It already fell. Right now, it's then right there is probably like what, 340, right? Give it 2 more ticks. Now it's gonna be at 300, 290. So yeah, it's not dropping down quick enough in terms of value. You would have to consolidate now here. So if it slows down right here, then yeah, you'll be able to see those contracts back at 150 again. Because remember, whenever you play SPX, the rule of thumb is if you buy a contract for 150 like you did with cash and you sold it for 600, whenever you buy the same contract, it has to be at least half the price. Has to be. Because that most likely usually will happen, especially if the contract already went up to 600. Now, because it's the end of the day, it could turn out a little bit differently. But, like for instance, in this scenario, I'm thinking we're going to run up to 640 here at around like 330 to 350. So, yeah, you could potentially buy those same contracts, if not buy another contract that's even closer, but cost the same amount that those did.
With this, you don't have to be like really close as the time goes on. Even with like a $5 difference,
Yeah.
it's very unforgiving. It just so at this point when I do get in, so I just bought it and at 285, now it's 335.
Right.
The moment it's gonna drop below below $2, gonna get out. Otherwise, it might just be get worthless. So I might just sell and get in again if I don't. But
That right there is very important. I like how you just said that. You just said that you spent a certain amount, 280. If it falls past 200, you're gonna sell out for a loss, just so you don't lose too much value. And then if you just potentially hold it and allow it to consolidate around here, you could see it bounce back up to 450, 430. That's perfect right there. Yeah, that's excellent, Vikash. Do silo plays and just mention silo trades has a self plug. I forgot what my I don't even know what my YouTube channel is called. Where I used to play games. I have a bunch of them. I have like 4 or 5 of them that I used to record on. Alrighty, everybody. We're going to give this market a second here. 2 minutes before 3 o'clock. Let's look to see if anything's getting real cheap for us to buy. So yeah, you have a 640 contract that costs $11. That right there is a fantastic buy. Again, a 640 contract that costs 11. This morning it hit 150 when the market ran up near the reversal point number 3. And then right now, again, it fell to a low of 5. Right now you're at... That's crazy. You going from here to here, those contracts went up how much percent? 600% on SPY. So on SPY, the calls for $5, they went from $5 to $32. Which is kind of funny now that I think about it. And I compare that with SPX. That's actually really funny. I think what we should do now is actually compare the cheap SPX options, like the $15 SPX options, like around 3 o'clock right now. Let me see. How much do these cost? Again, everybody, you're holding on that orange line, which is very important. Now we would like to see a newer high. So if it gets stuck in the middle of the yellow and the orange, it's going to go against our plans. Like right here. So like right there. If you keep falling down and you get beneath the orange, you're going to fall out. And Boogie, you said what's hefty in my opinion? In terms of what exactly? What was I talking about? This contract's $5, and then a couple seconds ago, what did you hit? You went from $5 to $40. So yeah, just as I thought. The SPX the cheap SPX options, they move the same, almost the same percentage as SPY's options, just a little bit more. So basically, what does that mean? That means that whenever you buy SPX, you always want to go for the option that costs 70 to like 150. Pretty much exactly how the cash is doing it. That's pretty much exactly how you want to do it yourself as well. And you want to follow that baseline. It's just you got to be careful towards the end of the day because a $150 contract could be $60 within 30 seconds. But yeah, those do move. What if? Okay, let me see something real quick. What about these? That was 5 and that went to 40. What I feel like this one's gonna be better. That one went from 10 to 75. That's worse actually. So yeah, you don't have that much of a bigger increase in terms of the gain for SPY. 6,435. And what was your opening price today? 6,412. 6,463. So you would have to fill more of the gap. Let me see, more of the gap. Yeah, those options can actually go in the... How much does this cost? These things cost $15. If anybody has extra profit and they would like to trade SPX, you could potentially just buy a 6,435 because it's in range. Basically, it's like right here. Imagine if you're trading SPY. It would be as if SPY was hitting around this yellow line here. Just that little new high. Those contracts would start jumping to... They would be up 1,000% at that point. If not, they would be a little bit under 1,000%. They'll probably be up 500%. Oh, like what's a hefty amount of money to have in order to quit your job? In my honest opinion, everybody, it depends on what you're trying to do in terms of your life. That's the first thing I would say. Let's just say, we have our own level of normalcy, right? Where you have society's rules, society's norms, and then you have, the norms that go on here, right? In terms of pushing each other, in terms of helping each other, in terms of being there for one another. So let's say if you factor all that in, here in this Discord, in order to quit your job, if I'm being honest with you, it depends on your level of knowledge. That's the first thing. So different members on my Discord, I would have different feelings towards them being able to quit early as compared to others. But in terms of a numeric number, if we're just trying to create a situation, a size, like a one shoe that fits all type of thing, one size fits all, I would say at least 500,000. If you have 500K, you can quit your job at that point. And there's a reason for it. I was going to say $1 million to $2 million, which I know sounds crazy, but it's not, trust me. It is not crazy, actually. And the reason why I say 500K is because there needs to be some level of you having freedom and being able to literally take a trip across the world at any given moment. Like, that has to be what you could do right there. Once that becomes the freedom that you maintain and contain, your whole entire depiction of the world starts to change in terms of happiness and all that other stuff. So what I learned was when I went on all my vacations, and I was so young, I was so happy to be on these vacations, I actually really hated it. I hated every single one of my vacations until I went on a vacation where I knew I could make any amount of money, as long as I just traded for a couple days. And that was only on my last vacation this year. Like, that was the only vacation I ever had. So I know if I had a problem with that, and I'm not, too illogical, I'm kind of, I would say on the right field of being civilized and being normal. I don't cause disruptions and, chaos and stuff like this, right? I try to remain like in my own corner. And just hearing how every single person comes from a trip and they always have a low moment, it was kind of funny because I was like, why is that a thing? You should come home from a trip and be more motivated to go on another trip now. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to make you unmotivated or make you have a bad, trip going back home. I hate when people do that. Like, whenever we're going back home and they got just like a bad attitude or they're just being weird, you know what I mean? They just want to go home and want to sleep and they don't want to. Like, I don't understand that. Being at the airport comes with going on a trip, you got to soak it up. One time I had to sleep at the airport for 2 days because of one flight that I messed up all the other connecting flights I had. So I literally had to go to LA, take a bus to another airport, got to that airport. They told me there was no more flights. They told me, all right, you need to go back to the other airport now because we have no more flights tonight or tomorrow morning. So now you got to go back to over there and see if you can see if they can have something for you or see if you can find another airport. And I ain't gonna lie to ya. When I was on that trip, this is not my last trip, by the way. When I was on that trip last year, I did not have the extra, capital on me at that time to be paying all that stuff. So I was just like, you know what? I'm not even going to risk it because if I pay for this, I'm not going to be able to get back home with an Uber or, with paying food that day. And I remember I waited and I slept there for another extra day. And now, yeah, I eventually got a flight. And somehow I didn't need to pay. I was supposed to pay, but I think God blessed me in that moment, honestly. That's why I learned my lesson from that trip, and I never went on another trip until I had like a sturdy amount of capital. Because you can't just have the money for the trip and then have, $3K on the side. You got to have like at least 5,000, 10,000, just in case something goes wrong. Nah, yeah. Let me tell ya, one time I had to take out a loan on a firm. I forgot what it was for. I think it was for an Uber. I took out a loan on a firm just for an Uber. Because I had a lot of extra, I had like a lot of buying power. Like I had up to like, I think 7,000, 10,000 on a firm. That's pretty much what I use for my trips. So I use a firm instead of me paying like 3,000-4,000 up like right then and there. I'll invest a quarter of the capital into a couple options that will, basically expire by the time my bill is supposed to be paid for. So I'll put like a quarter of it into that. I'll put the other half into just any long-term plays, any stocks, any options I'm going to hold for 2 years that I'm not going to sell because usually the loans I have is just like a month, not a month, but like a year. I don't typically do anything longer than a year. And then I love Affirm because I can keep, I don't increase my inquiries. I don't. In fact, it just adds to my ability to borrow. Like in the beginning, I remember they only gave me like 600, and then I paid that back. Then they gave me, I forgot how much they gave me that time. I think it was like 3,000 in 2023, because my income started increasing because of the trading, and then in 2024, I think it was like the peak. It was around like 10,000, 9,800, somewhere around there. And it's pretty useful, let me tell ya. Like Affirm saved my ass so many times. I kid you not. That thing was insanely helpful. Absolutely helpful. Like, you know what I didn't know you could do? I didn't know that because I'm younger than 25, which is kind of funny because now I'm about to be 25. So if, yes, I don't have to finally, I don't have to finally do this no more. But what I would do is whenever I borrow like a car, whenever I go on a trip, they charge me like extra fees because I'm under 25. So what I would do is, instead of me giving them that cash just in case I need it, something happens, I'll literally just take out a loan with Affirm, use the debit card, use that as a thing for them to hold capital. Like I forgot what they call it, but you know how you got to give them a deposit and they give you the money back when you get the car back, just in case you don't have an accident or something. And I remember I had Affirm help me with that once, and I didn't know I was gonna have to pay for that. Like, it was just like smack dab out of nowhere. You're on a trip, you got a good amount of money, but then out of nowhere they're just like, all right, we're gonna have to hold 2,000, and you're just like, huh? Who in the world? Who in the world is gonna give y'all 2,000? And then I started thinking about it. I was like, wow, you really can't be going on trips with just a couple thousand in your bank account. So I don't know why I was doing that in 2020. Was it 2022? Yeah, around the time I was losing everything, I started taking out a lot of loans. I don't know why I was doing that. I was going crazy, I guess. When I was still losing all my money and I was still taking out loans. Yeah, I was just buying unnecessary stuff and going on unnecessary trips. It was the stupidest thing in the world. That's also something that I've done before. That's why now I'm just like, I'm chilling. I'm chilling right now. I spend like $10 a day on food, and that's it. You know what I mean? I'm good. I'm happy over here. We'll wait for everybody else to get to the same point in terms of just a safety net, 5,000-10,000, and then we're gonna organize the next trip together with everybody. I'm just gonna wait until everybody has at least 5 to 10K. Which I was planning on doing it by my birthday. I'm not going to lie. I'll tell you guys that now. On my birthday, we should have enough money for us to actually potentially organize a trip. Because remember, I told you guys, I already broke down everything for Hawaii. I have all the convention centers. They already have my name. They already have the business. It's just I do not have the posters or the stuff. So what we're going to have to do is I'm probably going to have to fly there a couple days before you guys with the stuff. If not, I'll probably see if I can mail it there. Or I'd probably have to go there. I kind of want to go there on my birthday. I was thinking about it. Kind of want to go to Hawaii for like 7 days, because they only cost around $1,700. So it's not that bad. It's pretty much how much we made on the other small account last week. So as long as we could, make another 3,000 like this week and then next week, we should be straight. I don't know if anybody wants to come, by the way. If you want to come with me, just let me know. Because last time I went, I didn't actually fully plan everything. I found out the convention centers, and I got some of the stuff that we were going to need whenever we had the trip, which was in February. But yeah, there was still a lot of stuff that I didn't do, which we ended up doing in May. Because we thought we were going to go again in July. But yeah, we just had some situations occur. It was like it's so crazy. When I was going through certain situations personally, like in my own personal life, I started noticing, for some odd reason, I don't know why this is the case, but if I'm going through chaos and I'm going through something that my brain is just like all over the place, I've recognized that it happens to everybody else in the Discord. It's almost it's like a contagious infection that you're catching over the mic just due to frequency. Not even from the words I say, but just from my person, me. And I don't know if that's true. I'm not just going to sit here and blame myself, because there's no need for that. But it could be the case. It could be the case. So that's why now it's just like I got to be positive every single day. And we got to always have this these good ideas, good energy. Let me actually see how much the flights are, so I can see how much it's going to cost. Just give me 5 seconds, everybody. SPY looks like it's starting to speed up here. So we're still waiting for 330, 350. And then we want to sell these contracts for like 200 to 500%. And that's the game plan, everybody. Still the same thing as this morning. Okay, so New York City to... That's not bad. No, yeah, John, we got to set up that fishing trip. I'm telling you. We got to have like 4 hours, 3 hours where we're fishing. And then we got to cook it the same day. I want to record it all. I'll be watching these Japanese YouTubers. Like record them like catching fish. Then they prepare it. You said baby shark fishing? I don't know if I'll eat a shark. That sounds crazy. NYC to Hawaii. There's no way it costs that much. Wait a second, what? $250. Huh? Why? Are they gonna blow up the plane? Why is it? That's crazy. So you could travel for 8 days. If you do main cabin one way, it's $230. So if you do, and it's a direct flight, that's crazy. What? It's for November. So that one's for November. If you go for October, those are $300 each, like $320 each. The one for November right now, it costs $230. So that's basically $460 with taxes is $500. Let's just say maybe a little bit over $500. And then the hotels are going to be about $50 to $40 a day. I want to become like really close to some of the hotel owners there, so that I could potentially try to set up some stuff where I would bring everybody from over here to like one hotel, and we could just rent out like half of the hotel. And who knows, they might give us a cheap deal just depending on what we do and how we help them and how nice we are, you know? It's crazy. Last time they really helped me out. Like I had a hotel room that was only on the 3rd floor, and I'm not gonna lie, the view was garbage. So when I got into that room in February, I was like, it doesn't really matter. I don't really care. I was like, I'll just enjoy my time outside. But that first night that I was in Hawaii last time, I was like, all right, cut the bullshit. Let's make the money right now. Let's make the extra 1,000, extra 1,500. Let's take it out and let's upgrade our room. The same night I said that, when I was leaving the hotel, the lady at the reception that was giving me my key, she asked me, she was like, is there anything we could do to make it better? Like, that's the first thing she said. I didn't even say nothing. She's like, is there anything we could do to make your trip even better, right? And I was like, honestly, no. But if you wouldn't mind, I don't know if you guys could do this. If you guys charge, just let me know how much the price is. But could I just have a different room on like a different side of the building? I literally told her just like that. I thought she was going to be like, nah. She was like, give me 1 second. She goes talk to the other person, and she was like, yeah. She was like, we have around 10 extra rooms. What floor would you like? And I'm like, what floor would I like? I'm like, what in the world? And it was because I was just being so nice to them the whole time. Like when they told me I was going to have to pay an extra $1,000 as a deposit for the hotel, when I actually already paid, I think I already paid $4,000 at this point. And they were just like, yeah, you're going to have to pay an extra deposit because you're so young. I just agreed with them. And I think maybe that's the reason why, because as soon as I walked in there, they were having problems with like 4 other people. And I was not trying to give them problems. I was just like, yeah, I'm trying to make this an easy process. And yeah, she did help me. She got me a better room. That room cost like an extra $1,000, I think it was. And it was the best view I've ever had out of any hotel. So it's crazy, you know what I mean? But I don't like when people go to trips and then they try to make that happen intentionally. I do not like that. I hate that. And the reason why I hate that is because one time I did that. Truthfully. One time I did that. And I was just like, I was getting tight with the person at the hotel because it was like a bed bug. Listen, I had every right to be tight and be mad because of a bed bug. I was tripping. And now, yeah, I was losing it. That was on my birthday a couple years ago. But yeah, you can't approach people or talk to people like that. Even if you don't like stuff going your way, it's just like you always got to talk to people with respect. And as long as they see the frustration, I mean, not you trying to force it and lie to them, people could see it. People could feel it without you even saying a word, without you even making a face. And as long as your energy is right and it's truthful, I feel like things always happen. They always work out in your way. And that goes along for everybody here. Same things with the charts and with the trades. That's why everything the market's doing right now is kind of like, we kind of had a feeling. We kind of knew about it, everybody. Who's that? Dr. Hoover, what's going on over there?
Doctor, you are amazing. I just want to let you know that.
Thank you, brother.
I just have to remind you. I just want to remind you. Everybody in here is amazing as well.
Nah, Hoover, I appreciate that, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
That made me feel really happy. I'm not gonna lie to you. That hit me like a truck out of nowhere. I appreciate it, bro.
Bro, I was in here early in the morning. Bro, I took my girl to school, first day of school, college, you know what I'm saying? First day of school is kind of crazy. First day of college. Yeah, bro, you was talking about, yeah, we're going to have a big move. This shit going to be 640, bro. Look at it now. And I was out like throughout the day. I was out. Just like, but you don't miss. You don't miss. Silo does not miss. Dr. Silo does not miss.
Thank you, brother. I try not to, honestly. I put honestly, a lot of time into this. So I appreciate that, bro. I really do. Every single time I hear it.
You know? You study, you put the time in, and you reap the rewards. That's all it is, bro. That's all it is. You put in, and you get out,
That's why I'm almost certain that whenever we go on vacations together, I promise you guys, for some reason, again, I don't know if it's just me. Every time I go somewhere and I wish for something crazy and chaotic and fun to happen, that's exactly what happens every single trip.
Hey, you want to hear something hilarious?
What?
Yo, coming home last night, I was mad late. I got home from like fucking doing some work. You know what I was doing. And I got home, bro. I bought some dominoes. I'm walking like down the steps to my crib, and I got like this crack in the floor. Yo, bro. I got the dominoes in one hand, the phone in the other. My ankle buckles. The pizza flies in the air. Yo, bro, it's something out of a cartoon, bro. I swear. My phone flew, the pizza flew. I hit the ground. I was like, yo. And in my head, you know what I was thinking? I was like, damn. Today's what kind of events? You know, I was like, today was just like a cannonball event or something. I'm just thinking that, right? And I fucking, my ankle buckles, the pizza flies, my phone flies. I'm just like, I gotta stop thinking about shit.
Literally, yeah. That's how it gets, bro. Like maybe remember that one time when you were driving at night, and me and our other boy, we pulled up on you, and now yeah, we were just with you while you were just getting your stuff done, and yeah, we randomly pulled up on like some of the most well-known racers in all of New York. And I was like, it was just so random. Remember that night? Yo, it was so random. I think something else happened. I forgot what it was.
So we watched the whole New York City like race right on the side of the road, front row seats.
Literally, yeah. It blocked off the road and everything. I was like, no way. I was like, I seen this online.
It was a fucking Nissan GTR R35 versus the GT500 Mustang, one of the newer ones.
Wait, who won? Was it the GTR? It was the Mustang, wasn't it?
Mustang fucking what that
That thing was gone. I remember, yeah.
definitely had nitrous for sure. That's just that. Yeah, I never seen something stick so hard to the ground and just launch like a rocket.
It was almost like it was glued, but it was all that whatever stuff they put on the floor before they race. That was it tar or something like that? I forgot what it is. Some sticky spray. Yeah.
They be making their own shit, bro. Honestly, they be making their own concoctions too.
Now, yeah, of course, to make it cheaper. Especially if they'd be racing like every other night. But what I don't get is, and again, this might sound crazy. You know how New York cops, like, they're starting to deal with a lot of people racing all the time, like, just running away from them? I feel like they like that.
Some exhilaration, you know?
I swear, I feel like these cops love chasing people. Like, they love the thrill of it. Even the racing. Like, we all know where these people be. If you know, there's obviously a private investigator that knows where all these people be racing. It won't take them a couple days, you know. It won't take too long to figure it out. And they could just put up a couple cameras there, instantly have sensors, have somebody just always watching, and they would be, you know, able to catch. Like, I don't know, the way they go about planning. Yo, it's like they're not even trying. Like, for instance, I forgot where it was. I think maybe in like Georgia. It was Georgia. I think it was Georgia. It might have been Georgia or Chicago. But there was a cop that had, they have like a whole new set of gear attached to the front of their car where you drive up to the back of the person's car and it instantly locks onto their axle and their whole entire suspension. And, you basically slam the brakes and you're going to slow down the other car because the other car, you're going to basically be grabbing, the back half of it. So, of course, if that car is heavier, you might have a problem. But if it's most likely a sedan or something like small, these like the cops, like they put the thing underneath, it somehow wound it around the underneath of the car, and then they literally just yanked off the whole entirety of his back suspension. I'm talking about struts, I'm talking about axles, I'm talking about, I think it was even part of the drive shaft. Like, they literally just ripped off the bottom half of a car like it was like a toy car or something. So I'm like, yo, they start putting that over here. Like, these people, most of these people, it's gonna be crazy, but I don't think they're allowed to do that. I think it's only, up to some states, like the states that allow you to pit. I don't think New York is. I don't think you could pit people in New York. That's probably why they don't do it. But no, yeah, I swear they love the thrill of it. That's probably what it is. So yeah, it's not bad. Now for September, search flights and hotels. Sorted low to high. I can't wait for the day that we're able to each of us just go to a hotel that costs 50,000 just to feel what type of luxury that is. You might even get a complimentary, visit from the I forgot what they call those places inside, like the trainers, whatever they call them. I'm pretty sure that stuff costs like hundreds of dollars if you try to get it done like randomly in your state. Actually, probably not. Probably just go to like a massage place. Or is it like the chiropractor, like mixed with the massage place, mixed with like the hot rocks? Like the full experience type, like those type of buildings? I'm not gonna lie, the only thing I remember, I never even knew hot rocks was a thing, was a thing besides the time when I saw Big Mama. I forgot which one it was. I don't know if y'all ever seen that. I'm pretty sure most of y'all seen that. Or like she was inside the place and like they put the hot rocks and it was melting through the suit. Yeah, like a day spa. Nah, yeah. Like imagine they have something like that. You feel like you're in one of those movies. Those are resort hotels, right? Yeah, these prices are not terrible for Hawaii. For the hotel and flight, it's $2,300. With barbershops inside, that's a. I didn't even think about that, Louis. You just raised the bar by like 100 points right there. See, like that's something different. That sounds crazy. We could probably create the greatest resort in the world. If we're being honest here. You know what's so crazy? You just mentioned this, Slug. When I was in Japan, the one thing I regretted, and I've been there 3 times, the one thing I regretted is I never went to one of their like natural hot springs. I always wanted to go. I think the last time I couldn't go because my boy, he had tattoos, and they don't allow that in most places, especially if you're not gonna have your like your shirt on. But I think now they're starting to be a little bit more culturally like, but then again, most of those areas are owned by the older individuals. So I don't think they're going to change that quickly. But yeah, probably over the years, they'll probably start to accept tattoos and stuff like that. But there was this one spa that I was looking at. It's not even a spa. It's like a hot spring. It was like a castle that was overlooking the mountain. And it had a crazy, like I've never seen something like this. It looks like it's like straight out of an anime or straight out of like a movie. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what place I do want to go to? I don't think anybody has heard of this besides Mikey. Mikey's the only person. I think Mikey went here recently. Look at this place right here. This is Canada. Banff, Canada. And it looks like, I don't even know, it looks like Europe. Looks like some crazy part of Europe. And this right here is a lake. So like there's like this giant lake. Let me see where it's at. Where is it? Oh yeah, this is like the nearby town. I think they do have polar bears. That's the only problem here, ladies and gentlemen. That's the worst thing you can come by. The only thing I'm really terrified, honestly, I'll be honest with y'all. I'm not really terrified of nothing. The only thing I'm terrified is any type of wild cat, any type of bear, specifically polar bears. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm not really afraid of anything else. What other animals could there be that you're gonna be afraid of? Like mooses and stuff like that, of course. But I mean, I don't think that's gonna be that much of a problem. I don't think you're gonna see too many. The one thing I hate is I don't know what they call that. I have some type of like I don't like big bodies of water. I'll be honest with y'all. Like if I'm not in a ship that I feel sturdy to be in, and like the water's too wild, nah, yeah, I start losing it. I start tripping out. Like this is not bad. This is not terrible at all, honestly. Like I wouldn't mind this. I'll definitely be looking at my feet the whole entire time. But nah, yeah, I wouldn't mind stuff like that. I could deal with that. The one thing I can't deal with is I'm gonna show you something. This is the one thing I can't deal with. Is this type of a size. He had a tat sleeve when he went to Japan, so they just put him on a private one instead. Private. No, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. There's definitely a bunch of them. I think when I went last time, I think it was just a little too pricey. I think that's all it was probably. It was just a little too pricey. Because during that trip, I just did something stupid too. I literally ended up paying for a car when we had 5 people, and the car was literally a coupe. It was a nice BMW, but it was like a BMW coupe. Because that one I didn't need to have an adult or somebody older. I could be my age. Honestly, I was trying to get the GTR. I was trying to get the GTR, but they were all manual. And I can't drive manual, and I don't plan on learning with that type of a car. At least if it's not mine. But now, yeah, so I got the BMW, but that was just stupid. If I didn't do that, I probably could have paid for everybody to go to the private sauna. Honestly, probably could have saved some capital there. Make my day, Spy. Make my day. Can you stop clicking like that, please? It does it again right away. So how's the cheaper option we had? So yeah, we're still waiting for the 642s. We'll see if they come back into value here. We got 641, 642s. We are going to take a break because we did not take a break earlier. So we are going to take a break in a second here, right after the market closes. And then we're going to come back probably in like an hour, 30 minutes. And after that, we'll probably go over what we're going to do for tomorrow. That's probably what we're going to do. Not right now, at least. For Tesla, where are you at? Yeah, you're still stuck in the wedge. Nvidia hit 167 and now you're right back at 170. Yeah, Nvidia could just... Let's just say SPY is going to have a new high here, which I think that's going to be the case very shortly for the next couple days. Hopefully by Friday. It just depends. It all depends. If we can continue running up to the high, I think September is going to actually snap on the 14th, 15th. Because what the initial idea was, it was going to copy last year. Last year, basically in September... You were falling down all of September till about the 10th, and then you ran up the rest of the month going higher. So what I think is going to happen is I think you might do the inverse. You potentially might go higher now, shoot up to the top, and then you might just fall right back down to the floor here. No, yeah, I'll lower it. I'll take it off the... I don't know why I find that so funny. Close this. Let's see if that open. Where did it go? I don't even know where I put it. Let me see. That has to be here. That's all trading view. That's that. Where did it go? I swear this is what happened last time. I kid you not. We didn't know where it was. We lost it. And then we spent the whole day trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. It was the same. Oh, it's right here. All right. Let's just stop this. Oh, God. There we go, Spy. Make my day. All it takes is 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, Snapchat is up a crazy amount. It's up 16% right now. Which is, of course, equating to a good amount. Just because we put a little amount into it. I mean, not really a little amount, but more like a mid-size amount. Let's actually go to the Snapchat chart. And look at that, everybody. Right back up at the previous high. So now, you could continue running up. If you continue running up here on Snapchat, and let's just say the whole market continues to pick up here, yeah, you're easily going to get to $8, $9 here very shortly. Which means this option is going to go to... What is my strike price? That's actually kind of crazy. So if we literally run to $8, this option is instantly going to double again. So we're going to be up at... How much did we put into this? We put 360 into that. 300 into that specifically. We're up $60, $50. So we're up 50, 16%. We put in 300. Yes. Yep. Actually, no, we put in 310. Wait, what? No, yep. We put in... Why is this confusing me? We put in 310. We're up $50. So we're at 360 in total. If you hit that next number, of course, it's just 10 contracts. So we'll probably be at like $540, which means we doubled the whole entire account just from us having a Snapchat. So now this is where the fun part happens, because now with us having so much charts, think about it. In 2021 and in 2022, I didn't have all these charts done. But yet, what I was able to do at that time was put in 300 to 400 into a play, leave it for a couple days, sell it for 800, 1200, 1600, specifically on Tesla and Nvidia. What I've come to realize is a lot of these other companies do the same exact thing. They have the same multiple. If not, some of these companies specifically, because of how oversold they are, their X factor in terms of a multiple, in terms of what's possible, considering what just happened, what's occurring right now, is so far greater that it makes it kind of an easy pick whenever we got to go for these plays. So like Snapchat was one of them. Thanks to Danny, by the way. Danny was the one who found this and had the news. And yeah, we're thinking this is definitely going to pass over $10. That's why by the time it hits like right here, like right around here, I'm probably going to sell everything and then just keep the contracts for 2027. Because I'm going to be up around like $900. So that's almost 200-300% right there. That's good enough. And then what I'll do is if it falls down to like $8, I'll potentially buy another set. But this time, since I made 800, initial price was 300, which means profit is 500. If my profit itself is 800, that means in total, everything would be worth around, what, 1100? So yeah, like around 1100. So yeah, you could be up around either 800 each, or not each, but 800 in total, or we're going to be at 1,100, somewhere around here. If we go higher, that's when it gets ridiculous. If it goes literally to $11, like literally just right here, these contracts are going to be worth 1,000 plus that, or minus that. So yeah, that would actually be the case. So yeah, I already equated that in what I was explaining already. So basically what I was saying was from here to about right here. This is all extra profit. When you're normally playing options, the safest thing to do is always to play for a gap fill, of course, which is the halfway point. But then most certainly what you really want to play for is a strike price that's one away from your goal. And you want to sell it before it hits the goal. The reason why is because you want to train your brain and train your actual, knowledge to be able to point out all these levels that the market's going to run to. Now, again, why does the market need to run to this level? Is because $10 on the dot is the strike price. So we're looking at this in terms of a contract format, which means, of course, if that's $1, right? That means this right here is another $1. So we bought it right here. So if we just run to here, again, that's $1. Wait, actually, it's $2. Yeah, it's $2. My bad. So it's $2. $1 here and then $1 up. Yeah. So it's $2. $1 up and $1 down from the target is where your contract should be located. So you don't really want to buy a $10 contract, honestly. That's kind of the last thing you want to do. You want to have something for 9, or you want to have something for 11. So if Snapchat does go down again, I will be buying another set of contracts because we already have 10 right now, which is the midpoint, which means we either have to sell here or sell here since our contract is right here. If you have a $9 contract, the best part is that you could probably just sell here, which is not even filling the gap. That's the safest thing to do. So if I have $5,000 and I'm playing, let's just say with Snapchat right here, I would simply sell out with that 5K at whatever price is going to be here, which is only going to be about 60 more cents of an increase. And it's like the safest idea because once you hit this, then you can start having some downside. Then you can start having some opposing reactions. And at this point, you're looking for this to start U-shaping right back up. So there is going to be an extreme day sooner or later. You know what I mean? We just got to wait for it. And plus, we have a nice gap here. This is going to be... Was this at the end of the day? Please tell me it was after hours. It was. Thank God. Perfect. All right, let's go take a look at SPY now. Let's see if SPY is still tripping out over there in the corner. Let's go over here. And yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of the reversal points, you fell down to number 3. Equal reaction. Now you're back up to this number 3. And now you're slightly above it. So if you can hold right around 639.46, right at the top of the VRVP indicator on the right side, all the yellow and all the blue lines right here, that's where all the volume is. So right on top of where all the volume is, you need to hold above it. If you can, you will see this be able to just basically support itself on all this volume here. And it'll start to run up to this next target, which is 645. We have 10 minutes here, so this is going to be real funny. Let's see what happens. If this happens today, oh my God. Any overnight trades? I do want to have an overnight trade, but that overnight trade is going to be done here. I want us to get to 642, if not somewhere right beneath it. If we could run to, basically, if we could run up $2 here, 640.30 and then 641.30, that'd be good enough for us to actually get into the downside to play right back down to, like down here, the midpoint. Because then we're going to go in the money by the time you hit the midpoint next time. And you might slowly gravitate around the beneath, not the beneath of it, the lower, just the lower end of it, right? Just like right under it. That's what we're looking for. That's going to be the 5-day contract. When we consolidate right below here. Okay, what else can we do here? And then, so that's going to be the 5-day call. The overnight put is going to be right here. If we could run up a little bit more. If not, we're just going to get it during the day tomorrow. We'll just let it complete the move after hours if it really wants to do it. And let's also check the Euro market real quick. Any fast moves here? Looks like we're going up, so the small account is up right now. Looks like it took our advice. It held at the point. It held at the first point, everybody. This is wonderful news. Alright, we just need this to go up a little bit more here. Nvidia looks like this thing is going to start running. Mumu is going to potentially start running here. We're going to wait for it to hit 176 tomorrow. And then we're going to start getting some calls for a higher high. You might be just compressing yourself to have a crazy green day. We're going to make more money with the calls than we are the puts. I'm almost certain of that. Just looking at all these. That was really good puts right there. But it's only towards the top. You tend to have really good calls. Like, yeah, like look at that. Look at these calls. Puts are really good too. Don't get me wrong. But the way that flow is in terms of the candles and what's actually on the board and what's not, you know, very tiny and just nothing's there. Like, look at the green. Especially from like here. 140 back down to 140 and right back up to 170. That's $30. That's insane. Because if you have $10 out, you're instantly going into money. By the time you're opening up at the next day before you even fall. This is the one reason why I was able to blow up my account when I was 21. It was because most of the options I got into, like down here, they would always move a couple days after. Like I would always be like 5-10 day contracts. So in the beginning, that's how I've grown, like grew very accustomed to getting those other contracts and not the 0 days. It was because it would always be more money for some reason. Because you would literally not be able to sell. You would kind of have to wait for it to actually open up the next day. And then you would have to sell, of course. Keep running to the SPY. Come on, SPY. Keep it going. You're doing everything we wanted and more. We're in the money now, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the money. I repeat. We are in the money. Snapchat is absolutely running like crazy right now. We're up 20% already. $73, just like that. Come on. Okay, so let's look at our 1 day put that we're going to buy into once we sell these calls. So let's search up SPY. Let's go to options. Puts. 1 day out. And then we're going to look at the 2 day outputs. I just want to see how far it is. So we want to play down to around, let's see. They do cost a pretty little penny here. I'm looking for something that's only like $60, which is the 636s, but that's the low we hit today. I know we went a little bit lower, right? We hit 634. But I mean, I guess that does mean that we could still hit 636 tomorrow. That could potentially be exactly where the market might want to go. It's either going to be 640 is going to hold tomorrow or 636. It could hold in between that as well at a 132 point, 116 point. But the safest thing to do would be just to play one strike out. So we kind of want to get like a 639. But again, it costs $100 for 1 day out. Why is the IV so high? It's not even that high. It's only 13%. Let me see. Yeah, we would most likely have to get a 636 contract. 54,000 volume. 2,000 open interest. Let me look at the calls real quick. Because remember, the market could run straight to 650. You could literally gap up another $10 tonight. Just because you hit a nice low that was next to the other low. And if you do that, of course we're not going to be inside of the trade, because right now we're looking for the short-term downside for the morning. But if you can have downside around 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, you could sell these options out at about at least another 3-4 strikes beneath us, which means we could definitely fall to 630, 637, 636 here. And of course, if we sell it in the morning, those 636s, if they're like 1 or 2 strikes away, we would have a good opportunity for profit here. So it would be a good idea. It's not a terrible idea. Maybe that's what we'll do here. We'll use the profit from the calls. We'll buy a 636 put, just one of them, 1 day out. The 2 days out are definitely going to be way too much. Yeah, don't even look at them. Don't even look at them. That's when we have at least all $5,000 plus. Or at least 10K. I mean, not 10K. At least 2,000. Once we all have 2,000, then we could start buying $200, $300 0 days. Or like 1 day out. For now, it's just too much of a risk. Shows what you're made of, Spy. Now the real jump begins. Imagine flat lines out the sky, $20. That'd be so funny. It's gonna happen one day. Watch. One day I say something positive, the market's just gonna news hits the wire and computers just start selling out of everything. Up you go, Spy. Up you go. Come on. Finally have a reversal point. I swear to God, if you reverse here right now, you better not reverse here. I completely forgot about number 4. Oh, it might reverse here. This is going to be a really hard level to get through. If it gets through this level, this thing is going straight up to 642 probably. If it can get above here. If it doesn't, I'm not going to lie to you, you're just going to get stuck here. Yeah, Snapchat is absolutely insane right now, everybody. Very good gain right now. Did Spy hit it? You're near it. It's hitting the range of it. So it's not hitting it perfectly, but it is hitting its range. You could reverse here, everybody. We should have put some music on. If we had some music on, let me tell ya, we probably would have been at 650 right now. That's my fault. Tomorrow, we're going to change that. Is that enough, Spy? Three more minutes on the clock, and then we got another 14 minutes after. Remember, you could still buy options on the Spy up to 15. Actually, no, up to only 14 minutes, 50 seconds after. 58 seconds after, to be precise. So you could still buy stuff for another 20 minutes here, basically. Right? A little bit under. I think that's wrong, too. Yeah, you got about only, yeah, not 20 minutes. Like 17. 14, actually. No, 16. 16 minutes, everybody. For us to buy these puts. The clock is running thin. Will we buy those puts? Are we going to get them at a cheap price? Are we going to sell these calls for 1,000%, 500% here within the next 2 minutes? Or is the dream over? So yeah, today you already changed the output of Monday. This is already different from last Monday. Remember, we were talking about this. Last Monday, you actually had a lower low. This Monday, you had a V shape in the middle of the day, and then you had a higher high towards the end. Complete flip reaction, which is so funny. 115%, John. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent for buying those contracts close. That your percentage actually tells me almost exactly what contract you bought too. So it's kind of funny. And me just following back on that percentage, I can already depict whether or not there was something that you improved with, you know? But yeah, these options you've been getting, John, absolutely phenomenal. Again, you hit the fourth reversal point right here. 1 more minute before the market closes. Come on, SPY gap up. I don't remember the last time I did that, but there was this one time where like the last 5 minutes, it just started moving straight towards my level. It paused, market closed, I sold it. It ran to like $80 each. I sold it for like $10. That happened to me once. Like right now, like boom, I would have sold it right there. And then the thing just ran like $2 right up. Let's see. 670. Nvidia options are now up 20%. I might consider just tapping out and then just rebuying this tomorrow. Oh, actually, we can't now. 4 o'clock. So we can't sell Snapchat now. We only can sell SPY. At least I believe that's the case. Yeah, I don't think you can sell right now. That's alright. For SPY, we're at $4 each right now. There's no initial pump at all. Let me turn on volume real quick. Not VRVP, turn that off. Where is the volume? I think I deleted it from the chart. I think it's gone. Let me look at the futures volume. Actually, I don't even think it's going to represent that. Futures looks amazing right now. Absolutely phenomenal. And you filled a tiny bit more of the gap. Give it. What time is it? Or just hit the second minute after market close. Again, everybody, you only have 12 minutes now to buy something for SPY overnight. Remember, you're in a position where you could run to 650. Don't forget that. If you're looking for puts, we're just looking for short-term downside for tomorrow to 637, 636. I would just much rather buy in the morning after those 1-day contracts become 0 days, because they're going to lose a lot to theta overnight, right? $36 account turned into $53, Sherman. There we go. That's a step. Once, what did they say? I keep forgetting all these quotes. I don't know what it is. Like from all these movies. It's not even a movie. Is it a movie? Something to do with the moon. I think he was just like or is it Neil Armstrong something? Neil Armstrong? I don't know if that's his name. That might be an actor. But one step for mankind, something for something. Or maybe that was the end of it. There we go, Sherman. I ruined the moment. I apologize. I gotta get my movie quotes in check. But yes, that's pretty much all, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much the last thing we gotta go through. Last thing we gotta go over. At this point, 3 minutes have passed. Market has now woken up, unfortunately. So what we're gonna have to do here is simply just take a little break. We're not gonna get the puts. We're gonna buy them tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. I think that's gonna be the game plan. That's the game plan, ladies and gentlemen. So if you need to speak to me, because Sherman, that's awesome. That game right there is awesome. We could put in a plan together for tomorrow within like the next couple minutes here. And then after I'm done talking with Sherman, let me know if you're free. I talked to Prime recently, so actually, Prime, let me see what your progress looks like. Holy shit, Prime. What in the world happened? How did you do that? We definitely got to talk about this tonight. What I want to know is how the hell are you minus... Ah, it's Mumu. It's Mumu. It's Mumu doing it. I know what's going on. It's yeah. So what happens is it's trying to mark that P&L as your own P&L. That could be the case here. But that's a crazy gain. You were just at $300, now you're instantly at $600. Yeah, that's nuts. So now what you could do is, since you have your first milestone, which is 500, first task is now going to be to lock in at least $250 into your long term. So whenever the time comes, you're just going to lock in half of it, throw it into something for the long term, 100 days out, 200, 300 days out on something oversold. Like, for instance, I'll let you know when my Snapchat position goes down. And then whenever it goes down to a low enough spot, I'll have you buy into it. And then for Intel is going to be coming up soon. So that's going to be a really good play that we have potentially if we could buy it at $20 again. But yeah, Prime, that's awesome. That right there, you're literally smack dab perfect, exactly where you should be. So that's awesome to see, brother. Remember, you already hit our goal for Thursday. You were supposed to hit 600 by Thursday. You hit 600 today, which is Monday, which is funny. Now I'm going to have to amp up the goal, of course. And you're going to have to lock away half your capital. So you have to lock away half your capital. So you're going to have less leverage, less footing. And you're going to have to make more. That right there is like a perfect recipe to like turn you into an absolute machine. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is perfect though. Don't think that it's not. Don't think that even if you get less percent tomorrow, that is not. It's still wonderful. I'm sure you understand that. It's still absolutely out of this world. It's not normal for you to even be making money. Let alone growing any account, regardless of the dollar amount. Oh my God, Spy's running. Give me 1 second, everybody. Keep going, Spy. Come on, a little bit more. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Yes. Yes. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. What? Yo. You said, what's my Discord link? I'll send it to you in just one moment. Just give me 1 second. Come on, Spy. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Come on. You just got one more dollar. Just one more damn dollar. Don't do this to us. Make our dreams come true. Come on.
That shit is crazy. For me to just sell my shit, I don't get run away like that. I was saying that I'm gonna sell this motherfucker. Watch what it do. Hey, look, as soon as I started at 3, you fucking crazy for 2 man. That's crazy.
We were just about to turn everything off. We were just about to say it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the game still. We are break even now. Oh my God, we're profitable. Oh my God, the account is doubling. Dumble. Come on. Keep doubling. We went from $1 back to $6. Listen, you got this, Louie. We're going to get another one tomorrow, I promise.
Yeah, I ain't tripping. I'm just saying, I was looking at it like, man, I waited till 3:08 to like, man, this is crazy.
I'm selling one here. I'm selling one of them here. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, it's at $45. We're up 100% on these. Yep, I'm selling the rest of them. Oh my God. I just sold it for 130%. Oh my God. Okay, now I'm going to buy an option for tomorrow. Holy shit. Wow. Wow, that was so much. I don't even know what percent that was. Wait, I have the other account. Wait, don't forget.
That was completely
239%.
it goes the opposite direction.
Oh my god, 239%. Wait, I still have more. I gotta check the Weeble. We bought a bunch of them. So on the Weeble, yeah, we're right here, perfect. So I'm gonna hold this one for a little bit longer. Oh my god, never mind. We're at 60%. I'm selling it here on Weeble. I'm just gonna watch the Moomoo one now. This account is up 600% here. I'm selling it. I'm selling it. I'm gone. I'm gone. Okay, we're all on everything now. We just literally turned $4 into $30 within 5 minutes right there. Holy.
Hey, look, it was two things going through my mind. So I was like, man, I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna buy 100 of these things at 5 cents, man. I hope it comes back. And then I was like, you know what, man, I'm supposed to shop it up. Literally, as soon as I hit sale, the shit hit 13 cents immediately. Man,
All right, everybody, listen. We're going to buy one option for tomorrow. This is going to be risky, so remember, it's going to be dangerous. How everybody likes Little Caesars. I said it's too stupid. Never mind, I messed up the joke. All right. Oh, it's not giving it. It's not giving us settled cash. Yeah, it's not giving us the order as settled cash. Holy shit, it didn't sell a Moomoo. You piece of shit. I said failed order. I just realized. It's all good. Because I was about to say, we'll just throw in the whatever we made on the small account. It failed the order, so that's all good. We'll give it a second here. It might be game over. At least we claimed a majority of the capital. At least this contract is free. Let's salute it, ladies and gentlemen, as it falls right back down. We'll start with a new $4 account today. I love it.
Look, that's a 1 minute time frame. That's crazy. I'm getting ready to leave work, man. I'm like, all right, let me shut it down, man. I gotta put my phone away. I saw that shit out. While I'm looking at it, that shit went to $13 immediately. That's fucking crazy.
Right? I'm telling you, the way these contracts move at the end of the day, it is ridiculous, you know.
No, I knew what it was. It was right there just off the range. Once, like, say, all I had to do was go up. It started dropping. I was like, you know what, man? Fuck it, man. I'm gonna quit transferring over it and let it go. Man, sold it. That shit ran up like that. Man, like 20x. Right. Right. I don't know what that did. I don't know how I'm gonna interpret that, man. Like,
Wait, let me see something real quick. Why did it do that? I put this order in for... Yeah, all those orders were messed up at the end of the day right there. I just recognized that. That was really terrible in terms of the orders. In terms of their prices right there, like getting filled, Moomoo was absolutely terrible. It didn't even fill on the other account. I just recognized. I saw it right now while it was still worth a good amount. So we're good with that, but that was a little ridiculous. Let me see, what price did it sell at? Orders. Why the hell did it do that? Yeah, failed to sell the spy call. I sold it for more money, so I'm not complaining, but the fact that it failed should have not happened. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
that was disgusting, man. That was disgusting, man, right there. What this disgusting? I probably would have sold it at like 30 or 40. I ain't even gonna say that. I was off my face. Look all, man. That was gonna do it.
There we go, everybody.
That was the damn fight.
Come on now.
That was the damn fight.
That was like a buzzer ball right there. I love those. But yeah, everybody, this is what patience is. Think about it. If it never made that move, I would have never profited. My account literally just went up another $200 right there, just like that. And I barely had any money in the market. We only had around $40, $30. So that's absurd, you know?
I'm sitting there looking at this, and I was saying that at the end of the day, I was like, maybe this is one of them plays that could shoot up at the end, you know, go from like 3 cents to $1.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm thinking like that next thing what happened to me. I'm looking at it go from 2 to 3, 2 to 3. Like, man, I'm gonna go ahead and stop it up, man. It's 5 minutes left. Hey, look at this cat, man. You see that? You can see when I sold it. That's a minute time frame too. So I sold it that minute. The next minute it shifted and hopped after that. Crazy, man. Yeah. So if anybody else listening to this think it only happened to you, oh, this shit happened to me. That shit to me.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It went from $2 all the way to $100 each. That's crazy, bro. I'm telling you. That's insane. That's ridiculous. Okay, now the market's closed, everybody. I sold out of everything a couple seconds ago. This account is up 13,000% today. That is ridiculous. I swear this thing never never ceases to surprise me. It honestly doesn't. Like, that's crazy. And again, everybody, those options were just only a couple of dollars a couple of seconds ago, and they jumped to $100. Now, let's just say you weren't part of that, right? Let's just say anybody who was just watching from the sidelines, who just saw that crazy explosion, they realized that we perfectly timed that. You shouldn't feel bad for anybody else. That was perfect. Yeah. Because remember, when we bought those contracts, where did we buy them? We bought the calls. Exactly. Then right here, you had the ability to sell them. And then we bought more again down here. I had literally calls on every account. I was literally just waiting all day, waiting for this. And it made everything go in the money. Now, honestly, I was hoping this was going to turn into a loss. I'll be real with you. And the reason why is because I was going to show everybody how both Mondays were the same situation in terms of us trading with the contracts in the beginning of the day. You always want to sell your contracts in the beginning of the day. That's the one thing that I'm trying to hit home across everybody. And I want to get it burnt into their skull. That the first move, what you did in the morning, Louis, was excellent. You're going to have people like me. They're going to be like, no, you shouldn't sell. I'm going to be the worst, you know what I mean? Kind of like thing beside you in terms of some advice because, I'm trying to make it a challenge for you. Sometimes I don't make the right decision, but I do it on purpose because I want to see what everybody else does. And that was beautiful because, again, we were making the right decision by holding it because obviously we went in the money now. But I wanted us to take a loss on this because I wanted us to be able to show everybody that if we would have just waited down here, literally a couple minutes, even while the market was running up, these contracts were dying. We could have waited, pops it here. And as soon as we found between the orange and the green again, around the same time the cash came in, when we were talking about the games, we would have went long again. And then we could have just literally held for this. So that's the one thing we're going to do differently next time. Now, when do we start buying these contracts? We're going to start breaking down their strike prices. We're going to see the cost that they were at down here. And if, let's just say there's a situation where 2 strikes out, the cost at exactly 230 is $10 for the option, right? We'll just throw in the capital into it. Because then we could have got a 640. And right now, I want you guys to look at the 640s. Right here, right now. Which one do you have, Louis? You had the 641s, imagine.
I had the 6, and I was saying I should have went a little bit closer to the strike price. Yep, just one.
So if we look at the 640s, let me see. The 640s were at, before you ran up, they were around $20. They went to $200 each. And at one point, they were at $5. So they went from $5 to $200 each. From what time to what time? This is exactly at, what is 1449? I forgot. 1449 is what? Right now, 16, right? So that's 249. So at 240, literally, right? That's disgusting. That is disgusting. This thing went from $5 to $200 each for the 640s. Like, that's what I'm saying. The reason why I didn't buy into more contracts is because as the move was occurring and I was realizing more so that it was actually fully, perfectly occurring with the first idea, and nothing different was occurring in terms of, for example, we had an idea in the morning. The idea that we had in the morning, you're not doing it right now. Simple as that. Now, throughout the process of you having that idea from the morning, you're looking at every other path, even though you're going down, a straight lane, you're looking at every single street just to make sure that you're going down the right lane. That's basically what I'm trying to explain to you. And so it's like a consistent need for you to be on your toes, That's really all it is. The $639, how much? Don't tell me this went to $12, and this thing was at $289 at the end of the day. Oh my god. I would have broke my record with that. In terms of the $5 play. Actually, no, I wouldn't have. That would have been the same amount I made. How could I have broken my record? That's crazy. I could have broken my record for a little ass jump like that. That's wild. Wait a second. That changes everything. Because I needed a $10 drop in order for me to go 5,000% that one time. That right there was 637 to 641. How much is that? 647 what? No wonder. That was a big ass jump. That was a really big run. Because I was so zoomed out, that's why it looked so small. 637 to 641.80. So how much is that? Like 641.30 would have been $4. Holy shit, that was a lot. You ran $4.50. Oh my god, that was a lot. Wait a second, let me check the SPX contracts.
I knew we was right off the range. I was saying that. I was like, I know it's low, but if it just moves up a little bit, it's going to start jumping. I gave up 10 minutes. I'm a minute too short.
Oh, I completely forgot about the person who asked for the YouTube link. I'm sorry. I forgot about it. Give me 1 second. Do I have my YouTube somewhere? Let me see. Let's go to my channel real quick. How do I go to my channel? You. Silo Trades. You channel. If you need my links for anything, it's all basically right here. So if you need Patreon or Twitter or Twitch or Mumu, it's all going to be right here. We actually gained some subscribers today. Look at this. Wait, how much people do we have now? Let me see. Dashboard. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now at 12:31. You guys went crazy on those views last week. You know that, right? Typically, it says I get around 2,000, and I got 6,000 in the last 28 days. So that's crazy. It was like triple almost. But yeah, why did I pull that up? Oh yeah, somebody asked for the link. Let me know if... Let me just send it. Let me just send it. I just wanted to show everybody, just in case they need help finding any other links. You can find everything pretty much there. Copy link address. Paste. Wait, I can't copy it like that. How the hell? How do you get a small link? Let me just go here. Share. Copy link. Alright, there you go. YouTube doesn't let me send too much characters inside of a text box. So it's like you got to do certain things. Oh my god, Spy. You literally just... Wow. 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 Let me check the other account. Yeah, that piece of shit. It should have sold at that right time. Because it was literally at $100. And when did it sell for me? It sold at 60. And then the second time I sold was at 55. So when it was at 100, I was trying to sell it, the second one. But it just failed for some reason. I never had that happen to me. Usually it goes through. But maybe, you know what it is? Maybe it's the momentum. Maybe you're literally breaking... You're probably breaking the servers on these brokerages. That's probably what it is. And it's just unable to handle. Because remember, I'm telling you guys, this market is not able to handle a lot of momentum. That's the reason why stuff like the GameStop stuff happens, or AMC stuff happens, or you get random ass companies that cost like, you know, $2, and the next day they're at like $20. It's crazy, I'm telling you. The only way you would get stuff like that is if you start doing technicals, because then with the technicals you'll start spotting like where's the perfect entry, and all you gotta do is just wait for it to come next to it. That's all I do pretty much. That's what I'm saying. You guys could literally do the same thing we're doing here every single day by yourself without needing me at all, because I'm showing you basically the whole entire formula. Let's zoom into these circles here and see the circle you hit. Look at that. Equal reaction. Oh my god. You could have still went more. That's the crazy thing. You should have went to 643. And you probably might do that right now. And again, the reason why I know that is because of the equal reactions. So if you measure the 1/8 point right here down to wherever you fell to, and then you take this box, copy it right on top, that's how much the market could have ran today if it really wanted to get crazy. These are my favorite days to time, if you can't tell. And we do it every single, not every single time. Let me be honest here. But like, let's just say we had a ratio of times that I actually called out that would happen like that. I think we're pretty close with it. Like Monday last week, it didn't occur. What else didn't occur? Friday was a little sloppy with the reversal, right? Friday was really sloppy right here. So that was pretty much just also garbage. We managed to hang on with, you know, the skin on our teeth with the SPX, which is kind of funny because you didn't even have any type of a crazy bounce. But yeah, just right there, that SPX trade was insane. Speaking of SPX, let's see what this little, you know, let's see what this went up to. Because I know these SPX contracts literally went ridiculous. Vikash, I know you're over there somewhere. Where are you, Vikash? I know he had these contracts. Oh my god. This contract went from... So you know the contracts Vikash bought earlier? He bought them for $150. They had a low of $50. So I think Vikash bought them for $150 and they fell to $50, or he saw it run from 50 and he started buying it on the way up. Regardless of where he bought it from, those contracts went to $1,100 from $150 each. $1,100, everybody. Absolutely insane. So like that's like taking $2,000 and taking that thing right towards 12K, right towards 11K, just like that. One trade. Which means you do that thing back to back. Imagine you do that back to back.
From 2 cents to $1, it's $5 or something.
Yep. That's my record right there.
That's what the 641s did. 2 cents, $2 contract run. Like 2 minutes.
Come on, Louis, you got to beat my record. Come on now. It's only right. I'm gonna give you guys another opportunity tomorrow. You guys lucky I stayed here. I was not supposed to be here, by the way. So this is awesome. Thank you guys. Thank every single one of you. You guys always know I appreciate you all for showing up every single day. You don't need to be watching this long, and some of you have been watching since the morning. We even have some of you across the world in a whole nother country, in Asia, right? In Europe, Singapore, Japan. It's absolutely insane the amount of people that we have watching us right now. Not just from America. So it's actually kind of crazy, you know? Again, I really do appreciate every single one of you. I hope you guys take in the knowledge that I give, of course, for free. And if you ever need some extra help, some extra classes, if you ever want to be in the Discord again, just check out the Patreon. And whenever you have a good safety net, not when you don't have a safety net, meaning if it's your first day today and you didn't make more than 1,000, I would not join. I would not pay for a single thing. You need to have some sort of a safety net. If you do have a safety net, it makes the situation a lot easier because listen, let's just say you make 1,000 off of the free YouTube, right? You join the Discord, you pay 200. You now have $800 to make another 200 to make the Discord free, technically. So that's pretty easy. We could literally use a $5 account and turn that to $1,600 by the time it's the end of the month with just $5. You don't need to use the whole account. You never need to use your whole account. Stop using your whole account, everybody, please. Please, ladies and gentlemen, is never a necessary component of becoming a millionaire. It's gonna be it's gonna be the reason why you fall, honestly, when you put a lot of money into these trades. You know how many times, like I told you guys before, the reason why I know how to trade SPY to this degree, where it's kind of like, it is crazy. I'll be truthfully honest with you all. I know it's kind of weird that a person could time a market like this, but the reason why is because I was literally traumatizing myself, viciously throwing in lots of capital at stupid points to make sure that the point that I thought that was the correct point was in fact the correct point. Like I really made sure of that. And yeah, it took a long time. You know how many times, like I said, I would buy something for $8 and I would sell it for $4. The thing would run to $80 and I would be like, are you kidding me? I had $1,000 into this, right? Or let's just say 800 for the matter of the conversation. I lost $400. And if I would have held, I would have been at 8,000. So instead of me only having $600 right now, I would have had $8,000. And it kept happening to me every single time. The next day I would try to do it again. I'll lose half of the money. But this time is because I was forcing it, of course. There was no jump at the end of the day. Because when you get a jump at the end of the day, you can't expect one for at least, a week. At least 4 days. The next day could have one. Because the next day always does mirror today. Like, for example, tomorrow could be more aggressive than today. Where you kind of have a difference in the trend. Where, let's just say, you have another V shape, but then it extends even higher towards the end of the day. And then you could say for a lot of these other situations, what I noticed was not just that the market would bounce up really high, but that the market would always do it at a certain point. It's like, you know how the market fell out the sky the last 2 days? Like one day from Thursday to Friday you fell, and then from Friday to today you fell. That's usually all you need in terms of a trend. You just need 2 days. And because it was so large, my brain was instinctively, automatically thinking, you're going to run up to the halfway point of the gap fill. And you didn't even hit it yet. I don't even think you did. Nah, you didn't hit it yet still. The gap fill will be like right here. Like 643. So, in terms of tomorrow, we're going to try to get some puts at 643, 644. Player going right back down to 641. Probably just going to hold here. Looks like it's going to start running up a little bit higher. And then the game plan right now for tomorrow. Let's see if we can predict this perfectly, everybody. Drum roll, please. The first thing we're going to do in the morning tomorrow, automatically. Wait, before I tell you, let me go to the 5 minute. And let me turn on the 200 moving average. Of course, it's broken here. Great. Give me 1 second. I don't know why this thing always breaks. This is ridiculous. Let me see. I think I turned on another one. Yeah.
I am never selling the contract at the end of the day again. I'm just going to think, hey, man, just take an L.
Take an L. That's what I do, honestly.
Yeah, just take a little $5, $6 L. You know, or hell that shit. 7 minutes before the market close.
Yep. And remember, you got to have your orders set. You always got to have your orders set. Like, for instance, just like how you said, it went to $100, but you would probably sell by like 40 or 60. I want you to remember that going into the future. Always do that right there. Always sell for a smaller gain just in case, because if that thing does not wick into your location, it's like you're going to be up, but you're never going to sell it. So, which is kind of weird. You know why? Wait a second. I just realized something. I had an order to sell these contracts for SPY at $100 for the same contracts. So when it didn't sell at 100, I had it before. Like before it even ran there, I put that order like 30 minutes ago. Not even like, yeah, I put the sell limit like 40 minutes ago. And I guess maybe a smack, I don't know. I think the application or the software or wherever got confused. I think it broke it for a second because that was a ridiculous run up. Usually you don't see a $4 run up like that. That was a little absurd.
I was watching it the whole time. You see in the chat, I was saying, man, we right there. I know the price was low, but we just had to cross that one threshold before it started jumping. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I was looking at the 640s. The 640 started jumping. I was like, man, we right there. We next. We on deck.
It's our turn.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But I waited. I was like, man, it's 308, man. This data, you know what I mean? That gets swole around 308. Data taking chunks out your shit. If it ain't got that momentum, it caught that spurt. Oh well, man, another day. Do better tomorrow. Ain't lose much.
Nah, yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly, yep. Yeah, this is wild. I'm looking at all my brokerages right now. We did that with like 3 different accounts. And then finally, for the last contract, let me make sure I actually take a picture of this. Did I take a picture of it? Yeah, that was crazy. That was ridiculous. I didn't even update it before I sold it for the SPY. Yeah, look at that. Wow.
Hey, I got a question for you, Shad.
What's up?
Like at the end, hey, I sold it like 5 minutes left before the market closed, right? Before we stopped selling spies.
Yeah.
I'm an hour behind y'all, so I sold it at like 308, right? 408 y'all time.
Mhm.
Who is buying these? You can't buy 0-day contracts.
That's the one thing I need to understand as well. I don't think it's people buying 0-day contracts. In fact, unless there's that's what I'm trying to find right now is a broker that lets me trade. If I find a broker that lets me trade the last 15 minutes, I promise you guys, we're gonna create a whole new Discord just for the end of the day moves. Because that right there in itself, just 30 minutes of work, 15 minutes of work. Like let's just say we hop on at 3:30 or 3 o'clock. Just us working till the end of the day, just an hour and a half, hour and 10 minutes. And you would make a whole week's worth of capital just in one trade.
Yeah, you can absorb your losses. You're gonna lose. You only got to hit on a few of them. If you hit on one of them, you good for the next buying the cheap contracts and hoping that they shoot up. Or, you know what I mean? Because I don't wait it long enough where like it's just there's no liquidity. Nobody wants to buy that order. You know what I mean? When you try to sell $1 contract, it's way out the budget. Ain't nobody buying it. You don't be stuck with it. You gotta take that off. For some reason, I never have a problem selling that shit on spot.
I think it has to be just those end of the day moves, you know. They just get ridiculous for the price action. It just, I don't know, it just gets real sloppy and weird. That's what I've noticed. What is going on here with these?
When you sold yours, right? When you guys, anybody else owned it till the end of the day, when you sold it, you're already in the money. So I understand that being able to be sold. But when I sold it at 3, it wasn't in the money. So there had to be a buyer to take it.
Exactly, yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do a deep dive on when I get home, and I'm gonna find out who's buying these contracts. What like say what app allow you to trade extended hours.
Remember, about 10 minutes prior to that end of the day move, I had mentioned that one time I sold something at 4 and the market ended up running right after $2, which was exactly what happened today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure any situation I've been in, right into the loss, you probably done been in a similar situation. I feel like, for some reason, I feel like you don't lost money everywhere you can lose money in the market.
Trust me, that's for sure, bro. 100%. Guaranteed. Not every way, because there's still multiple ways that I could lose, but it's a gift. And I thank God. I swear, I thank God that I can actually recognize the pattern of having those losses, because it was like I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to trade with. I didn't know what to follow, what structure to build. It was like you're stuck in the middle of nowhere and you somehow can't get out. And you just literally need your survival instincts just to kick in, I would say. That's all it is. That's all that happens. That's what I'm saying. Most of that, it's so crazy how I mentioned that at the end of the day, I sold something. I would have sold right there too. Like I've done that before. And
I gotta shut my machine down. I'm getting ready to leave work.
Nah, yeah.
I sold it. I sat there and watched the price. You normally get that. I'm gonna sell it. It's gonna go the way I want it to go as soon as I sell it. I was gonna post it in the chat. I'm gonna take one for the team, man. But when that
I mean, what else did we do here? So we blew up that account. We blew up that account. That's crazy. All in the matter of a day. I told you guys we were going to blow these accounts up with kind of like a cheat code. And that's pretty much what it was like today. You only get certain days like this, by the way. Don't think that every day is going to be like this, like I said. Tomorrow is definitely going to be a lot more... It could be one way, I would say. Like it just follows one path. Kind of like these types of days right here. Like last Thursday. Or... Yeah, just while it's running up, it's just chopping everybody's value, you know? Then it falls and now you're up 80%, now you're down 40%, and you're just like, what in the world? I'm still higher than where I bought it, but all my value is gone. That's why at the end of the day contracts, the reason why I love them so much is because you only bought them for $5. That's it. You bought them for $5, you paid $10, that's it. That is all. Mm-hmm.
Make sure, grab 10 of these, but grab 20 of them.
Hit the deck! Nah, yeah.
Yeah, that would be crazy. That would be crazy.
The reason why I honestly didn't today is because even though I have faith in my ideas, which was my ideas from the morning that I gave everybody to follow, I need more data. I work on data. I'm like a data machine. And the reason why I can confidently give you this trading style right here, look, watch this. Look at my reversal points. Look at supply and demand zones too. Oh my God, you hit the next yellow. Look at that. That's ridiculous.
It took off.
And then right down here, let me see. Where's the reversal chart? There it is. Okay, so it did what I didn't want it to do. It did what I wanted it to do, basically. It didn't reverse at number 4. You had a red candle here. I thought it was game over, let me tell ya. When you started slowing down right here, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I kept hearing you say that. You said, oh, it's going to hit the reversal point. I was like, oh, shit. Let me go ahead and take the change off, man. I'll get back to cigarettes.
You bought a couple of them or you just got one?
You know, no, I had 2 of them. You know, because I down cost.
Yeah, just like how I did, right?
So I had 2. That was that. Yeah.
Yo,
That was sweet. Yeah, the charts hit. Boxes work, man. Matter of fact, I sent the chart, one of the charts I did in the chat, D-Wave, with Cubics.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's just bouncing exactly off of with the diagonal dart too. It was riding that, man. I wish I paid more attention to that today.
Let me see something. This is from the Saturday class. Let me see something real quick. I want to see how these charts are faring. Yeah, look at that. You barely even made a move today above that previous point. If you really wanted to make a move, you would have shot straight to 644. So hopefully, what this means is for tomorrow, we'll be able to actually, yeah, we'll play the puts, then calls right back up. That's what we're going to do. So puts are open, because we should be at the 200 moving average and above it now. Let me double check. Yeah, we're above the 200 moving average, which is perfect. So tomorrow, hopefully it just keeps running up higher. And then we can play puts below the 200 moving average. And then the second you get beneath it, we're going to start buying our calls for the same type of a run up from today. So that we're just going to load up on those calls at the bottom. So we'll buy one at like 10, 11. Buy another one at like 130. Buy one more at like 230. One more at 3. And that's it. Call it a day. Put like $40 into the market in total. Because think about it. Now we have a bunch of extra capital right now. We have a whole lot of capital, ladies and gentlemen. We only had $50 we could use on this account. And right now, drum roll please, everybody. We have 130. So that's a beautiful game plus Snapchat. So absolutely no losses today again, everybody. 0 losses across the board, which is different from last Monday. Last Monday we had $30 in losses, which is something very important you have to remember, because you want to start adding it up, right? This is season 1 of, what should we call this? We got to give this a code name.
NGT, man. New generation traders.
There we go. It's season 1 of New Generation of Traders. Code name Chips and Guac. I forgot the name for a second. Code name, ladies and gentlemen, Chips and Guac. Because everything else I would say is the lead up to this. I wouldn't say that was season 1. I wouldn't say that was... This is basically, you could say, It took us a whole year and a half for us to even create the first season. That's how I would want this story to progress from here on out for us in terms of this Discord.
Spring training, a little bit of spring training, preseason,
Yeah,
the adjustments.
exactly. And this is like the game time, you know what I mean? Like the finale. So after September, going into October, going into November, because all of September is going to be our training month. It's going to be one of the hardest months in the stock market to trade, which means that's the market that I want you guys to trade. So if you can do this and you can slap, let's just say September out the park for October while I'm training everybody else and while we're going through the training boot camp again, you'll be able to go on your own and hit those targets that we were talking about, which is my goal. I only want to take you to 5, 10K, and I want you to take yourself to 50 and 100K. I'll be giving you trades so that you could do that, but it's your decision as to whether or not you're going to get into them and buy them. That's what I'm saying. It's always you. But in the beginning, I'll tell you exactly what you should and should not do. But then towards that mid portion, I need you to start having mistakes, because that's going to be the only way where you actually grow faster. Truly. That's literally what I did to myself. And it made me unstoppable, honestly. I mean, sometimes I'm stoppable, like Monday last week. The trend stopped me in my tracks.
With Dark, you actually give us a tool that we can use to actually measure the movement in the market.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? You got the top and the bottom, and the range is in between. And you gave us a way to measure how much it's moving according to whatever time frame. Like whether it's a weekly, monthly, yearly. You know what I mean? You actually got a gauge now. Okay, it didn't perform like it performed last month. So what changed? You know what I mean? And here are the new ranges. Is it gonna duplicate this performance? You actually offer me a tool, something that I can understand, that gave me a way to measure the movement. That's what makes Dark such a good training technique.
No, yeah, exactly. Literally, exactly, bro. And I'm very happy, very happy about it. Again, you can't, as they say, like, not to be corny or anything like that, because most people would be like, nah, bro, shut up. I would prefer the money. There's some stuff in life that you just can't put a price on. And if I'm trying to change the world, you can't put a price on trying to change the world.
Yeah, that's invaluable.
My goal is to become the greatest technical analysis trader of all time. That's honestly my goal. I wanna actually have my tools that I make get put onto every single brokerage. I want to see the name Silo right here. That's my name. That's my goal. That's not my name. I mean, obviously, that's the code name. But what's it called? That's one of my goals. Because WD Gon is the only person. If you guys want to research him and read his books, he's the only person in the world that I will ever see as a challenge. The person who made the Gon boxes. That's the reason why I started doing DARP. Look at this. That man was a genius, and I just picked up off of his work. I feel not only did I pick off where he left off on his work in terms of the technicals, but I feel like I took it to like level 1 million. That's how I see it, honestly. And it's one of the happiest things I've ever done. Honestly, it really felt like a treasure.
The structure, the blueprint of the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It functions in fractions. That's exactly what it moves.
I just don't know if he did this on purpose. I feel like he did do this on purpose. The way he measures stuff and the way he gives you the tools, that or the brokerages, somebody's doing this on purpose. Because his tools they're not like my tools. His tools are very they're basically Fibonacci tools, but just turned into circles or turned into boxes. Because if you look at the measurement, that's 0.25, 0.38 something. So God didn't do nothing revolutionary. He didn't. All he did was take Fibonacci and throw it into a chart, and then basically arrange the stuff, the coding or whatever. And yeah, he created that. My boxes are perfectly even. That's the one difference. So I feel like they did that on purpose so that people could be stupider when they trade. I swear, I feel like I kid you not, I feel like they do that stuff on purpose. I don't know. Because it doesn't make sense. But I am happy they at least give us DARP. Them giving us this tool right here, that's already too much. They made a mistake. Because this right here is what started everything. Like, for example, Louis, watch this. If you measure the top in terms of where you just came from, and you measure the current bottom, like right here, it took you 4 days, 19 hours, and the volume was this much. If you literally just take this box, hold control and copy. Oh, not like that. Hold control, copy it over here. Look at the difference in volume. You could literally see momentum with this for that certain range, which is absurd. You can see it increasing right there. Look at that. And then you keep copying it. Look at that. Still, a decrease right here. So this is, I mean, that makes sense though, because you had an insane amount of buying right here that sent you up. So it gave you all the volume that you would have had on this day. And then it's not including, I guess, the majority of the next day. Because I think if I go right here, yeah, look at that. Look at that now. 19 million. So it's most likely because I'm also measuring after hours. I guess that does make it a little bit harder to... You would have to use a bigger frame. That's what it is. So your frame, in terms of the actual chart, would have to be like this. This is how I first created my trading style, by the way. The greatest trading style of all time. And then after this, I'm going to take my break here. I had to... I'm going to go eat some food. Haven't ate nothing all day. I didn't even open my water bottle. I just recognized that. I got it, but I didn't open it. Alright, so... Let me see here. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Measuring it. To make others understand. The difference... I made it on the uptrend, so... I went like this. I used like a point like from here to here. On a certain month. And then I basically just duplicated it like that. And what I noticed was that month would slow down always by that top point. Even holding by it if it wants to run on top of it. Or it would just tank by that area. So instead of me buying puts in the middle of nowhere here, I'll just wait and wait for that level. And then I started developing the idea of intrinsically buying options at certain levels just due to the fact that it got to that level and it was at this level today. So regardless of what the hell it did in history, regardless of what it did last month, I don't care about none of that. But because it's here today, right now, when you hit this next number, we should automatically be able to play puts there for a quick 50% gain. And then you could be working the whole time. You don't even have to look at the market. You can have a limit price for something to sell or buy it at a certain price. Let's say it costs 400 right now. You put a limit to buy it at 50 and then sell it at 80. And then boom, it happens a couple days later. And you weren't even watching the market. That's how crazy this can get. So that's what honestly changed the whole world for me.
It's just definitely, I mean, it's either you find the system. I don't think it's a system that the stock market runs on. I think it's
No, it's not.
a system that the big firms are using. You know what I mean? They have their computers programmed to do like fractional points. And naturally, wherever the whales go, the market's going to follow. And you actually found the points in the market that the whales step in on because they, whatever their algorithm is.
Well,
Something, whatever it is,
I-
something that's leading